Chapter 601 Grim Demon. Grim Demon clearly paused for a moment before saying, Fairy Burial does have some ability, but she's not my match either. I've also seen a guardian before. Jowen described the guardian of Ant City. Grim Demon said coldly, I've never heard of such a guardian. It probably isn't that strong. I'll also be able to easily kill it. You said you were powerful, but there's no way to prove it. How do you want me to believe you? Jowen didn't believe in the bragging of Grim Demon. He then asked, How is the strength of guardians demarcated? You will find out after contracting me. Grim Demon didn't answer Jowen's question. Forget it. The other guardians have mythical creatures protecting them. Only you are imprisoned here. It's obvious that you aren't that great. You might very well be the weakest guardian. I think I'll find another guardian, Jowen said, preparing to turn around and leave. Grim Demon nearly died from exasperation because of Jowen. He gritted his teeth and said, Human, after I leave, I can naturally prove to you that I'm powerful. Forget it. I heard that a person can only contract one guardian. I still wish to leave my contract opportunity to a stronger guardian. Even if it's not a top-notch guardian, it needs to be at least average. You don't meet my requirements. Jowen shook his head. Jowen didn't want to contract a guardian at all. He only entered to take a look. The method Wang Mingyuan had given him was to force Grim Demon to sign a special contract. Then, Grim Demon couldn't easily betray him like the other guardians. However, Jowen felt that such a contract wasn't too safe. Although the special contract prevented the guardian from defecting, the guardian could still regain his freedom if his master died. If Grim Demon really had the intention to betray him, he could plot his death before obtaining freedom. The demonic aura in the black cocoon surged like a tidal wave. The 7 jade hoops were unable to completely block the demonic aura. The mysterious incantations and patterns on the jade room's walls lit up. All sorts of patterns lit up on the stone walls of the tunnel. They suppressed the terrifying demonic aura, illuminating the entire mountain belly. Grim Demon was truly infuriated. He wished he could tear this human to pieces. He had never suffered such humiliation. If he wasn't trapped here, even if Jowen knelt down to beg him for a contract, he would have to consider Jowen's aptitude and talent before making an informed decision. Now that he was lowering himself and taking the initiative to form a contract with Jowen was still so picky. He even said something that he needed one that was at least average. This nearly made Grim Demon go mad. If he hadn't been suppressed by Demon Suppression Mountain and unable to use his powers to harm Jowen, he would choose to kill Jowen first to appease his anger, even if he had to wait another few decades or a century. Jowen couldn't help but be alarmed when he saw how powerful Grim Demon was when in a rage. This fellow isn't completely bragging. He might really be able to fight Fairy Burial. Don't be angry. If it wasn't because you were too weak, why would you be imprisoned here by humans? Jowen wanted to see if he could obtain some secrets. These guardians seemed to come from different species. It was unknown why the species of dimensional zones had created them and allowed them to contract with humans. You don't need to know. If you don't wish to sign a contract, Scram, don't disturb my slumber, Grim Demon said coldly. Wait, I just said that you were imprisoned here by humans. You didn't refute me. Could it be that you were really imprisoned here by us humans? Jowen suddenly realized a problem. When he spoke just now, he had said it subconsciously. However, from Grim Demon's point of view, he looked down on humans. He should have retorted when he heard Jowen's words. Jowen waited for a while, but Grim Demon didn't say a word. There was no reaction from the black cocoon. It can't be. Was this fellow really imprisoned here by humans? Look at how dim and silly he is. Could it be that he was trapped here because of a human scheme? The more Jowen thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. However, after saying a few more words, Grim Demon didn't react at all. From the looks of it, he planned on ignoring him. Jowen's hope of learning more insider stories was shattered. Seeing that there was nothing else here, all he could do was retreat and return to Jade Emperor Peak. Unfortunately, I have too many secrets about me. Otherwise, it would be a good choice to contract with Grim Demon. That fellow's strength is indeed extraordinary. With so many secrets about him, he definitely couldn't let a guardian with self-awareness and independent behavior follow him. Jowen used the demon suppression power on Jade Emperor Peak to raise God's retreat. Occasionally, when he was free, he would run down to take a look at Grim Demon and attempt to chat with him, hoping to obtain more information. Unfortunately, after Grim Demon realized that he wasn't willing to contract, he ignored him. Occasionally, he would say a few words, but there were no secrets to speak of. During this period, Jowen also discovered something. Indeed, there was no need for him to slam the door with all his might. All he needed to do was gently hit it to have it open. Is it fun to trick me? Jowen gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Now, Zhou finally understood that neither Wang Mingyuan nor his disciples were decent and serious people. He definitely couldn't believe their words completely. Zhou also tried entering the demon suppression hall in-game. Wang Mingyuan's method was equally effective in-game. There was a black cocoon and Grim Demon down below in-game. However, Grim Demon didn't speak in-game, so there was no way to communicate. Grim Demon, have you heard of a guardian with the word Arch in its name? Zhou had always suspected that the Arch might also be a guardian. Typical mythical creatures didn't seem as intelligent as the Arch. There are naturally guardians with Arch in their names, but compared to me, they are far inferior, Grim Demon said coldly. Zhou had come many times. Being bored, Grim Demon would chat with Zhou indifferently at times. Then are there any women among these guardians with the Arch in their names? Zhou asked again. Of course. However, even the strongest netherworld female Arch isn't my match, Grim Demon said. Zhou was already used to the bragging nature of Grim Demon. He wasn't affected at all as he continued probing. I've been to Chess Mountain before, and met a guardian who calls herself the Arch. Do you know who she is? What kind of place is Chess Mountain? Grim Demon frowned. It's probably where ancient Chaldea is. There's a deer terrace pavilion there. Zhou revealed some information about Chess Mountain. Chapter 602 Strange Response of Grim Demon. Grim Demon didn't react when he heard that. When he heard Zhou mention the power of wishes, he said, I don't know. I've never heard of it. Zhou was somewhat disappointed. He originally imagined that he would be able to obtain some information regarding the Arch from him, but he failed to obtain anything. Zhou attempted to use the Jade Infant to resist the power of the demon suppression statues every day. As he absorbed a large amount of demon suppression forces, the treasure glow on the Jade Infant's body intensified. Later on, Zhou could hardly see the Jade Infant in the treasure glow. Now, the Jade Infant was almost able to resist the demon suppression statues. With the Jade Infant's strength, Zhou could rush to the entrance of the demon suppression hall. However, even so, the Jade Infant still failed to advance to the legendary perfect body. And at this moment, the power of demon suppression was almost negligible to the Jade Infant. Zhou felt that there was no point in staying any longer. He planned on leaving White Cloud Mountain and returning to school. Before Zhou left White Cloud Mountain, he went to inform Grim Demon. Grim Demon, I'm leaving. Let's meet again if fate allows it. Are you really not considering signing a contract with me? There was silence within the black cocoon before the voice of a Grim Demon sounded. I don't have the intention of contracting a guardian for the time being, but I might be able to help you find someone to become your contractor. Zhou felt that it was better to find a friend who was willing to contract, since he wasn't willing to do so. It was better than letting an enemy contract Grim Demon. Although White Cloud Mountain was mysterious and ordinary people couldn't enter, with the passage of time, the secrets of the various dimensional zones would slowly be resolved. It was difficult to guarantee that no one would enter. Do you think I will contract anyone? Grim Demon said coldly. Don't worry. I'll definitely help you find an outstanding human. Zhou felt that he could return and ask Qin Sheng or Li Xian if they wanted to contract the Guardian. I'll take a step back and form an eternal contract with you, Grim Demon said after a moment of silence. At the same time, he explained what an eternal contract was. Zhou already knew what an eternal contract was. The contract Wang Mingyuan had wanted him to force Grim Demon to sign was an eternal contract. After signing such a contract, unless Zhou died, Grim Demon wouldn't be able to obtain freedom. I'm really sorry. I just don't plan on contracting a guardian at the moment. Zhou couldn't accept the circumstances unless he tried advancing to the mythical stage by himself. Even though Grim Demon was an excellent choice, Zhou still firmly declined. In that case, can you do me a favor before you leave? Grim Demon said after some thought. What favor? Zhou asked. I have an essence energy art here. Help me take it out and find a human who can learn it to be my contractor. As a reward, I can agree to do 3 things for you after I'm out. As long as it's within my abilities, I will do anything, said Grim Demon. Sure, Zhou agreed. It didn't affect him much. I'll reveal my essence energy art outside the cocoon. You have to remember every word. Accompanying Grim Demon's voice, the demonic aura in the black cocoon surged and condensed into words. Zhou memorized the words one by one, but he was also wary. As he memorized them, he kept controlling his essence energy to prevent any accidents. Grim Demon's essence energy art was just too long. It was like a sutra. Zhou took 2 to 3 hours to memorize everything. Recite the essence energy art once, and I'll check to see if you make any mistakes, said Grim Demon. There's no need. Show me the essence energy art again. I'll just compare, Zhou said. Alright. Grim Demon didn't persist, and displayed his essence energy art again. Zhou read for a while. It had been too long. When it was time to feed demonic neonate the longevity fruit, he summoned her and handed her one. The essence energy art on the black cocoon suddenly stopped scrolling. Joe asked curiously, "Why aren't you continuing?" There was still no sound in the black cocoon. The demonic aura also seemed to freeze motionless. "Grim Demon, what are you doing?" Joe asked with a frown, but there was no answer. Joe suddenly realized that something was amiss. The abnormal actions of Grim Demon seemed to have begun when he summoned demonic neonate. He glanced at demonic neonate, who was chewing on a longevity fruit, and then at the motionless black cocoon. Joe pulled demonic neonate and nudged her towards the black cocoon. Finally, the black cocoon reacted. Demonic aura spewed out from the black cocoon, but it didn't spray at Joe and demonic neonate. Instead, it seemed to lunge the black cocoon back to dodge them. Unfortunately, it was trapped by the 7 jade hoops and the entire mountain's demon suppression array. It was unable to move. "Don't come over!" Grim Demon's voice finally sounded again. However, there was a hint of horror in his voice. Joe was alarmed. Although demonic neonate is powerful, her strength isn't even comparable to the 6-winged guardian dragon. Why is Grim Demon so afraid of her? "Grim Demon, don't you claim to be the strongest guardian? Why are you so afraid now?" Joe mocked. With Grim Demon's temper, he would definitely retort angrily with the way Joe mocked him. However, this time, he didn't retort. He fell silent again. Indeed, there's something odd. Is Grim Demon actually afraid of demonic neonate? Is there something on demonic neonate that's worth being afraid of? Joe carefully sized up demonic neonate. He didn't allow demonic neonate to continue approaching the black cocoon. If Grim Demon was just pretending to be afraid, but in fact, had ulterior motives towards demonic neonate, wouldn't Joe be harming her if he pushed her over? Demonic neonate's strength in every aspect isn't enough to threaten Grim Demon. If there's really something that can make him afraid, I'm afraid it's only her life providence, life soul, or wheel of destiny. Life providence and life soul will seem to have nothing to do with demons. Could it be that Grim Demon fears the supreme true demon life soul? Many thoughts flashed through Joe's mind. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. However, Joe had no intention of letting demonic neonate take the risk. He turned around and left with demonic neonate. He planned on letting demonic neonate approach the black cocoon in game after returning. As Joe's mythical companion beasts had increased recently, he seldom used demonic neonate in battle. He hadn't tried getting her to attack the black cocoon. "Wait!" To his surprise, just as Joe was about to leave the jade room, the Grim Demon's voice sounded again to stop him. Could it be that the Grim Demon really wants to trick demonic neonate into going over? Joe became even more wary as he unsummoned demonic neonate to prevent any accidents from happening. Chapter 603 Master-Slave Contract. Please agree to sign a master-slave contract with me." Grim Demon's words left Joe alarmed. "What's a master-slave contract?" Joe learned from Wang Mingyuan the 2 types of guardian contracts. One was a guardian contract. This contract was relatively fair. Both parties could terminate the contract at any time, and had the right to give up on each other. The second was the eternal contract that could only be terminated after one party died. Relatively speaking, it was relatively fair. However, guardians had unlimited lifespans, so typically speaking, humans would die first before the contract could be terminated. "I'm willing to sign a contract as a slave. Life and death depend on master's will." Grim Demon explained the effects and methods of the master-slave contract in detail. After Joe finished hearing the description, he felt that the contract was excellent. Grim Fiend's life was at his will. Furthermore, if the master died, the guardian would also die. It was perfect. With the master-slave contract, Joe no longer needed to consider his previous worries. It was just too good. "Since you are so sincere in your request, it wouldn't be nice for me not to agree." "All right, I'll agree to be your master." Joe agreed readily. "Who wants you to be my master?" "I want to invite that lady to be my master," Grim Demon immediately said. Joe's expression froze, as he immediately understood what Grim Demon meant. Grim Demon wanted to sign a master-slave contract with demonic neonate, not him. "You want to sign a master-slave contract with my companion beast?" Joe asked the black cocoon. "Yes," Grim Demon replied with certainty. Could it be that demonic neonate really had a huge background when she was alive? Or could it be because of the supreme true demon life soul she has? Joe summoned demonic neonate again and pointed at the black cocoon, asking her, "Do you know what that is?" Demonic neonate looked at the black cocoon and shook her head. Her tiny face was also filled with confusion. "He wants to be your guardian. Are you willing?" Joe asked again. Demonic neonate shook her head with a blank expression. It was unknown if she knew what a guardian was. "As you can see, she's unwilling to accept you." Joe said to the black cocoon. There was no sound from the black cocoon. Joe led demonic neonate out of the demon suppression hall, but he didn't hear Grim Demon's voice again. What's so different about demonic neonate? It actually made Grim Demon so reverent to the point of even being willing to sign a master-slave contract? Joe couldn't guess. Thankfully, he had the mysterious phone. He planned on bringing demonic neonate here in-game to see the black cocoon's reaction. Outside Jade Emperor Peak, Joe launched the Demon Suppression Mountain Instance Dungeon and led demonic neonate into the Demon Suppression Hall before arriving in front of the black cocoon. The black cocoon in-game wasn't as intelligent as the Grim Demon in real life. No one spoke. Joe attempted to get demonic neonate to approach the black cocoon. Demonic neonate held the ancient sword and slowly walked to the black cocoon. She extended a tiny hand and pressed it on the black cocoon. The demonic aura in the black cocoon immediately erupted and sent demonic neonate flying. Thankfully, demonic neonate seemed to have a high resistance to the demonic aura and wasn't injured. That's strange. Demonic neonate's strength isn't enough to fight Grim Demon. It can't even withstand the demonic aura he emits. Why does Grim Demon think so highly of her? He even said that he's afraid of her? Joe couldn't figure out the crux of the problem. However, demonic neonate was somewhat odd. After coming into contact with the black cocoon and the demonic aura, she began to take the initiative to attack the black cocoon. She even opened her mouth as though she wanted to bite the black cocoon. Although the demonic aura forced her back time and time again, the powerful demonic aura could not harm demonic neonate's body. However, demonic neonate's strength was still too weak, so she failed to break through the demonic aura's defenses. There's indeed a problem. Joe held back demonic neonate and summoned her in reality. He stared into her eyes and asked, "Why do you want to attack the black cocoon?" Demonic neonate answered simply. She didn't know many words. Joe had tried to teach her how to speak for a long period of time, but she still didn't really speak. It was already very rare for her to say a word. "You want to eat that black cocoon?" Joe confirmed again. Demonic neonate didn't say anything this time, and only nodded. Joe immediately understood why Grim Demon restrained his demonic aura after demonic neonate appeared. He didn't dare move because he was afraid of attracting demonic neonate's attention. "What benefits do you get from eating the black cocoon?" Joe asked again. Demonic neonate shook her head with a blank expression. Clearly, this was only her instinct. Even she herself didn't know why she wanted to eat the black cocoon, or rather, what use Grim Demon had. "Do you know what a contract means?" Joe asked her again. Demonic neonate nodded slightly. From the looks of it, she knew what the contract was about. Joe's expression changed constantly. There was indeed a chance in front of him, but he didn't know what would happen if a companion beast had a guardian. Logically speaking, demonic neonate is my companion beast. If Grim Demon is her slave guardian, it should be easy to control him, right? Joe asked demonic neonate again. "If I let you sign a master-slave contract with the creature inside the black cocoon, will it harm you?" Demonic neonate thought for a moment before shaking her head. "If the contract's initiative is in your hands, you can consider signing a master-slave contract with the guardian inside the black cocoon. In that case, won't his life be in your hands? If you want to eat him, you should be able to do so at any time, right? Just treat it as a food reserve, alright?" Joe only suggested, unsure if this method was feasible. Upon hearing that, demonic neonate lowered her head as though she was deep in thought. After a while, she nodded and said, "Okay. Contract. Food reserve." Although demonic neonate didn't speak clearly, Joe still understood the meaning behind her words. In his delight, he led demonic neonate into the demon suppression hall once again. As he walked, Joe persuaded, "Don't be in a rush to eat him after signing the contract. There are still many fruits here. Just treat that as a food reserve. Eat him when the fruits are finished." Demonic neonate thought seriously for a moment before nodding. "Food reserve. No eating. Very good. How smart." Joe patted demonic neonate's head and praised her. Soon, the two of them arrived at the spot where Grim Demon was suppressed. Joe went up and said to Grim Demon, "Grim Demon, it took me a long time to persuade her before she finally agreed to contract with you, but it has to be a master-slave contract." "Of course," Grim Demon answered quickly. From his tone, it was as though Joe was spouting nonsense. It was only natural for him to sign a master-slave contract with demonic neonate. Joe originally wanted to tell demonic neonate how to use the master-slave contract and to warn her to be careful when contracting. If she felt something amiss, she should immediately stop the contractual process. However, to his surprise, demonic neonate seemed to be more familiar with the contract than him. She walked straight to the black cocoon and pressed one hand on it. Chapter 604 Food Reserve. The black cocoon automatically cracked, revealing a ghastly face formed from black smoke. Demonic Neonate pressed her tiny hand on the face. The entire process felt like a guardian contract reversed. When the contractual process was completed, the black cocoon shattered. The 7 white jade hoops that bound the black cocoon fell to the ground with tinkling sounds. Grim Demon escaped, and was like a devil formed from black gas that swept towards Demonic Neonate. Demonic Neonate glared at him, and Grim Demon immediately stopped in midair, not daring to approach her. Demonic Neonate held the ancient sword in her arms. As though unwilling, Grim Demon eventually flew towards the ancient sword and transformed into wisps of black gas that fused into it. In the blink of an eye, the black gas formed by Grim Demon completely fused with the ancient sword, causing the ancient sword to undergo some strange changes. The original purple color became darker. At a glance, one would think it was black, but it was actually a dark purple color. There were even more runes on the scabbard, making it look even more mysterious and strange than before. Joen watched, dumbfounded. He had never seen a guardian acting so lowly and submissive. Not only had he signed a master-slave contract, but he didn't even dare possess her. All he could do was attach himself to the ancient sword. Demonic Neonate carried the ancient sword and returned to Joen's side. Food reserve, acquired. Alright, save it for now. Joen calmed down Demonic Neonate before entering the game to take a look. Indeed, the black cocoon in game was gone. From the looks of it, all the guardians had a uniqueness. The 7 white jade hoops on the ground were of unknown use, but Joen stored them in his chaos space. After leaving White Cloud Mountain, Joen rode on a chi and headed for school while grinding the game dungeons. It happened to be Golden Battle God Halberd's respawning time, so Joen wanted to give it a try. After Demonic Neonate had Grim Demon as a guardian, how much had her strength increased? A guardian's strength was a mystery to Joen. Some of the guardians were very strong, just like the one in Ant City, and a guardian like Fairy Burial. They were very powerful. However, the 6-winged seraphim he had encountered previously seemed very weak on John. Yet, after the 6-winged seraphim left John, he seemed to become much stronger. Joen guessed that after the guardians fused with humans, the amount of strength they could produce depended on how strong the human was. He entered the Metalwork Temple, where the Golden Battle God Halberd had just respawned. When it saw Joen and Demonic Neonate, the tip of the trident immediately lit up. If it was in the past, Demonic Neonate wouldn't have dared to face the trident's golden divine light due to her low level. She would have hidden in the dark and released her sword to deal sneak attacks. However, this time, the ancient sword in Demonic Neonate's arms broke out of its scabbard. Its surging black-purple demonic aura blocked the golden beam. The ancient sword's body appeared above the Golden Battle God Halberd as if it had teleported, slicing the Golden Battle God Halberd into two. Although Demonic Neonate's strength hadn't increased, her demonic sword was much stronger than before. It was able to slice through the Golden Battle God Halberd in one strike. Furthermore, she had won cleanly without any scruples. Not bad. Not bad. Joen was delighted. The demonic sword's offensive power had greatly increased, and it also had demonic aura effects. It made it much easier for him to kill mythical creatures in the future. After the fusion of the demonic sword and guardian, I still have to slowly study how strong it is. Joen was in a good mood as he rushed back to school. Although Joen was in a good mood, Grim Demon was not in a good mood. He originally imagined that Demonic Neonate would sincerely sign a contract with him. He found it acceptable being a slave guardian. However, after hearing Joen and Demonic Neonate's conversation, Grim Demon's heart turned cold. How was he a slave? They were treating him as food reserves. Who knew when Demonic Neonate would eat him if she wasn't happy? Grim Demon hated Joen to the core, because he knew that Demonic Neonate definitely wouldn't have such complicated thoughts. It had to be Joen. However, there was nothing he could do. All he could do was try his best to showcase himself and please Demonic Neonate. He hoped that he could obtain Demonic Neonate's approval so that she wouldn't eat him up for the sake of it. And what made Grim Demon feel uneasy was that he often found himself appearing in strange dimensional zones. He had no idea how he had entered them. What was even more terrifying was the fact that after he died in battle once, he imagined he was doomed. However, before long his consciousness returned to normal, it was as though the death had never happened. What's going on? Grim Demon was alarmed and afraid. He was constantly on tenterhooks. Joen experimented several times and realized that the Grim Demon's ability wasn't as powerful as he had claimed. However, it also allowed the demonic sword to reach the level of a top-notch mythical. In fact, Joen didn't know that the ancient sword possessed by Grim Demon wasn't strong itself and was only a supplementary tool. As the level of its master, Demonic Neonate, was too low, it limited Grim Demon's abilities. Grim Demon's strength wasn't just limited to this. The result was purely because he was restricted. After returning to the city, Joen heard everyone discussing the ranking war. Most people were discussing which companion beast was stronger, and which one was weaker. They talked about the rising of companion beast rankings yesterday, and which companion beast was defeated. Zhou Wen had never heard of many of the companion beasts they discussed. However, the one which was discussed the most was Primordial Sword Immortal. Zhou Wen quickly learned that Primordial Sword Immortal remained at the top of the rankings. After several challenges, none of the companion beasts could shake its dominance. Zhou Wen also had the intention to vie for first place. He wanted to get a divine fruit and feed it to his companion beast, but he wasn't in a rush. There were still 3 months before the deadline. Zhou Wen still wanted to wait a little longer to see if there were any truly powerful mythical companion beasts that could challenge Primordial Sword Immortal. He wanted to understand Primordial Sword Immortal's abilities before deciding which companion beast to send to fight for first place. When Zhou Wen returned to school, he realized that it was especially lively. It was actually a farewell party. Another class of students had graduated. Time really flies. Unknowingly, I've already been at Sunset College for a year. Zhou Wen couldn't help but sigh. These days, schools didn't have the long winter and summer vacations like in the past. Vacations were at most around 10 days. New students would matriculate, and Zhou Wen and company would be promoted to second years. Zhou Wen, I didn't think I would be able to see you before I leave. I never expected you to rush back in time. Wei Gu walked over and said to Zhou Wen with a smile. Senior, aren't you staying on campus? Zhou Wen asked Wei Gu in puzzlement. Wei Gu smiled and said, The school wants me to stay, but I rejected it. Before I leave, I have a wish. I wonder if you can help me fulfill it. Chapter 605 Hypocritical Facade. What wish? If it's not too difficult, I can give it a try. Zhou Wen said. It's nothing difficult. I just want you to help me guess a riddle. Come on. Wei Gu turned around and led the way. Do we still need to go to a special place for guessing riddles? Zhou Wen asked as he followed behind. It took me my entire life to think of such a riddle, so show it some respect. Let's find a place with the correct atmosphere. It will appear a little ritualistic, Wei Gu said with a smile. The two of them arrived at the school's old campus. Today was convocation. Sunset College didn't have a commencement ceremony, but there was a convocation ceremony. Students were basically attending the convocation ceremony, leaving the old campus empty. When they arrived at an empty land, Wei Gu stopped and turned to look at Zhou Wen. Alright, let's do it here. What's your riddle? Zhou Wen stared at Wei Gu and asked. He naturally understood that Wei Ji's so-called riddle wasn't a brain teaser. My riddle is actually very simple. Guess which one is real? Which one is fake? As Wei Gu spoke, he raised his right hand and held a coin between his middle finger and index finger. With a flick, the coin flew towards Zhou Wen. The coin's speed was like a meteor, but it wasn't surprising. Such speed still seemed too slow to Zhou Wen. However, halfway through, the coin split into two, turning into two coins that flew to Zhou Wen's sides. The two coins looked identical. It was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Even the ripples of air being ripped apart were identical. Zhou Wen stood still and allowed the two coins to fly past him. This was because he couldn't tell which coin was real. There was no point in swatting them down. After the two coins flew past him, they landed on the ground not far away. The coin on the left disappeared, leaving only the coin on the right. Senior, you condensed a life soul and advanced to the epic stage? Zhou Wen looked at Wei Gu in surprise. Wei Gu nodded and said, My life soul is called Hypocritical Facade. You saw its ability just now, so please help me distinguish which one is the real me. Can you help me tear off that facade? With that said, Wei Ji's figure suddenly moved. He was clearly a single person, but the moment he moved, he split into two and attacked Zhou Wen from both sides. The speed and strength of the two figures felt very real. It was impossible to tell which was Wei Ji's real body and which was an illusion. Zhou Wen moved his feet and dodged Wei Ji's attack like a ghost. This was because he couldn't tell which one was the real Wei Gu. However, this time, the two Wei guests didn't vanish. Instead, they split into four. The two Wei guests transformed into four Wei guests and attacked Zhou Wen from different directions. Zhou Wen dodged again. In the next strike, Wei Ji's figure split into 8 and attacked Zhou Wen from all directions, sealing off all his escape routes. If it were anyone else, they would have no choice but to make a choice. However, Zhou Wen's movement technique was just amazing, allowing him to pass through the 8 Wei guests. As expected of Zhou Wen. Receive my final strike. Wei Ji's eyes burned. When the 8 figures spoke, they emitted sound waves that made it impossible to tell where the real Wei Gu was. In the next instant, the 8 figures split apart again, transforming into 16 figures that attacked Zhou Wen again. They sealed off every inch of space, preventing him from dodging. This time, Zhou Wen didn't move because he had nowhere to go. Even with his movement technique, It was impossible for him to rush out of this blockade. It was time to make a decision. Without looking at the 16 Wei guess, Zhou Wen closed his eyes and stood rooted to the ground. The first figure's fist struck Zhou Wen, but he didn't move. The figure vanished without a trace. It was only an illusion. It happened a second, a third, and a fourth time. One figure after another struck Zhou Wen in different poses before disappearing one after another. The 15 figures vanished. When the last figure charged at Zhou Wen finally opened his eyes and moved. However, he didn't look at the figure charging at him. Instead, he turned around. The last figure slammed into Zhou Wen's back before disappearing. However, another Wei Gu appeared opposite Zhou Wen. How did you discover me? Wei Gu asked Zhou Wen. I didn't discover you. Your illusion is real. I can't tell if it's real or fake, Zhou Wen said. Then how did you know that the 16 phantoms weren't me? Wei Gu frowned slightly. If Zhou Wen couldn't tell the authenticity of the phantoms, how did he know that the 16 phantoms weren't his real body? Zhou Wen smiled and said, Because I believe in your character. What do you mean? Wei Gu was slightly taken aback as he asked Zhou Wen. Because you are a person who likes to play chess. How can a person who likes to play chess treat themselves as a chess piece? Zhou Wen said seriously. Wei Gu looked at Zhou Wen in a daze. After a while, he laughed and leaned back, his tears almost flowing out. So that's how it is. Life is like a game of chess. What right do I, Wei Gu, have to think that I can transcend a game? I'd forgotten. If I can't enter the game, what right do I have to influence it? Wei Gu wiped away his smile and looked at Zhou Wen solemnly. I'm leaving. I'm going to the capital and starting from the smallest chess piece. If there's a day when I can change the development of the game, I hope I have the chance to ask you again to guess my riddle. Are you really not staying? Zhou Wen asked. Wei Gu didn't answer. He turned around and left. As he walked, he said, It's a pleasure to play chess with other humans, but it will be a bitter battle playing chess with the heavens. In my lifetime, if I am lucky to barely defeat the heavens, it will be enough for me. Zhou Wen stood there motionless as he watched Wei Gu leave. As a chess piece, one can't even control their fate. Can one really break out of this situation? Zhou Wen didn't know the answer as he couldn't help but feel vexed. Jiang Yan, Zhong Zia, Hui Haifeng, Wang Lu, Zhang Yuji, and Wei Gu were all outstanding people of the present era, but they had no choice but to head to a future they didn't know of under the influence of fate. Sunset College's convocation ceremony was more like a farewell before a warrior went to the battlefield. After leaving the school gates, the students would face the battlefield of life, which had no regularity. No one could protect them. Their life and death were in their hands. Chapter 606 Freshman Matriculation. When Zhou Wen returned to his dorm, he saw that there were many boxes in the living room. They were likely to be the things Li Xian had sent over. Apart from him, only Li Xian and Sheng had the key to his place. And Sheng probably didn't have the time to come over. Bam! Bam! Zhou Wen had just entered when he suddenly felt two heavy blows on the back of his head. He fell to the ground as his vision turned black. Alarmed, he didn't know who could sneak an attack on him without him noticing. He forced himself to charge forward and make a counterattack. However, when he turned around, he realized that it was the antelope standing behind him, looking at him angrily. The chick was standing on the door frame, looking at him unhappily. Oh no! In the past, because Wang Lu was around, I didn't need to pay attention to the two of them when I was out. They would run to Wang Lu by themselves. Now that she's gone, they have nowhere to go. How could I have forgotten about this? Zhou Wen shivered when he saw the angry expressions on the antelope and chick. He hurriedly said with a smile, Don't be angry. I went out this time to especially gather delicacies for you. This is something I found for you. As Zhou Wen spoke, he searched his body, but he obviously hadn't prepared anything for the antelope and chick. He failed to find anything despite searching all day. With an idea in mind, Zhou Wen took out the beef jerky he had prepared from the chaos bead. This was part of his food reserves. Zhou Wen planned on eating them when he was trapped in certain places. They were all high-quality goods that were rather expensive. Now, he had no choice but to take them out. Seeing the antelope and chick eat the bag of dried meat, Zhou Wen couldn't help but feel his heart ache. He didn't have many savings left. Although he had plenty of essence crystals, they hadn't been exchanged for money. Zhou Wen was still a pauper, and the remaining money had been used to buy items for the Darch. Zhou Wen opened the boxes and carefully checked them. Indeed, it was the items he had asked Li Xian to buy. The quantity was right. He called Li Xian and told him that he had returned and had received the items. The two chatted for a while before Zhou Wen realized that the antelope and chick hadn't starved during his absence. And Sheng had been delivering food to them. Damned antelope. Since you aren't hungry, why did you hit me? Zhou Wen glared at the antelope, but he didn't dare say it out loud. In the past, He had believed that the antelope was an epic creature, but he was already considered one of the best at the epic stage. The fact that the antelope could still secretly hoof him twice meant that this fellow definitely wasn't as simple as an epic creature. This fellow is definitely at the mythical stage, and it's not any ordinary mythical stage creature. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such high intelligence. What motives does he have for following me? Zhou Wen was puzzled. When the antelope followed him, he was still weak. He really couldn't figure out what it liked about him. The battles on the companion beast rankings continued, but most of them were mythical pets that challenged each other on the rankings. The rankings just shifted, and there were very few new companion beasts on the list. As Zhou Wen grinded dungeons, he studied his life soul and the first order of chaos. He lived a very fulfilling life. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the freshmen to matriculate. Li Xian pulled Zhou Wen and company along and set up a stall with the other clubs to recruit new members. However, the other clubs' recruitment stands were surrounded by many freshmen, but Zhou Wen and company didn't even have a single student patronizing their stall. Even when students passed by, they quickly sped up after taking a look. Zhou Wen, Li Xian, and Gu Dian sat in a row behind a table. Li Xian leaned lazily against the chair and dug his nose. Zhou Wen lowered his head as he gained. Gu Dian wore a serious expression as he sat there, waiting for the freshmen to make inquiries. However, with his forbidding looks, the freshmen were afraid of him. They didn't dare come over and fled in fright when Gu Dian took a glance at them. Therefore, Zhou Wen and company's bleakness formed a stark contrast with the popular clubs around them. It was as though they were a vacuum. I hereby announce that from today onwards, I, Gully, will be the king of Sunset College. If you aren't convinced, step forward. A clear voice came from the school's entrance, causing the noisy school gates to fall silent. The freshman looked in the direction of the school's entrance and saw a handsome, tall, brown-haired youth standing on the steps of a memorial wall. He looked like the king of the world as he raised his head and loudly announced that the world belonged to him. However, very quickly, most of the people's attention was attracted to a girl beside him. The girl was wearing a white dress. She was tall, but her face was exquisite like an angel's. She had long blonde hair and green eyes. She looked like she had walked out of an oil painting. What excellence! I never expected our school to have such an excellent junior. If we can woo her, I'm afraid others will die of envy, Li Xian said as he looked at the girl. Li Xian was only joking, but many people had already taken action. The freshmen were still very reserved, but the seniors had already mastered the ability to be shameless. This was especially so for the old foxes of the clubs. All of them held their club's recruitment notices and ran over to the girl, inviting her to join their club. They also asked for the girl's name and so on. If it wasn't to maintain their images as seniors, they would have even asked for her vital statistics. Gully was originally very satisfied that he had attracted the attention of all the students, but he soon realized that no one was paying any attention to him. Everyone was surrounding the girl, causing the corners of his eyes to twitch. His aura seemed to have become very strange. This was Sunset College. The older students were already accustomed to it, so how could they care about a freshman like Gully? They thought nothing of him. Get out of the way! We aren't joining any clubs. Gully had no choice but to jump down the stairs and part the crowd around the girl, pushing away the enthusiastic seniors. The girl's attitude was friendly, but it was obvious that her thoughts weren't on those people. She scanned the crowd, and when she saw Zhou Wen, she immediately stared at him as though she had found her prey. He's there, the girl said to Gully. Gully traced the girl's gaze and saw Zhou Wen. He opened up a path from the crowd of seniors and walked towards Zhou Wen and company. The girl followed behind Gully and also walked towards Zhou Wen and company. Some of the seniors had originally planned on pestering them, but when they saw them walk towards Zhou Wen and company, they could only stop and watch from afar in dismay. Chapter 607 Little Brother, Who Came for Zhou Wen. Gully walked to the table and took out his phone. Then, he opened the photo album and found a photo. He looked at it before looking at Zhou Wen. After confirming it, he put away his phone and said to Zhou Wen, You are the strongest student at Sunset College, Zhou Wen, right? I, Gully, want to challenge you. Let's go to the training grounds. Li Xian looked at Gully with interest, but he didn't say a word. Zhou Wen put down his phone and sized up Gully. You've got the wrong person. The wrong person? Gully was taken aback when he heard that. He hurriedly took out his phone and quickly tapped on the photo to compare it with Zhou Wen before saying to Zhou Wen, Don't try to lie to me. The person in the photo is clearly you. With that said, Gully rotated his phone to let Zhou Wen take a look at the photo. Zhou Wen glanced at the photo. It really was him, but it didn't look like the photo he had taken recently. The clothes were probably the ones he wore when he went to the Holy Land. You really have got the wrong person. Take a closer look. The person in the photo has longer hair than me. Furthermore, his pupils are pure black. My pupils are a little brownish black. Take a closer look. Our facial features are somewhat different, Zhou Wen said to Gully. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, Gully took a closer look and felt that it was indeed a little different. In fact, everyone's photos were slightly different from the person. This was normal. Sis, it looks like we got the wrong person, Gully said to the beautiful girl. The girl rolled her eyes at him and said to Zhou Wen, to be able to defeat a genius like Lance, I thought Zhou Wen was really an impressive figure. But he's just a coward who doesn't even dare recognize his name. You know Lance? Zhou Wen asked the girl. My name is Sadie. This is my younger brother, Gully. Lance is our cousin, the girl said. So it's Lance's cousins. Welcome to Sunset College to study. If there's anything you aren't used to, feel free to look for me. I'll try my best to help you within my capabilities. Although Zhou Wen and Lance were rivals before, Zhou Wen was still very impressed with Lance's character. Furthermore, Lance had once helped them leave Holy City. It was only right for him to take care of his cousins. Are you really Zhou Wen? Why did you lie? Gully stared at Zhou Wen angrily. Li Xian said with a smile. He's Zhou Wen, but his name isn't the strongest student at Sunset College, Zhou Wen. Therefore, he's not lying. Humph, cut the crap. I want to defeat you and avenge Lance, Gully said as he stared at Zhou Wen. Even Lance lost. Do you think you are stronger than Lance? Li Xian asked. Lance is naturally the strongest. Zhou Wen was only lucky to defeat him. If you battle again, Lance will definitely win. I will definitely win as well, Gully said confidently. I see. Seeing how confident you are, I believe you can defeat Zhou Wen. However, Sunset College forbids private duels. Even if you don't care about being expelled, Zhou Wen won't fight you, Li Xian said with a smile. Gully immediately frowned. Why would Sunset College have such a rule? Wouldn't that mean our special admission into Sunset College was a waste of time? That's not the case. Seeing how confident you are, your abilities definitely can't be bad. I also believe that you can definitely defeat Zhou Wen. To be honest, I've long found Zhou Wen an eyesore. Unfortunately, I'm no match for him, so I might as well help you. See this? You and your sister can fill in this application form and sign it. Then, you can join our Xianwen Club. The Xianwen Club is a formal club approved by the school. The club's members are free to spar. You can use the opportunity to defeat Zhou Wen. This way, Zhou Wen and you won't be punished. He has no way of rejecting the sparring either. With that said, Li Xian stuffed the 2 application forms into Gully's hand. He patted his shoulder and said, Junior, this is all I can do for you. Whether or not you can help Lance avenge his humiliation depends on you. Are you sure I can challenge Zhou in this way? Gully asked Li Xian in disbelief. Of course. After joining the club, you'll definitely be able to spar with Zhou Wen. If not, I'll stand there and let you beat me until you are satisfied, Li Xian said as he patted his chest. Alright, I'll be joining. Gully leaned against the table and began filling in the form. Junior Sadie, you also wish to challenge Zhou Wen, right? Fill it out together. Li Xian handed the other application form to Sadie. Sadie glanced at Li Xian as though she had seen through him. However, Li Xian didn't mind as he continued smiling at her. Sadie didn't say anything. She picked up the pen on the table and filled in the application form before signing her name. Congratulations to the 2 of you for becoming new members of our Xianwen Club. After receiving their application forms, he extended his hand out to Sadie. However, Sadie ignored him and looked at Zhou Wen. Can we challenge you now? Of course, but you can't do it here, right? Go to your dorms and settle down first. I'll arrange the time and venue for you. Don't worry. With me around, I guarantee that you will have plenty of time to spar with Zhou Wen. Li Xian warmly helped Sadie take her luggage and took them to the matriculation booth. When members from the other clubs saw that Sadie had been pulled into the Xianwen Club, they secretly pounded their chests and stamped their feet. Their hearts ached for such a beautiful woman. She had actually entered a beast's nest. Once Li Xian left, there was no need for Zhou Wen and Gu Dian to stay. They couldn't recruit new members at all. With Li Xian handling them, Zhou Wen didn't pay any attention to this matter. He returned to continue grinding his game dungeons. The next morning, after Gully and Sadie finished their matriculation procedures, they contacted Li Xian to arrange the duel with Zhou Wen. Li Xian agreed and got Gully and Sadie to wait for him at the training grounds. Gully and Sadie arrived at the training grounds. After waiting for a while, they saw Li Xian bring a boy over. He looked handsome, but he wasn't Zhou Wen. Li Xian, where's Zhou Wen? Gully asked with a frown. Calm down. Let me introduce him to you. This student's surname is Feng. He is under the tutelage of Zhou Wen and has learned a few saber techniques. I especially invited him over to let you take a look at his saber techniques, so that you will have a basic understanding of Zhou Wen. This way, when you challenge him again, your chances of winning will be much higher, Li Xian said. There's no need. Our strength is enough to defeat Zhou Wen. We don't have to waste time on this, Gully rejected. It's not a big deal taking a look first. I've long found Zhou Wen an eyesore. I sincerely hope that you can beat him. Don't you disappoint me, Li Xian said as he waved at Feng Qiuyan. Little Yan Yan, spar with Junior Gully. Use everything you learn from Zhou Wen. Don't disappoint him. Feng Qiuyan walked silently to the training grounds arena. Gully felt that Li Xian had good intentions and couldn't reject him. Seeing Sadie nod, he walked into the arena. Chapter 608 Stalking. I'll give you a one-hand handicap. Come! Gully didn't pick a weapon from the training rack. He extended his hand and hooked his hand at Feng Qiuyan, gesturing for him to attack. Feng Qiuyan didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up a practice saber from the rack, walked to Gully, and slashed. Gully and Lance came from the same family. Among his peers, he was only impressed with Lance. He couldn't accept the fact that Lance had been defeated by Zhou Wen. He and Sadie shared the same thoughts. They had entered Sunset College together to right Lance's reputation. Gully's strength was not bad. He wasn't much weaker than Lance from a year ago. He naturally didn't take the unknown Feng Qiuyan seriously. However, when Feng Qiuyan's saber was unsheathed, his aura instantly exploded, as though he had changed into a different person. Gully's expression changed drastically as his body tensed up. He quickly moved, hoping to dodge Feng Qiuyan's saber. However, just as Gully raised his toes, Feng Qiuyan's practice saber was already at his neck. Gully's expression turned extremely ugly. Who are you? Now Gully didn't believe that Feng Qiuyan was some nobody who had randomly learned a few saber techniques from Zhou Wen. I'm Feng Qiuyan. I learned a few mediocre saber techniques from Coach Zhou Wen. I look forward to our fight, Feng Qiuyan said as he retracted his saber. Gully's gaze focused as he suddenly attacked to catch Feng Qiuyan by surprise. However, just as he raised his fist, Feng Qiuyan's saber was pressed against his neck again. It was so fast that he couldn't see the saber shadow. Gully refused to accept it as he pushed away the practice saber and attacked again. However, Feng Qiuyan moved slightly and dodged his fist. At the same time, the practice saber was placed on his neck. Gully was alarmed and furious. Feng Qiuyan was about the same age as him, but his saber techniques were so fast that he couldn't even dodge them. If it was a true life and death battle, he wouldn't have enough limbs for him to cleave off even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Gully, that's enough. Sadie stopped Gully from continuing the battle. She could tell that Gully was obviously inferior to Feng Qiuyan. It would be impossible for him to win. Your surname is Feng. Are you from the capital's Feng family, or the Sea Returns Feng family? Gully retreated to the side as Sadie asked Feng Qiuyan. The Sea Returns Feng family? Feng Qiuyan answered. With the Sea Return Feng family producing a saber genius like you, there's hope for it to take back the Divine Wind Blade and become the main Feng family, said Sadie. You're too kind. My saber techniques aren't much. I just learned a little from Coach, Feng Qiuyan said indifferently when he saw that Sadie had no intention of attacking. He placed the practice saber back on the rack. Did you really learn your saber techniques from Zhou Wen? Sadie didn't believe Feng Qiuyan's words. He and Gully had watched the video of Zhou Wen and Lance's battle. Zhou Wen would probably not have been a match for Feng Qiuyan back then. In less than a year, no matter how fast Zhou Wen improved, it was impossible for him to be stronger than Feng Qiuyan. How could he teach Feng Qiuyan such saber techniques? Yes, Feng Qiuyan answered before saying to Li Xian. President, I'll be heading back now. I've got an appointment with Coach to do a homework mission together. Little Yan Yan, go back now. Li Xian sent Feng Qiuyan away with a smile before sighing at Gully and Sadie. You can't even defeat Feng Qiuyan, so how are you going to challenge Zhou Wen? From the looks of it, I can only let that fellow continue his arrogant ways. It's really heart-wrenching. Gully was momentarily disappointed. Feng Qiuyan's absolute suppression had already made him lose his confidence. However, you don't have to be too disheartened. Our club still has many activities. When the time comes, you will still have the chance to continue learning and growing. Zhou Wen will often participate in activities. Work hard, and there's still a chance of defeating him. I think highly of you. As Li Xian spoke, he picked up his phone and looked at it. Alright, that's all for today. I'll inform you when the club has an activity. Sis, it's no wonder Zhou Wen defeated Lance. The disciples he taught are so strong. He must be stronger, Gully said in disappointment. However, Sadie curled her lips and said, Gully, you are too gullible. It's too easy for you to be deceived. Feng Qiuyan's saber technique already has the inklings of a master saber expert. Even among the 6 families, there aren't many people with such saber techniques. How can Zhou Wen teach such a person? It's more like him teaching Zhou Wen. But Feng Qiuyan said it himself. Before Gully could finish, Sadie interrupted him. Sadie said firmly, "The more that's the case, the more problematic it is. If Zhou Wen is really that strong, why didn't he accept the challenge himself? It's clearly because he's afraid of losing to us that he joined forces with Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan to put up such a show for us. It's to make us give up on challenging him. I see. I was almost fooled by him. Let's go find Zhou Wen. We can't let him run again no matter what." Gully's eyes gradually lit up. However, when he turned his head, Gully frowned again. "But how can we find Zhou Wen? We have no idea where he lives." "That's not difficult. Didn't Feng Qiuyan say that he has an appointment with Zhou Wen? As long as we follow Feng Qiuyan, we will definitely be able to find him," Sadie said indifferently. "That's right. With your Eye of Odin, it'll be easy to keep up with Feng Qiuyan. Let's go now," Gully said as he walked out. The two of them left the training grounds. Sadie's eyes suffused a faint blue light as she led the way. Soon, the two of them arrived at Dragon Gate Grotto. From afar, they saw Zhou Wen and Feng Qiuyan enter a cave together. "I see them. They are there. Zhou Wen is indeed here," Gully said as he pointed to where Zhou Wen and Feng Qiuyan had entered. Sadie nodded, and the two of them arrived in front of the cave. She carefully sized up the cave and said, "This should be the Lotus Flower Cave in Dragon Gate Grotto. There are legendary flying beasts and epic fairy-type dimensional creatures inside. With Feng Qiuyan's strength, the flying beasts aren't challenging him. I reckon they are here to kill the fairies. It doesn't matter what they kill. They just happen to enter a dimensional zone. Let's chase after them and fight Zhou Wen. As long as we defeat him, it doesn't matter even if we get expelled. After all, we came here to defeat him," said Gully as he quickly walked towards Lotus Flower Cave. Sadie followed closely behind. Zhou Wen had been invited by Feng Qiuyan to Lotus Flower Cave. As Feng Qiuyan had discovered a mutated fairy there, he had invited Zhou Wen to kill it. Chapter 609 Slaying Fairies. The last time Zhou Wen came to kill the mutated fairy, he was with Jiang Yan, Zhong Zia, and Hui Haifeng. Now, the three of them were scattered across the world. He did not know if there would come a day when the four of them would reunite. "The mutated fairy is inside. I'll be in charge of restraining the flying beasts and ordinary fairies later. I'll leave the mutated fairy to you, coach," Feng Qiuyan said. "All right." Zhou Wen nodded slightly. The two of them walked into one of the caves. Sadie and Gully also arrived nearby. When they saw Zhou Wen and Feng Qiuyan walk into the cave, Gully wanted to chase after them, but he was stopped by Sadie. "Wait a moment." After grabbing Gully, Sadie looked in the direction of the cave that Zhou Wen had entered. An eye suddenly flew out of her eye socket and vanished as though it had teleported. Sadie had one eye closed, but her other opened eye shot out a light beam that formed a three-dimensional projection in front of her. It was a scene of Zhou Wen and Feng Qiuyan. In the projection, they were facing a group of flying beasts. There were at least a few hundred of them. There were also more than a dozen of fairies, as well as a mutated black and white fairy. "So many fairies! Can the two of them deal with so many fairies?" Gully asked while looking at the three-dimensional projection. "Coach, I'll pave the way for you," Feng Qiuyan said as he drew his saber to meet the incoming flying beasts. "There's no need. Didn't you invite me over to see me take action? Leave it to me." Zhou Wen knew very well. If Feng Qiuyan really wanted him to kill the mutated fairy, he would definitely try his best. It was impossible for him to seek his help. The reason he had invited him wasn't to kill the mutated fairy at all. "As expected, nothing can escape your eyes, coach," Feng Qiuyan said. "Then just watch." Zhou Wen held the bamboo blade in hand as he stared at the flying beasts and fairies that rushed over like a swath of dark clouds. However, his focus wasn't on them. Instead, he passed through the beast horde and stared at the mutated fairy floating in the sky. "What is he trying to do? To fight so many dimensional creatures alone, even an epic wouldn't be able to escape unscathed, right?" Gully said. "Wait until everything is over," said Sadie. Seeing the horde of flying beasts and fairies rush towards Zhou Wen and about to lunge at him, Feng Qiuyan, who was standing beside him, took 2 steps back as though he really didn't plan on helping. Just as Gully and Sadie were wondering how Zhou Wen was going to deal with a group of flying beasts and fairies, Zhou Wen finally unsheathed his saber. A saber beam flashed, but Gully and Sadie only saw the flash dissipate. Before they could see the blade, it had already returned to its sheath. The flying beasts and fairies that filled the sky didn't seem to be affected as they charged at Zhou Wen. "What the hell? It's useless," Gully muttered. However, in the next second, the flying beasts and fairies were split in half. Hundreds of flying beasts spewed out blood as their dismembered corpses fell. More than 10 fairies were covered in blood, their bodies beheaded. Even 100 meters away, the mutated fairy, who hadn't charged over, had its head chopped off. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere in the cave. Not a single flying beast or fairy survived. Gully and Sadie's expressions changed drastically, as though someone had stabbed them in the heart. Their faces turned pale, and a cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. The two of them exchanged looks before retreating. They slowly walked out of Lotus Flower Cave. After exiting Lotus Flower Cave, Gully took a deep breath and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. He asked Sadie in bewilderment, "Sis, did you see how he slashed out just now? It was too fast. I didn't see it clearly, but it's alright. I have the Eye of Odin. I'll take my time to have a look when I get back." It was unknown when the eye that flew out had returned to Sadie's eye socket. When the two of them entered their dormitory, Sadie closed the door and windows. Only then did her eyes glow with blue light. The light that shot out formed a three-dimensional projection. The projection was the scene of Zhou and Feng Qiuyan in the cave. The scene was like a video that was played by Sadie's eyes. At the moment Zhou drew his saber, Sadie slowed down the projection. The flying beast's action slowed down, but they could only see a saber flash. Before they could see what the saber in Zhou's hand looked like, it had already returned to its scabbard. Impossible. How can it be so fast? Even if he has advanced to the epic stage, it's impossible for him to advance so quickly. Gully's face was filled with disbelief. Sadie's expression was solemn, but she didn't say anything. She slowed down the speed of the projection once again. This time, after slowing down, the flying beast's movements were jittery, as it reeled forward frame by frame. This time, they finally saw Zhou strike clearly. The saber was like a stream of light, but in fact, it wasn't just a saber. Zhou's body leaned forward as he drew his saber. Instantly, he flew up with the saber and drew an arc as he shuttled through the fairy beast horde. Under such slow replay speeds, he remained so fast that it left them dazzled. The saber beam streaked across the flying beasts and fairies' bodies, like lightning before finally slashing across the mutated fairy's neck. After completing a circle, Zhou returned to his original spot. The saber returned to its scabbard, as though he had never moved. The entire process looked pleasing to the eye. The entire process was smooth, as though it was an agile and speedy flash of lightning. Gully broke out into a cold sweat as he looked at Sadie with a stiff neck. "Sis, how slow was your Eye of Odin's replay speed?" 7 times. Sadie replied with a strange expression. "Impossible." Upon hearing this answer, Gully immediately shouted, "When your Eye of Odin lowers the speed by 2 times, the fastest legendary expert will become as slow as a snail. At the speed of 4 times, even an epic stage will also be like a turtle crawl. At the speed of 6 times, even a top epic expert who focuses on speed will become like a super slow motion scene. How can his saber technique and movement technique be so fast at a 7-time slowdown? Even if he's already a top epic, it's impossible for him to have such a fast saber and movement technique. Yes, it's indeed impossible. The Eye of Odin was slowed down 7 times. Only the speed of a mythical stage expert can produce such an effect," said Sadie. "How can he be at the mythical stage? Impossible. Sis, are you mistaken?" How could Gully believe that Zhou, who was less than 2 years older than him, be at the mythical stage? "It's impossible for my Eye of Odin to make a mistake. Of course, it's impossible for him to be at the mythical stage. Then, there's only one possibility left. He trained his saber technique to become a divine technique, which is why he has such a fast speed," Sadie said with a burning gaze. "Divine saber technique?" Gully was stunned. This answer was still unacceptable to him, but he knew very well that Sadie's Eye of Odin couldn't be wrong. They had originally come here to right Lance's reputation. Although Gully hadn't advanced to the epic stage, he was already very close. As for Sadie, she had advanced to the epic stage and obtained the Life Soul, Eye of Odin, which was almost like a bug in computer programs. Gully originally believed that no matter how strong Zhou was, even if he could defeat him, he was definitely not Sadie's match. But now, he felt endless despair. A person who had mastered a divine technique at the epic stage, and him being only 17 years old, just the thought of it left him dizzy. Even in the history of the 6 families, there had never been such a terrifying person. Chapter 610 Golden Overlord Sword. 610 Golden Overlord Sword. Ding! A crisp sound came from the phone. Zhou saw an item drop in game and nearly jumped out of bed. After returning yesterday, Zhou had spent the entire night grinding dungeons. When he finally killed the Golden Battle God Halberd in the morning, a companion egg dropped for the 3rd time. Is the drop rate for the Golden Battle God Halberd that high? Zhou looked at the 3 identical halberds, with slightly different stats and skills. He felt a little depressed. An additional mythical companion beast was indeed able to greatly enhance Zhou Wen's strength. However, when facing different situations, the same companion beast's ability made for weaker adaptation. When restrained, the same companion beasts would be restrained together. They would be limited and prevent him from adapting to the situation. However, for fusion, there's no suitable companion beast to fuse with the Golden Battle God Halberd. Zhou Wen matched his companion beasts with the Golden Battle God Halberd again. In the final match, the compatibility between Overlord Sword and Golden Battle God Halberd was the highest, but it was only 41%. With less than 50% fusion compatibility, the chances of a fusion success were very low. The only fusion plan with a high compatibility score was the Golden Battle God Halberd and the Golden Battle God Halberd. However, the most important function of the Golden Battle God Halberd was its Life Soul, Golden Divine Light, and Unstoppable. With these two abilities, the Golden Battle God Halberd's effects could already be considered to be at its peak. Even if he could enhance its attributes or have a few more skills after fusion, the main functions of the Golden Battle God Halberd wouldn't have any qualitative improvement. It would be better to keep 2 Golden Battle God Halberds, so that he could be stronger in battle. I already have 3 Golden Battle God Halberds. I can take the gamble with one. With 41% compatibility, the chances of success can't be considered very low. If the Golden Battle God Halberd can fuse with Overlord Sword's abilities, the best outcome will be having 2 skills, Unstoppable and Ever Victorious, at the same time. Then, releasing sword beams being augmented by these 2 skills, that would be really impressive. However, this is only the best outcome. Ignoring the possibility of fusion failure, even if the fusion succeeds, it might not turn out the way I wish. The skills may be retained, but the Life Providence and Life Soul can also be changed. It might not be able to retain its mythical stage. After some consideration, Zhou Wen decided to give it a try. Since Overlord Sword isn't of much use anymore, and I have 3 Golden Divine Battle Halberds, so be it if I lose one. Zhou Wen didn't hold much hope as he placed the Golden Battle God Halberd and Overlord Sword together into the fusion column before clicking on fusion. The 2 companion beasts emitted light at the same time before fusing into one, turning the entire screen into a snow-white glow. When the light gradually dissipated, a new companion beast appeared in front of Zhou Wen. I succeeded. Zhou Wen was delighted as he sized up the companion beast. As the 2 were already incubated companion beasts, the newly fused companion beast was affected by the 2 companion beasts, causing a change in appearance. Zhou Wen's first impression was that it was a tycoon with a shiny, golden blade. However, this blade was extremely odd. From its appearance, it looked like a great sword. However, 2 short blades protruded from the 2 sides of the greatsword's hilt. They were like 2 side blades of the trident, making it look both like a great sword or a mutated trident. After pulling out the information on the new companion beast, Zhou Wen carefully looked at its stats. Golden Overlord Sword, Mythical. Life Providence, Sword Sovereign of God. Life Soul, Golden Sword Aura. Wheel of Destiny, Benevolence of the Battle God. Strength, 79. Speed, 72. Constitution, 79. Essence Energy, 68. Talent Skill, Ever Victorious, Fong Wheel Sword Flash. Companion Form, Golden Great Sword. Zhou Wen frowned slightly. It looked like its stats weren't bad, and it seemed to have fused well in all aspects, but it lacked an important skill, Unstoppable, a skill that came with Golden Battle God Halberd. Furthermore, he did not know if the Golden Sword Aura's effect could be compared to the Golden Divine Light. Zhou Wen took the Golden Great Sword to try it in-game, and realized that the Golden Sword Aura could actually be shot out as a Fong Wheel Sword Flash. Furthermore, its might wasn't inferior to the Golden Divine Light. It was just that it lacked Unstoppable skill. Its destructive power was slightly weaker, but with Ever Victorious augmentation, it was not too much weaker. Although the Golden Overlord Sword stats and skills were slightly inferior to the Golden Battle God Halberd, its Golden Sword Aura could be released. This was a qualitative leap, raising Zhou Wen's combat ability. If he had to choose out of the 2, Zhou Wen would still choose the Golden Overlord Sword. Looking at the Golden Battle God Halberd companion egg that hadn't hatched, Zhou Wen matched it with the Golden Overlord Sword and realized that the compatibility was higher than before. It was as high as 69%. With the Golden Battle God Halberd companion egg as a supplementary ingredient, I can strengthen it without changing the Golden Overlord Sword's foundation. However, I wonder how much it can increase. It would be great if I could fuse Unstoppable into it. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and placed the Golden Battle God Halberd companion egg on it again. He decided to fuse it again. Although the Golden Overlord Sword was already very powerful, Zhou Wen felt that something was missing without Unstoppable. It had to be said that Zhou Wen had some perfectionist inclinations. Seeing the light engulf the Golden Overlord Sword and companion egg, Zhou Wen couldn't help but feel nervous. Although the success rate was close to 70%, Zhou Wen had previously failed at a higher success rate. Failure wasn't impossible. My heart is in a mess. I need to blank my mind. Just as the fusion began, his phone suddenly rang. It gave Zhou Wen a fright. He picked up his phone and saw that it was Wan Lu's number. What are you doing? Why did you take so long to answer the call? Wan Lu's voice sounded from the phone. I'm gaming, Zhou Wen answered. He turned his head and saw that the fusion had ended. The Golden Overlord sword was still there and hadn't disappeared. Can't you have other activities other than gaming? Wan Lu said unhappily. I don't want to move, Zhou Wen answered. Wan Lu knew that Zhou Wen wasn't a talkative person, but she still felt indignant. After calming herself down, she continued. I've successfully advanced to the epic stage. However, due to the problem of cultivating my essence energy art, I've degenerated to the mortal stage. I need time to recultivate again. I won't be able to return to school anytime soon. When I wasn't around, the antelope and little Feifei must have suffered quite a lot. You must have forgotten to feed them. Do you now know that it's impossible without me? Not at all. When I wasn't around, and Shang would feed them. They had plenty of good food to eat. Zhou Wen answered. Goodbye. Wan Lu decisively hung up. She felt that if she continued chatting, she would be infuriated by Zhou Wen. Why did you hang up on me? Zhou Wen put down his phone and looked at the post-fusion stats of the Golden Overlord sword. Chapter 6:11 Competition for the top rank. Golden Overlord sword, mythical. Life Providence, sword sovereign of God. Life Soul, golden sword aura. Wheel of Destiny, benevolence of the battle god. Strength, 80. Speed, 76. Constitution, 80. Essence energy, 78. Talent skill, ever victorious, unstoppable, falling wheel sword flash, battle god's radiance. Companion form, golden great sword. Zhou Wen was delighted when he saw this. Not only was unstoppable retained, but he had also gained golden battle god halberd's battle god's radiance. It was an AoE skill, and it was pretty good. Furthermore, its stats had increased significantly. It could be considered a top-notch mythical companion beast. Zhou Wen entered the game with the Golden Overlord sword. Together with his divine skill, transcended flying immortal, killing dimensional creatures was simple. Even mythical creatures couldn't withstand its sharpness. I'm better with swords at the end of the day. The golden battle god halberd's golden divine light couldn't be released, so it was quite flawed. Zhou Wen compared the golden battle god halberd to the Golden Overlord sword and immediately gave up on the golden battle god halberd, letting it attack in its own form. Old Zhou, quick! Check out the livestream! Zhou Wen was still immersed in the joy of the success of the Golden Overlord sword's fusion, when Li Xian suddenly sent a message. What livestream? Zhou Wen replied. It's the cube's ranking. The second-ranked Death of the Underworld is challenging the number 1 Primordial Sword Immortal. Holy *T, Primordial Sword Immortal has accepted the challenge. Quick, take a look, Li Xian replied. Zhou Wen hurriedly opened the web page and immediately saw all kinds of headlines. They were all live-streaming the battle. He randomly clicked on one, and the scene that popped up on his phone was that of the cube's arena. Death of the Underworld and Primordial Sword Immortal floated on both sides of the arena. The battle between the two companion beasts alarmed the entire world. It wasn't just the Federation, but even overseas spectators were watching the battle closely. Death of the Underworld was first on the rankings in the beginning, but was relegated to second because of Primordial Sword Immortal. Ever since then, despite many companion beasts joining the rankings, none shook their rankings. From this, it could be seen that these two companion beasts were extremely terrifying by the cube's standards. Strange, how can Death of the Underworld be challenging Primordial Sword Immortal? Zhou Wen was puzzled. And Shang had told him that Death of the Underworld was likely a companion beast of a West District hero family. However, the tradition of the family was somewhat different from ordinary families. They didn't have any last names. This was similar to Lance's family from the North District. Neither family had a fixed last name. Typically, people liked to use the family clan of gods to address the West District's family clan. As for Lance's family clan, it was named the Ultimate Family Clan. Death of the Underworld was one of the top mythical companion beasts in the family clan of gods. Across the 6 families, there weren't many mythical companion beasts of this level. Zhou Wen originally believed that the family clan of gods would definitely leave Death of the Underworld to the end before attempting to race to the top of the rankings. He never expected them to take action so quickly. And Shang had also once determined that the Val characters overseas couldn't hold back and would end up probing Primordial Sword Immortal's strength first. Clearly, his judgment was wrong. It wasn't just Zhou Wen and Shang who didn't expect it. Even the other families of the 6 families didn't think that the family clan of gods would let the Death of the Underworld challenge Primordial Sword Immortal so early. What are those fellows up to? Senator Cape watched the live stream and frowned. Among the 6 families, the Dugu family dominated the South District. The Ultimate Family clan resided in the North District, and the East District was controlled by the Xia family and the Zhang family. The West District was the Cape family and the Family Clan of Gods. The relationship between the two was very complicated. Usually, the two families were in competition with each other in the West District. It could be said that they were at loggerheads with each other. However, when faced with external danger, the two families would work together to form an alliance. Senator Cape also believed that the Family Clan of Gods would only get Death of the Underworld to challenge Primordial Sword Immortal in the last few days. He never expected them to take action so quickly. In the arena, Primordial Sword Immortal launched an attack. A red sword beam shot out from the ruby on its hilt, instantly arriving in front of Death of the Underworld. Death of the Underworld didn't seem to react as it remained standing there. The red sword beam stabbed into its body. When everyone saw the red sword beam stab into the gray cloak, they were surprised to discover that Death of the Underworld's body was like a phantom. The red sword beam failed to injure it at all, and directly penetrated its body. The red sword beam seemed to be alive, as it automatically flew back and shuttled back and forth from Death of the Underworld's body, but it was useless. Death of the Underworld's body was like a specter. The red sword beam could not touch it. Death of the Underworld's body is about the same as my ghost bride. Zhou Wen immediately understood what was going on. With the red sword beam useless, Death of the Underworld finally moved, its figure vanishing into thin air. It wasn't because it was fast, but because it had undergone true teleportation. When Death of the Underworld appeared again, it had already arrived beside Primordial Sword Immortal. A ghostly hand formed from blue-black flames grabbed at the hilt of Primordial Sword Immortal's sword. It was almost touching the hilt. A sword hum shook the surroundings. Primordial Sword Immortal, which had never been unsheathed, finally tore out of the scabbard. The stone sword automatically flew out of the scabbard and slashed at Death of the Underworld's palm with an immortal-like sword beam. Death of the Underworld actually seemed to be afraid. It didn't dare to receive the stone sword's attack head-on like before. It flashed once again and dodged the terrifying sword beam. The ancient sword levitated in the air as the sword beam swirled, sweeping towards Death of the Underworld that had appeared after its teleportation. Death of the Underworld teleported several times, but it was unable to shake off the sword beam. Just as the sword beam was about to slash at Death of the Underworld suddenly pulled open its gray cloak. The blue-black light in its body erupted and instantly enveloped the entire arena. Instantly, the screen on the phone turned blue-black. It was as though countless stars were circulating between the blue and black colors, like the universe in the night sky. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Is this an Essence Energy skill or a Wheel of Destiny's power? Zhou Wen looked at the screen and frowned. Others were as anxious as Zhou Wen. They didn't know what had happened in the arena, so they could only stare blankly at the blue-black galaxy. It only took a moment before the blue-black light in the arena suddenly converged. A sword beam tore through the air. It was the stone sword. It's finally out. Just as everyone was feeling pleasantly surprised, they realized that Death of the Underworld had already retreated from the battlefield. After the battle ended, Death of the Underworld's ranking didn't change. It was still ranked second. Clearly, it had lost. Chapter 6:12 Activity Division. What's going on? I didn't see the most important part. Li Xian said Zhou in a message. Although we didn't see the most important part, there's already plenty to be seen. Zhou Wen replied. What did you see? Li Xian asked. Death of the Underworld has the power of a spatial domain. If one wants to fight Death of the Underworld, one has to be prepared to engage in an away match. Primordial Sword Immortal was able to defeat Death of the Underworld within the latter spatial domain, so perhaps it also has spatial powers, or perhaps its offensive strength is so powerful that it can destroy space itself. Regardless of the possibilities, the strength of Primordial Sword Immortal is already beyond imagination. Zhou would pause before saying, the major families should have professional analysts that can provide more professional analysis. Let's wait for them. What I want to see the most is the Family Clan of Gods analysis report. I didn't get a kick from this battle, Li Xian said with a sigh. It's indeed not satisfying. Zhou Wen had the same thought. Now, the only person who knew more about Primordial Sword Immortal was the Family Clan of Gods. However, he was certain that they wouldn't easily leak the information they had. Indeed, in less than 2 days, Ensheng received news that the Family Clan of Gods had indeed come up with a comprehensive analysis. They even publicly put the results up for sale. However, the price was just too high. Even the other large families were hesitant about buying their information. No one could guarantee that their analysis had any decisive use. It's a pity that my pets don't have spatial powers. In a fight, others will see everything. There's no chance of selling information. Otherwise, I could sell it and earn a fortune. Zhou Wen had an idea, but no matter how he thought about it, there was no way to keep his information confidential. Beep! 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 There was a notification from his phone. Tyrant Behemoth was hungry once again. After this fellow advanced to the mythical stage, its demand for food had increased even more. If not for the essence crystal mines in the poison bat tunnel, Tyrant Behemoth would have long starved to death. Thankfully, the essence crystal mine would respawn together with the dungeon. Every time Tyrant Behemoth entered the poison bat cave, it would eat the bats and essence crystal ores. When it finished eating, it would be 70% full. A second meal could last it 2 to 3 days. What a terrifying appetite. In reality, I really can't afford to rear it. After Zhou Wen took Tyrant Behemoth to have its feast, he went to grind Torch Dragon and Xiongqi. Ever since the Torch Dragon egg dropped, no companion beast had dropped. Instead, Xiongqi dropped an essence energy skill crystal. Unfortunately, his stats didn't meet the requirements, so he could only have it disappear on the next respawn. Torch Dragon also dropped a rare spatial stat crystal. This was one of Zhou Wen's motivations to farm it. Li Xian called everyone over for a Xianwen Club activity. Zhou Wen came into the activity room and saw Gully and Sadie. However, today was a little odd. Gully didn't insist on challenging him. Gu Dian, Feng Qiuyan, Fang Ruoxi, and Tian Xiangdong attended the event. Only Huang Ji didn't come. Zhou Wen sent a message asking Huang Ji what was going on. Huang Ji said that he had found a huge investor and was discussing some details with him. If the investment was successful, his dimensional game could be produced by a proper team. Not only could the map be expanded, but the details of the game could also be optimized. Who has such poor acumen to actually invest in this game? Although Zhou Wen felt that Huang Ji's game wasn't bad, the dungeons were too small. Furthermore, they were dungeons that humans were familiar with, so its effects were limited. Unless someone provided information on new dimensional zones, the game, dimensional, ultimately wouldn't be of much use. Zhou Wen only used this game as an excuse and didn't think of relying on it to get rich. However, Huang Ji revealed that not only did the investor bring in funds, but he would also bring large amounts of information regarding relatively new dimensional zones. This was also one of the reasons Huang Ji was tempted and willing to let outsiders invest. Information about new dimensional zones? And large amounts of them? This isn't something ordinary people can obtain. Is it a scam? Zhou Wen was somewhat worried. Don't worry. The other party has a military background. His backer should be Deputy Governor Qin. There won't be any problems in this area. Huang Ji had already made plans, as though he had long found out the other party's background. If it really is Deputy Governor Qin supporting this, the game might really become popular. Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. He never expected the game to attract Qin Wufu's attention. That's right. However, they have a request. If we let them invest, the dungeon access will be split into 3 levels. There will be dungeons for public downloads on the internet. College dungeons that only allow students of Sunset College to download. It will be forbidden to share with others. Another will be the military dungeons, open only to the military. All the information is confidential. Without their approval, the contents of the military dungeons cannot be released in other versions, Huang Ji said. That's reasonable. Zhou Wen felt that there was no problem. Yes, we're in the midst of a discussion. I'll inform you of the outcome. All right. When Zhou Wen made his initial investment, he had mentioned that he didn't care about these matters. All he did was wait for the money. These problems were to be decided by Huang Ji himself. Gully and Sadie were very quiet today. Gully, who had been so arrogant when he first entered the school, obediently followed Li Xian's activity arrangements. He didn't say anything arrogant, as though he had changed into a completely different person. It surprised Li Xian. He originally imagined that he would have to give these 2 geniuses from the Ultimate Family Clan another lesson or 2 to make them behave. Today, our target is the demonized generals of Tiger Cage Pass. By killing the most demonized generals, you can obtain a special pass that we have prepared. As Tiger Cage Pass is relatively dangerous, we will be acting in pairs so that you can also take care of each other. The 2 people in the same group can't move separately. Li Xian paused before saying, Gully, you and Little Yan Yan will be in the same team. Sadie, you and I are in the same team. President, I wish to be in the same group as Zhou Wen. Sadie suddenly said. Li Xian scratched his nose and said, That's fine. It's okay if you want to follow old Zhou. Xiangdong, follow me. Ruoxi, you and Gu Dian will be in the same team. After the allocation was done, everyone headed for Tiger Cage Pass. As Tiger Cage Pass was very large, they split up into teams to search for demonized generals. Tiger Cage Pass didn't have any secrets for Zhou Wen. All he did was come out to get some action. It could be considered as letting others know that he still cultivated. Zhou Wen, Are you interested in competing? Sadie suddenly asked Joe. Chapter 613 Eye of Odin. Not interested. Joe shook his head. Joe was considering how to kill Primordial Sword Immortal. He had no interest in an opponent at Sadie's level. Even if she was a peerless genius, she was at most at the epic stage. The epic stage was already too weak for Joe. He had condensed 5 life souls, which was equivalent to someone advancing to the epic stage 5 times. He really didn't find the epic stage impressive. Even the 6 families wouldn't randomly give a mythical companion beast to such a young genius. This was because they had too little combat experience and were too young. Their minds weren't stayed enough, and with mighty strength, they easily took risks. That way, they would die even faster. An epic expert without a mythical companion beast was no challenge for Joe. Sadie seemed to have expected that Joe would reject her, so she wasn't angry. She continued, I know you are very strong. If it were a life and death battle, I definitely wouldn't be your match. However, if we compete in the acumen, I believe you aren't my match. Since you are so confident, I'll leave the demonized general hunting mission to you. Joe retreated a little. A group of demonized soldiers had already discovered them, and were charging over. Although Sadie felt that Joe was looking down on her, she didn't mind. In the past, she would definitely have thought that Joe was too arrogant. However, after seeing Joe's transcendent flying immortal, she felt that he had the right to be arrogant. A 17-year-old person, who had already mastered a divine technique, could be as arrogant as he wanted. It wasn't excessive. Sadie summoned an ice sword and charged at the demonized soldiers. The demonized soldiers were naturally not her match, and were easily killed by her. They weren't even considered a warm-up. Seeing how Joe ignored her, Sadie tactfully didn't say anything else. All she did was wait for an opportunity to make Joe think of her in a different light. She was very confident in her Eye of Odin Life Soul. In her family's evaluation, the Eye of Odin Life Soul was S+ rank. It was even stronger than the average S rank, a life soul akin to a bug in games. Although Sadie's Eye of Odin had only just condensed, and was still a primordial body, its ability was already excellent. Previously, it had been used to record videos, but in fact, it was just a trick of the Eye of Odin. What was truly impressive about the Eye of Odin was that it could observe an opponent in battle. Now, Sadie's limit was to slow things down by 7 times. In battle, if she used this ability, all trajectories would appear 7 times slower in her eyes. This multiplier was calculated according to the standards of the Eye of Odin. It wasn't slowing down the object by 7 times. In other words, someone's seemingly fast attacks would become very slow in Sadie's eyes. It made it easy for her to dodge those attacks or have enough time to think of a way to deal with them. The Eye of Odin didn't only strengthen her vision. In fact, the real target of the Eye of Odin was to strengthen her brain. If the brain's thinking speed and reaction couldn't keep up, it could easily cause a situation where one couldn't react in time despite being able to detect it. However, the Eye of Odin had strengthened her brain, allowing Sadie's brain to think and react faster. This was the truly terrifying part. A saber technique that looked as fast as lightning looked like slow motion in Sadie's eyes, when she slowed it down by 7 times. At the same time, her mind raced with all sorts of countermeasures at lightning speed. Now, Sadie's only flaw was that because her eyesight and brain power were too strong, her body couldn't keep up with her brain's reaction speed, causing her to have synchronization issues. Under normal circumstances, a speed of 4 to 5 times was her limit. Her body's speed could keep up with her eyesight and brain power. Any higher, her body's movement speed wouldn't be able to keep up even if her brain issued an order. In terms of combat abilities, Sadie knew that she was far from Joe's match, but in terms of acumen, Sadie didn't believe that she would lose to him. As she charged forward, the ice sword in Sadie's hand mercilessly harvested the lives of the demonized soldiers. Even if she encountered demonized generals, she could still kill them with one strike. Her sword techniques didn't have any unnecessary movements. She could always use the simplest method to kill her enemy. Joe followed behind Sadie without making a move. Seeing that Sadie was about to rush into the range of the Tiger Cage demonized general, he said, "Let's end here. Stop walking forward. I heard that Tiger Cage Pass has a very powerful dimensional creature guarding it, and ordinary people can't charge in. Why don't we have a bet? If I can charge into the city and kill the dimensional creature guarding the gates, it'll be considered my victory. If I can't charge in, or if I can't kill the dimensional creature guarding the gates, count it as my loss. If I lose, I can tell you a secret about the cube ranking. If I'm lucky to win, I hope you can officially spar with me. Just the 2 of us. Let's see whose acumen is better," Sadie said. "What secret?" Joe asked. "It's not a secret if I tell you, but I guarantee with my character that this secret is definitely worth it," Sadie said with certainty. "Alright, I'll bet with you. Are you sure you want to kill the strongest dimensional creature in Tiger Cage Pass?" Joe asked. That's right. Let's smack palms to make an oath. It's a deal? Sadie extended her hand. Zhou didn't hesitate as he extended his palm and slapped Sadie's palm. Tiger Cage Demonized General was already a top epic creature. No matter how talented Sadie was, killing Tiger Cage Demonized General was not bad. However, what was truly terrifying in Tiger Cage Pass wasn't the Tiger Cage Demonized General, but the Elegant Emperor's avatar puppet. Although that fellow was only at the epic stage, his difficulty was already close to the mythical stage. Zhou didn't think Sadie had the ability to kill the Elegant Emperor's avatar puppet. After retracting her palm, Sadie's lips curled up slightly. She wore a confident expression as she charged towards Tiger Cage Pass with her ice sword. Zhou watched from the side, prepared to help at any moment. If Sadie were to fail, he couldn't watch her die here. Just as Sadie stepped into the range of the Tiger Cage Demonized General shooting range, she saw an arrow shoot over with a strong spiral force. It was shockingly fast. However, Sadie didn't panic. When the arrow reached her, she took a slight step to the side and dodged the arrow. At the same time, she slashed the ice sword in her hand, landing the arrow. She continued rushing towards Tiger Cage Pass. The storm-like arrows immediately shot over. Zhou watched as Sadie moved in a small area and brandished the ice sword in her hand. She easily passed through the arrow rain and continued charging at Tiger Cage Pass. This Sadie really has some ability. Zhou realized that when Sadie passed through the rain of arrows, she used a very small movement to dodge a large number of arrows. Every time the ice sword struck out, it struck the most critical arrow. The entire process was as exact as a computer's calculated path. There was no waste of stamina through any unnecessary actions. Even Zhou himself couldn't do better than Sadie. Chapter 614 Eye of Hell. Could it be that Sadie has already reached the minute subtlety realm at such a young age? Zhou was somewhat surprised. Back when Lance visited, he had only just reached the edge of minute subtlety. Sadie was a little younger than Lance, yet she had completely mastered minute subtlety. From Zhou point of view, this was extremely shocking. Unbeknown to Zhou, Sadie purely relied on the powers of Eye of Odin. Her true realm was inferior to Lance, so she naturally wasn't as good as Zhou. However, Eye of Odin was like a bug in games. To outsiders, Sadie was simply at some greater mastery of minute subtlety. No matter how intense the battle was, she could always calmly achieve perfection. Soon, Sadie rushed to the top of the city and began fighting the Tiger Cage Demonized General. Tiger Cage Demonized General was slightly stronger than Sadie in every aspect, but under the effects of the Eye of Odin, she could counter all his moves. He couldn't injure Sadie at all. Instead, he was severely restrained by Sadie. It was only a matter of time before he was killed. There's actually such a genius in this world? Zhou looked at Sadie's battle, and was increasingly certain that she had achieved greater mastery of minute subtlety. Otherwise, how could she have reached such a stage? She should be around my age or younger than me. Since she can do it, there's no reason I can't do it. Zhou carefully observed Sadie's actions as he switched his essence energy skill to small perfection of wisdom. The 8 perfections Wisdom Life Providence and Hell King Life Soul also worked at the same time, making his senses extremely sharp. Zhou sat on the cheese back and watched the battle. At the same time, he put himself in Sadie's shoes. He imagined a battle with the Tiger Cage Demonized General. In this battle, what was the difference between his choices and Sadie's choices? Soon, Zhou realized that although his choice wasn't wrong, he found them a little crude compared to Sadie. He wasn't as meticulous as Sadie. What exactly am I lacking? As Zhou thought, he gradually gained some insight. There's a saying that goes, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated." The reason why gods are revered is that they have terrifying clairvoyant abilities. From this, one can see the importance of the word "know." What minute subtlety needs is clairvoyance. By observing the other party's actions, one can derive information about the other party and exploit the information obtained. As Zhou's mind raced, his Hell King Life Soul also expanded. The small perfection of Wisdom Essence Energy Art was an Essence Energy Art that strengthened one's constitution. The 8 perfections Wisdom and Hell King Life Soul also strengthened his constitution, but it was different from the typical strengthening. Instead, it was a way to strengthen one's mind first. The stronger Zhou's mind was, the stronger the feedback his body received. With Zhou's comprehension, the Hell King Life Soul became stronger. As for the Hell King Life Soul, it was one with Zhou. The growth of the Hell King Life Soul immediately reflected back on Zhou, making him feel increasingly sensitive. Suddenly, a vertical eye on Zhou's glabella opened. It was the Eye of Hell that belonged to the Hell King. At the instant it opened, it seemed to have countless wraiths howling in pain. The moment the Eye of Hell opened, the space around Zhou seemed to change. It wasn't a real eye, but a door that led to hell. When the Eye of Hell opened, Zhou Wen's body experienced a strange feeling. It was as though there was another feeling beyond his senses. This feeling made his sensual organs feel extremely strange. So this is the Hell King's true ability. This should be the so-called eighth sense, right? To break through the understanding of spatial dimension. Under the effects of the Hell King Life Soul, Zhou Wen didn't even need to look to sense the minute changes in his surroundings. However, he gradually realized that the feeling he had when he was Hell King didn't seem to be as simple as an eighth sense. Apart from a normal feeling, he also discovered a strange phenomenon in every creature. It was an indescribable feeling. He seemed to see a transparent flame burning on all the creatures. Some of the transparent flames were bigger than others, burning like a bonfire. Some of the flames were relatively small, like fire plumes. It was as though the slightest breath could extinguish them. What was even stranger was that the flames were transparent and colorless. It should have been impossible to see them, but he could. Even if he closed his eyes, he could sense the existence of the flames. Furthermore, Zhou Wen could vaguely sense that the transparent and colorless flames seemed to have some connection with the Eye of Hell at his glabella. Could it be that the flames I see are actually the legendary karmic sin flames? Zhou Wen guessed inwardly, but he wasn't confident. Legend had it that karmic sin flames were the flames of sins. Every time someone did something evil, he would have more karmic sin flames on him. After he went to hell, he would be burned by the karmic sin flames. The greater the sins, the more karmic sin flames there were. This also prolonged the burning in hell. One had to wait for the karmic sin flames to burn out before they could reincarnate. Zhou Wen was only guessing, unsure if what he saw were karmic sin flames. Sadie was still fighting the Tiger Cage demonized general. Her Eye of Odin was indeed powerful. Despite fighting someone stronger than herself, she suppressed the Tiger Cage demonized general and eventually killed him with one strike. The entire process was smooth and fluid. She didn't give the Tiger Cage demonized general a chance. The Tiger Cage demonized general didn't even manage to touch her clothes. Even Sadie was very satisfied with her performance. Standing on the city wall, Sadie said to Zhou Wen, who was outside the city, with a smile, "Zhou Wen, I won. See what's behind you first," Zhou Wen said calmly. Sadie was slightly taken aback. She turned her head and saw a strange person wearing a mask standing on top of a tower in the city. Before Sadie could do anything, the strange person held a stack of yellow paper in his hand and threw it into the air. The yellow paper scattered, turning out to be paper figurines. However, when the paper figurines landed, they turned into Tiger Cage demonized generals. There were more than 10 of them. More than 10 Tiger Cage demonized generals charged forward and immediately surrounded Sadie. Sadie was alarmed. She could still deal with a single Tiger Cage demonized general. If these Tiger Cage demonized generals had the same combat strength as the previous Tiger Cage demonized generals, she was definitely no match for them. She originally hoped that these Tiger Cage demonized generals were only paper tigers and didn't have any true strength. But after a short battle, she realized that they were equally terrifying. Sadie fought many alone. Relying on the ability of Eye of Odin, she constantly dodged and moved around, ensuring that she remained safe. However, under the siege of the Tiger Cage demonized generals, Sadie's physical reaction was no longer able to keep up with her acumen and brain's reactions. All she could do was try her best to find flaws in the siege and use the time difference to dodge. Zhou Wen watched with relish. Sadie's speed couldn't be considered fast, but her ability, which was akin to minute subtlety, was indeed very powerful. She wasn't injured under the siege of more than 10 Tiger Cage demonized generals. She was indeed extraordinarily strong. Chapter 6:15 Benefits of the Ranking. With the augmentation of his life providence and life soul, Zhou Wen realized something when he watched Sadie battle. So it's not that she has reached the realm of minute subtlety, but she's relying on her life soul. What kind of life soul is that? It actually allows her to possess the ability of minute subtlety? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Sadie was fighting many alone. Although she was in a sorry state, she wasn't injured from the gank. This was quite shocking. Unfortunately, with so many Tiger Cage demonized generals surrounding her, Sadie couldn't rush out of the encirclement. Her essence, energy, and stamina were very limited, so it was only a matter of time before she died. This proves that no matter how strong one's ability is, it's best to be careful. In such a world, who knows what kind of enemy one will encounter? Once restrained, no matter how strong one's ability is, one won't be able to deny death. However, Sadie's ability isn't bad. If I can obtain her essence energy art, I wonder if I can use the Lost Immortal Sutra to condense the same life soul. Zhou Wen was just musing for a moment. Even if he had the same essence energy art, he might not necessarily be able to condense the same life soul. The formation of a life soul was determined by a person's physique and mental strength. Therefore, everyone's life soul was somewhat different. There weren't two absolutely identical life souls. It was the same for a life providence. The functions might be similar, but not completely identical. Furthermore, even with the Lost Immortal Sutra, condensing a life soul wasn't easy. One needed a special energy with similar attributes as a foundation. Only then could the Lost Immortal Sutra simulate condensing a life soul. Now that I'm thinking about it, my first order of chaos hasn't condensed a life soul. I wonder if I can use a drop of Grim Demon's blood as a foundation to condense a life soul. Zhou Wen set his sights on Grim Demon. With demonic neonate as his master, he probably wouldn't dare to object to having him release some blood. While Zhou Wen was considering how to condense the life soul of the first order of chaos with the blood of Grim Demon, Sadie was struggling to remain safe. She originally imagined that a dimensional zone like Tiger Cage Pass couldn't have mythical creatures. With her Eye of Odin life soul, it wasn't difficult to kill epic dimensional creatures. Even if she couldn't beat them, she had a chance of escaping. Who knew that she would encounter a terrifying existence, like the Elegant Emperor's avatar puppet? She didn't even have a chance to escape. Zhou Wen watched from outside the city. She knew that Zhou Wen definitely had the ability to help her escape, but her pride prevented her from asking him. All she could do was summon her companion beasts, and desperately attempt to rush out of the city. It wasn't easy for her to kill a Tiger Cage demonized general and find a gap, but before she could rush out, she saw the Elegant Emperor's avatar puppet throw out another stack of yellow paper. Instantly, more than 10 Tiger Cage demonized generals landed. Not only did they seal off the way out, but they also made her situation worse. Sadie immediately fell into despair. She was surrounded by 20 to 30 Tiger Cage demonized generals. Even if her Eye of Odin could see the path needed to get out, her body couldn't keep up. The reason the 6 families didn't let young people use mythical companion beasts was because of this principle. Young people were hot-blooded, especially young geniuses. They were all arrogant and impulsive. Having powerful strength only made it easier for them to fall into danger. Therefore, even if they had mythical companion beasts, the various families would give them to people who had some experience and had been burnished by reality. They were calm and capable. Although they were about the same age, Lance would definitely not make such a decision if he were here. Sadie's essence energy was almost depleted. A companion beast beside her was attacked and ended up slamming into her. Immediately, her trajectory deviated. It was too late to dodge the attacks of the Tiger Cage demonized generals. Sadie gritted her teeth and prepared to risk her life. However, she suddenly saw a flash of saber light. The Tiger Cage demonized generals beside her suddenly stopped their attacks. With a poof, white mist emitted from them, as they transformed into yellow paper figurines that landed on the ground. She turned her head, and saw Zhou Wen standing beside the masked man. As for the masked man, his head had been chopped off. Zhou Wen walked to Sadie's side and asked, "What's the secret regarding the companion beast ranking you mentioned?" Sadie looked at Zhou Wen with a complicated expression before saying, "Actually, this isn't really a secret. There should be quite a number of people in the 6 families who know about it. In fact, obtaining first place on the rankings isn't the only way to get benefits." "What do you mean? Isn't the one coming in first place qualified to pluck the divine fruit?" Zhou Wen asked with a frown. "Picking the divine fruit is indeed something first place qualifies for. However, it's still unknown if one can really pluck it. However, as long as one can enter the ranking, they'll be able to obtain the corresponding benefits. It doesn't matter if the ranking is high. Although, if it is high, there are more benefits," said Sadie. "What benefits?" Zhou Wen had never heard of such a thing. "I'm not sure yet. I'll only know what benefits we can obtain after the ranking battle ends," Sadie said. "Where did this news come from?" Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Sadie's words seemed unbelievable. The ranking had not long appeared, and it was unprecedented. Even if there was really a reward after the ranking battle, how did the 6 families know of that? "I'm not sure about the source of the news, but it shouldn't be wrong. For the 6 families and overseas factions to be so eager in rushing up the rankings, it's definitely not without reason," Sadie said. Zhou Wen didn't know if Sadie really didn't know, or if she was just unwilling to say. "It's about time. Let's head back." Zhou Wen didn't ask further. Sadie walked back with Zhou Wen, but her emotions were mixed. Although she was confident that her acumen was better than Zhou Wen's, the difference in combat experience was just too great. No matter how good her acumen was, it was useless. It was no different from having psychomotor problems. She felt that there was no need to challenge Zhou Wen again. An opponent she had no way to fend against was easily killed by Zhou Wen. In front of absolute strength, the effects of her acumen were too minute. "I have to become stronger than him." Sadie cursed inwardly as she stared at Zhou Wen's back. Could it be that the arch is secretly up to no good? Zhou Wen didn't care what Sadie was thinking. His mind was on the rankings. Back then, it was the arch who had allowed John to obtain the 6-winged Seraphim Guardian. It wouldn't be surprising if she had spread the news of the ranking. There's also a possibility that it's teacher Wang Mingyuan. The news might have come from his side as well. Zhou felt that the possibility wasn't small. There were many experts in the Federation who entered the dimensional zones after a mutation. No one knew if there were any people that the Federation had deliberately planted among them. If there was, it was not impossible to get news from them. From the looks of it, I have to go back and ask the Darch. Zhou decided to take the opportunity of delivering items to the Darch to ask about the ranking. Chapter 616, Let Out Some Blood. After the Xianwen Club's event ended, Zhou returned to his dorm and sent a message to the Darch. He informed her that the items were ready for her to receive. Send them over. The Darch replied. Zhou sent the items through the portal through the Void Flower. Although they weren't worth much, he had still spent more than 100,000. It made his heart ache slightly. The Darch, you previously said that only the first companion beast on the rankings has benefits. Then, what other benefits does first place have in the future? Zhou probed. Why are you asking? Your companion beast isn't capable of ranking first. It's useless even if you know. The Darch replied. Even if I can't obtain first place, I can still try my best to vie for a higher ranking. Will the other rankings benefit me? Zhou could tell from the Thearch's tone that it might really be as Sadie had said. Yes, but if you can't enter the top 10, the benefits are very limited. Your 6-winged guardian dragon's Wheel of Destiny is virtually useless in the pet battle. From the looks of the companion beasts on the rankings, it's not bad if it can eventually reach the top 30. The one on your ear isn't even at the mythical stage. It's impossible for it to enter the top 100. Can't I have other companion beasts? Zhou said that inwardly without sending it to the Darch. He didn't wish to expose his true strength in front of the Darch. The Darch, what benefits will there be for getting on the rankings? Zhou asked again. Do you want to know? The Thearch's message came quickly. Unfortunately, it wasn't an answer. Yes, Zhou answered. All the more reason why I won't tell you. The Darch even sent a smug expression after the message. Helpless, Zhou had no choice but to remain silent. However, he was certain that there was definitely some benefit to being able to enter the rankings. However, if the ranking was too low, the benefits wouldn't be great. Just as the Darch said, the 6-winged guardian dragon isn't suitable for a one-on-one battle. Its ranking definitely won't be high. Which companion beast should I use to give it a try? Zhou was momentarily hesitant. To get on the rankings, one definitely needed to fight. In a battle, one would expose the strength of their companion beasts, giving others a chance to figure out a way to restrain them. Zhou was now thinking about which companion beast to expose, one that wouldn't affect him much in the future. Zhou wasn't in a rush to make a decision. There was still plenty of time, so he didn't need to hurry. Furthermore, the rules of the rankings were that one could only challenge high-ranking ones, not the other way round. Zhou didn't plan on challenging Primordial Sword Immortal from the beginning. I have to ask Sheng first if the companion beasts from the Special Inspector Bureau and Cape family are on the rankings. I'll start with them. Zhou planned on catching them by surprise. He planned on killing their companion beasts on the rankings before personally settling scores with them. Zhou sent a message to Sheng, but Sheng didn't reply. He did not know what he was busy with. Forget it. I'll give it a try and see if I can use Grim Demon's blood to advance the First Order of Chaos. Zhou summoned Demonic Neonate out. Little Neonate, get Grim Demon out. I need him to do something. Zhou said to Demonic Neonate. Demonic Neonate remained silent as she summoned Grim Demon from the ancient sword. After Grim Demon came out, his entire body was like a black demonic aura. He had an anthropomorphic look, but his looks were indiscernible. Clang. Zhou placed a wash basin in front of Grim Demon and said, I need some of your blood. I don't need too much. Just half a basin would do. Grim Demon's expression instantly darkened. Thankfully, his body was covered in the black demonic aura, so no expression could be seen. No way. Grim Demon gritted his teeth. Little Neonate. Zhou looked at Demonic Neonate. Demonic Neonate turned to look at Grim Demon and glared at him. Grim Demon immediately cowered. He gritted his teeth and said to Zhou, Our guardian's blood is our life essence. It's impossible for me to give you that much. At most, I can only give you 1 drop. 100 drops. Zhou bargained. 2 drops. It really can't be more. Grim Demon's voice was trembling, as though he was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. 99 drops. Not any less. Zhou said without changing his expression. After a final round of negotiation, Grim Demon refused to add any more beyond 5 drops. No matter how threatening Zhou was, it was useless. 5 drops? So be it then. Produce it. Zhou felt that Grim Demon was already desperate enough to risk his life in defiance, so he didn't continue forcing him. If it was really useful, 1 drop would be enough. 5 drops would be more than enough. Grim Demon reluctantly extended his finger. 5 drops of black liquid that resembled ink flew out and floated in front of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen reached out and had the 5 drops of Grim Demon's blood float over his hand. Then, he said to Demonic Neonate, "Alright, store him away." Demonic Neonate extended the ancient sword in her arms. Grim Demon could only obediently possess the ancient sword. "Good girl. Go play with Banana Fairy." Zhou Wen patted Demonic Neonate's head and carried the 5 drops of Grim Demon's blood into the training room. He circulated the First Order of Chaos in an attempt to absorb the 5 drops of Grim Demon's blood, but the First Order of Chaos seemed to reject it. He failed to absorb it. "Can I absorb it?" Zhou Wen was somewhat disappointed. This proved that their stats were incompatible. Even if he could barely absorb the 5 drops of Grim Demon's blood, it wouldn't be of much use. "Don't tell me that I really need the blood of the Guardian in Ant City?" Zhou Wen frowned as he looked at the 5 drops of Grim Demon's blood. He felt that the 5 drops of blood couldn't be wasted. Zhou Wen switched to the other Essence Energy Arts, hoping to see if he could fuse them with Grim Demon's blood. In the end, even though there were strong and weak rejections, they were all incompatible. Just as Zhou Wen was feeling depressed, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his ears. Could it be that Truth Listener is about to hatch? Zhou Wen summoned Truth Listener, and saw that it was still in its companion egg form, and hadn't hatched. However, the moment Truth Listener came out, the 5 drops of Grim Demon blood were sucked away by it. The 5 drops of blood fused into the golden crystal-like companion egg, dyeing the flawless golden color with 5 black impurities. Isn't Truth Listener a Buddhist divine beast? Why does it need demonic blood? Zhou Wen was alarmed as he looked at the companion egg that had absorbed the demonic blood. After Truth Listener's companion egg absorbed the demonic blood's black colors gradually spread inside the companion egg. It was as though a jar of water had been thrown into the ink. The ink gradually spread out in the clear water, and quickly dyed the entire companion egg black. Chapter 617 Nirvana of Ultimate Hell. After turning into a black companion egg, there were still strange changes happening inside. A golden light spread out from the middle of the companion egg. When the black light touched the golden light, it rapidly faded. In a blink of an eye, the black color vanished completely. The entire companion egg turned golden again. However, at this moment, the golden color seemed to gain some thickness and weight. The companion egg gradually turned from transparent to gold. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the companion egg, as it rapidly spread across the golden-like companion egg. Then, it peeled off bit by bit. The falling fragments turned into golden sand in the air. When it landed on the ground, it turned into black demonic gas that dissipated. A golden beast jumped out of the companion egg. It looked no different from Truth Listener from the past. Its body was small, and its fur was dark gold. Its 6 ears were wearing 6 golden hoops, and its eyes seemed to contain golden lightning. Zhou Wen extended his palm, and Truth Listener jumped onto it. Zhou Wen held it in front of his eyes, and carefully observed it. Apart from the 6 earrings, it was indeed no different from before. All he could do was use his phone to look at its stats. Truth Listener, Mythical, Evolvable. Life Providence, Heaven Senses. Life Soul, Evil Nullification. Wheel of Destiny, Nirvana of Ultimate Hell. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Constitution, 81. Essence Energy, 81. Talent Skill, Truth Listener, Indestructible Vidra Body, Evil Warding, 9 Extremes. Companion Form, Earring. With stats at 81, it was a top-notch mythical companion beast. Its Life Providence, Life Soul, and Essence Energy skills hadn't changed. The only addition was the Mythical Wheel of Destiny. From the looks of it, the name sounds very powerful. I wonder what use it has. It can't be that it's just a supplementary ability, right? Zhou Wen put Truth Listener away and entered the game. He wanted to try out Truth Listener's abilities in-game. Looking at the time, Medusa was about to respawn. Zhou Wen opened the Cursed Demon Palace Instance Dungeon and got Truth Listener to lead as he stormed his way in. The stone statues were naturally not Truth Listener's match. A casual swipe of its claw shattered them into pieces. However, what was strange was that even after advancing to the mythical stage, Truth Listener didn't seem to have the ability to release its powers. It still needed to directly touch its opponent to deal damage. However, because of Truth Listener's high speed and strength, it was almost impossible to see its actions clearly. The group of stone statues shattered and turned into rubble. They rushed all the way to the palace where Medusa was. After opening the palace, the beautiful girl became the demoness Medusa. Truth Listener, it's time to showcase your strength. Go, let me see how strong your Wheel of Destiny is. Zhou Wen ordered Truth Listener to use its Wheel of Destiny. Crack! Just as Zhou Wen gave the order, one of the 6 golden hoops on Truth Listener's ear shattered and fell. The fragments disintegrated into golden sand in the air before dissipating into a demonic gas. As the golden hoop shattered, a terrifying demonic aura erupted from Truth Listener's dark golden body. It caused its body to expand with a demonic aura and undergo some strange changes. In a short period of time, its petite body turned into a huge beast that was several meters tall. Its dark gold fur also turned into scales, like a terrifying giant ape covered in dark gold scales. Its body also emitted a strange demonic aura, one completely different from the demonic aura of Grim Demon. It felt more evil. Medusa had already used the Eyes of Petrification to look at Truth Listener, but when the beam of the Eyes of Petrification swept across Truth Listener's body, it was useless. It was unable to petrify its body. However, Truth Listener's body violently tore through space and instantly arrived in front of Medusa. Its claws grabbed Medusa's head, its dark gold claws stabbing into it. In the next second, Joe saw an extremely brutal scene. Truth Listener's claws tore the demoness body into two as demonic blood flowed everywhere. Roar! After throwing the corpse to the ground, Truth Listener roared at the sky as though it was venting its violent desires. Come back! Joe summoned Truth Listener back. This was because he felt that Truth Listener's emotions were extremely unstable, showing signs of losing control. The ruthless Truth Listener received Joe-Win's order and leaped towards the blood-colored avatar. Its monster-like body shrank in midair, as a golden earring condensed out of thin air and clipped onto its ear. By the time Truth Listener reached the blood-colored avatar's ear, it had already returned to its original size. There was a golden earring on each of its 6 ears. The violent emotions from before vanished as well. It landed on the blood-colored avatar's ear, turning into a tiny dark gold earring that hung from its earlobe. Was that Truth Listener's Wheel of Destiny? Why is it so irritable when the Wheel of Destiny is activated? It has 6 earrings on its ears, and only one of them shattered. If the other 5 shatter as well, will there be different changes? Joe wanted to give it a try, but when he thought of Truth Listener's ferocious and ruthless appearance, he temporarily gave up on that thought. As Truth Listener's master, he could sense Truth Listener's thoughts. Just now, Truth Listener's emotions were extremely unstable. If it became more violent, Joe didn't know if it would still obey his orders. What's wrong with this fellow? Joe frowned inwardly. Tyrant Behemoth was famous for being a ferocious beast, but it wasn't as irascible as Truth Listener. As for Truth Listener, it was an auspicious beast according to legend. After its Wheel of Destiny was activated, it was truly puzzling why it had become so violent. Joe went online to search for mythical information regarding Truth Listeners. Although there were many different versions, Truth Listener was a kind-hearted divine beast in many of the versions. There were 2 popular versions. One of them was that Truth Listener was a white dog. It followed Xidigarba's incarnation and was born in the mortal world. After Xidigarba's incarnation died, it loyally protected the corpse, unwilling to leave even if it had to die. Finally, it became a divine beast. The 4 Bodhisattvas mounts each represented a trait. Truth Listeners represented loyalty. However, Joe-Win's Truth Listener wasn't in the form of a white dog. It wasn't the traditional look that had the features of 9 different beasts, but more like a snub-nosed monkey. Therefore, Joe-Win felt that his Truth Listener was unlikely to match Truth Listener's first legend. There was also a second version of the legend. In the second myth, Truth Listener was a hell spawn born in hell. It was born in the deepest depths of hell, and had the responsibility to guard hell. Joe-Win was more inclined towards this version's mythical legend, but even so, Truth Listener, who presided over hell, should be a kind divine beast. Why was it so violent? Could it be that the 6 golden hoops or Grim Demon's blood caused Truth Listener to have a problem? Or could it be that Truth Listener was originally like that? Joe-Win couldn't confirm the reason as he searched for more information to no avail. Chapter 6:18 Chimera. Thankfully, Truth Listener was fine as long as it didn't use the Wheel of Destiny. Joe-Win tried it a few times. Even if it used the Nirvana of Ultimate Hell, it would only shatter 1 earring every time, turning it extremely violent like a ferocious hell spawn. However, Truth Listener would still carry out Joe-Win's orders completely. Only its unstable emotions worried Joe-Win. Having activated the Wheel of Destiny, Truth Listener was extremely powerful in combat. It was able to fight Xiongqi head-on without being at a disadvantage. Xiongqi's attacks couldn't harm its body. It could only use its speed to circle around Truth Listener. Truth Listener's speed wasn't slow either. In the end, Xiongqi was killed. However, this was only if it activated the Wheel of Destiny. Although Truth Listener wouldn't end up killed without it, it wasn't Xiongqi's match. Due to Truth Listener's potent indestructible Vajra body, it was only slightly injured at most. Even the Eyes of Petrification that Medusa released at full strength was useless against it. Apart from Torch Dragon's Bright Torch Vision World, there was no other power that could directly kill it. Since he couldn't find any problems, Joe-Win stopped thinking about it. After careful consideration, he decided to try his best not to let Truth Listener use its Wheel of Destiny. Most of the time, it would appear in the form of an earring as a companion form. After advancing to the mythical stage, Truth Listener's listening ability became even more impressive. Not only was it extensive, but it could also hear weaker movements. Although he didn't know what the principle was, Truth Listener could actually hear colors now. Just this alone made it much stronger than before. You want to snipe the Bureau and Cape's mythical companion beasts on the rankings? And Shung didn't reply, but he personally came to Zhou. Yes, Zhou answered cleanly. If you want to use Torch Dragon or Six-Winged Guardian Dragon, I suggest that you don't do so. You've already exposed the Six-Winged Guardian Dragon too many times, so it's very easy to find out that it belongs to you. Torch Dragon only exists in the Zhualu battlefield. Now, only we are the ones studying the temples under the Zhualu battlefield. It's very easy to deduce who Torch Dragon's master is. Although you are already very strong, it's best if you don't fall out with the 6 families now. And Shung said, I understand. I still have a companion beast that no one has seen before. I usually don't use it. Now, I plan on letting it snipe the Capes and the Bureau's companion beasts. Zhou said. That would work, but there aren't many mythical companion beasts from the Bureau. They aren't on the rankings either. If you insist on taking action, you can only start with the Capes. This is the information on the 3 companion beasts that the Cape family has listed. These 3 are confirmed to be theirs. The others aren't confirmed. It's best you don't kill them randomly. After all, these mythical companion beasts are the foundation of the Federation. It would be a pity if they were destroyed. And Shung's words were actually reminding Zhou not to cause too much trouble. The Federation's situation was very bad. In the future, after the seal over the dimensional zones were broken, they would still need these mythical companion beasts to fight to protect humans. They were not only the Cape family's private property, but also the Federation's future hope. Don't worry. I know what to do. Zhou didn't plan on wantonly killing, but he definitely had to settle the scores with the Cape family and the Bureau. Out of the mythical companion beasts that could be confirmed to be the Cape families, one of them was ranked 91st, Inferno Dragon, while the other was ranked 63rd, Sprite King of Thunder. It was ranked even lower than Zhou Wen's 6-Winged Guardian Dragon. Although killing them would make the Cape family feel the pinch, alarming them would make them wary. It was impossible for Zhou to have another chance. Therefore, Zhou set his sights on the top-ranked Chimera in the Cape family. It was ranked 13th. Chimera's appearance was very strange. It had a lion's body, a snake as a tail, and a pair of bat wings. It also had 3 heads. One was like a lion, the other was like a goat, and the other was like a single-horned dragon. Up to now, no other companion beast had challenged Chimera, so any understanding of it was limited to its past combat achievements. More than 10 years ago, an evil dragon broke out of the seal and wreaked havoc in the Federation's coastal cities. It was the territory of the Cape family, so the Cape family mobilized Chimera to kill the evil dragon in that battle. Legend had it that the dragon had left behind a companion egg. It was the Inferno Dragon that had been listed. According to the information that leaked back then, Chimera had many attributes. Poison and flames were already proven abilities. There were also some other abilities that had not been confirmed. Most of them were just guesses. After Zhou finished reading the few pieces of information on Chimera, he decided to start with it. He needed to strike at it in one fell swoop. As long as the Cape family dared to accept the challenge, they wouldn't even have the chance to admit defeat. I'll send Tyrant Behemoth. This fellow is clearly a companion beast from the West District. It's difficult for others to suspect me, Zhou thought. Zhou didn't know that although Tyrant Behemoth was a dimensional creature in the West District, the companion egg was obtained by the Zhang family. Few people knew about this, but the Zhang family had lost the Tyrant Behemoth companion egg. They had been searching for it. Ah Shung, is there a way to prevent others from seeing my companion beast in the arena? Zhou was extremely vexed about this point. This was because all the major media outlets had set up fixed cameras around the cube. The black cube had been tightly surrounded, and was constantly being filmed 24/7. If he were to bring Tyrant Behemoth over to start the battle, he would definitely be captured by the cameras. If Tyrant Behemoth appeared in Luoyang, it reduced the significance of sending it. You will definitely be captured by the cameras if you go to the cubes in the various cities. And Shung thought for a moment and said, how about this? You are already very familiar with the roads around White Cloud Mountain and Mount Laojun. In a 400-kilometer radius, there's an ancient town. There's also a cube in the ancient town. As it's too remote, and there are plenty of dimensional zones around it, there's no one living there. Very few people will pass by. I'll draw a map for you. Go there. Zhou was overjoyed. After getting the map, he packed his things and headed for the ancient town. Mount Laojun and White Cloud Mountain were both part of the Funyo mountain range. Zhou Wen was indeed very familiar with the roads here. Alone in the mountain range, he had many mythical creatures protecting him, so there wasn't much danger. However, Zhou Wen still avoided the known dimensional zones to prevent himself from falling into unknown danger. He arrived at the ancient town in Sheng mentioned without any mishaps. Indeed, this place had become a ghost town. Many of the houses in the town had collapsed, and many buildings were covered in green plants. Zhou Wen walked into the town and walked along the stone path. This had probably been a tourist attraction in the past. Although the town wasn't big, the architecture was pretty good. Unfortunately, it was already abandoned. As it was surrounded by mountains on three sides, it got dark rather early. When Zhou Wen walked through the town, the sky was already dark. Suddenly, Zhou Wen saw a small shop with its lights on in front of him. Chapter 6:19 Genie's Master. There's actually someone here? But even if someone lives here, the power supply in the town should have been cut off. How can there be light? Zhou Wen was alarmed as he carefully approached the shop at the corner of the street. The shop was a mini-mart. Quite a number of the LED lights on the shop sign were not working. A small portion of them was still lit. In such an environment, it looked a little strange. Zhou Wen used Truth Listener's hearing abilities. Although he was still very far away, the situation in the mini-mart had already projected itself in his mind. It was like a holographic projection that allowed him to see everything clearly. It even had color. Soon, Zhou Wen saw a young man sitting on a wooden rocking chair in the mini-mart with his eyes closed. On the wooden table beside the rocking chair was a mess of snacks, and a few open cans of beer. The youth rocked in the chair as he closed his eyes in enjoyment. He gulped down beer, and occasionally threw a few snacks into his mouth. He looked rather pleased. And on the counter beside him was an oil lamp. The style of the oil lamp was very similar to that of the Saga of Heroes oil lamp. It was obvious that it wasn't from the East District. The oil lamp's flame shone with white light. Strangely, in the white light, the lights in the mini-mart lit up. There was also a fan that was spinning. Zhou Wen had just taken a look when the oil lamp's flame suddenly expanded. Instantly, white light surged, immediately disabling the effectiveness of Truth Listener's ability. It couldn't hear the situation in the mini-mart. Zhou Wen was alarmed as he looked at the mini-mart. He saw that the youth had already walked out and was looking at him. Beside the youth, the oil lamp floated in the air. As for the flame, it had already turned into what looked like a deity. It was somewhat similar to the mythical Aladdin's magic lamp. When the youth saw Zhou Wen, his expression seemed odd. He stood there and sized him up as though he was very curious about him. Zhou Wen also sized up the youth. He looked 27 or 28 years old. He wasn't handsome, but he was very stylish. He was the type that was filled with manly charm. Zhou Wen was certain that he had never seen him before as he looked rather unfamiliar. As for the lamp beside him, Zhou Wen recognized it. It was Genie, which was on the ranking. It had once been ranked 3rd, but it had now fallen to 9th place. It was still quite a respectable ranking. Please don't misunderstand. I don't have any ill intentions. I just happened to pass by and saw some light, so I came over out of curiosity, Zhou Wen said. The youth curled his lips and laughed. It's fate that we meet. Apart from us, there's no one else here. Why don't you come in and have a drink with me? It will save us the loneliness of the night. Thank you for your kindness. I still have something to do. I'll continue on my way. I won't disturb you any further. Zhou Wen felt that the youth was somewhat odd, so he decided to stay away from him. To his surprise, the youth said with a smile, There are mountains surrounding 3 sides of this area. Apart from the path you took to enter, there's no other way out. And in such a sh**thole, the only useful thing is probably the black cube in the town square. I'm afraid you are like me. You don't want others to see your companion beast on the rankings, right? The youth's guess was naturally correct. Although Zhou Wen wanted to deny it, he couldn't find a reasonable excuse. Now that you've seen my genie, even if I know that your companion beast is on the rankings, you and I have something against each other. No one will be at a disadvantage. I've been here for many days, and haven't even seen a fly. I'm really bored. Just stay here and chat with me, said the youth with a smile. Zhou Wen didn't move. Since he had been discovered, he decided not to let Tyrant Behemoth fight here. Just as he was about to bid farewell and leave, the youth continued. It doesn't matter if you don't want to stay. However, you already know my secret, and I don't have anything to use against you. It's naturally impossible for me to let you leave alive. As he spoke, the genie beside the youth had already arrived in front of him. It stared at Zhou Wen and took a deep breath. The body condensed from the flame instantly doubled in size, as though a flaming vortex was flowing inside. Do you want to fight my genie or stay behind to drink with me? Make a choice. The youth leaned against the door frame and took another sip before looking at Zhou Wen with a smile. I'm sorry. Zhou turned around and left. The youth didn't have any intention of taking action. He only said indifferently, "You know that my companion beast is Genie, but you aren't moved at all. Yet, you came to this godforsaken place to make it onto the rankings. The companion beasts you possess are definitely extraordinary. At the very least, they are higher than my Genie. Even if you aren't on the rankings, I can guess that any new top companion beast that appears on the ranking will be yours." Zhou didn't stop as he continued walking. The youth's voice continued, "Your name is Zhou, right? Everyone in the bureau has a photo of you. You're from the bureau?" Zhou turned to look at the youth. If the youth was really a member of the bureau, he could use all means to kill him, despite not liking the idea of murder. "Don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with the bureau." The youth shrugged nonchalantly and said, "I'm the same as you. I'm a target of the bureau's pursuit. I've seen your photo in the hands of the bureau's people and some information. That's why I recognize you. You came here to attempt getting into the rankings and have a powerful companion beast. I'm guessing you are planning on doing something. However, the bureau doesn't seem to have any mythical companion beasts on the rankings. I remember now. You have quite a deep grudge with the Cape family. Are you trying to challenge the Cape's companion beasts on the rankings?" The youth thought for a moment and laughed. "Chimera. You want to challenge Chimera, right? Who are you?" Zhou frowned as he looked at the youth. He hadn't said a thing, but the youth had already guessed so much. It was as though he had read his mind. It left Zhou somewhat alarmed. "Uncrying Knight. First on the bureau's wanted list, and my bounty is the highest. Have you heard of me?" The youth drank another mouthful of beer before continuing. Zhou didn't know who was ranked first on the bureau's wanted list, but the youth did indeed make him wary. "I already know your secret. Unless you kill me or give up on your plan, it doesn't matter where you get to on the rankings. Why don't you stay and have a few drinks with me? That way, you won't be alone in this remote mountain range." The youth threw a can of beer at Zhou. Chapter 620 Strange Town. Zhou's eyes focused as he slashed out with the Golden Overlord sword in his hand. The golden sword beam instantly destroyed the beer as it shot towards Uncrying Knight. The genie in front of Uncrying Knight spat out a blinding white flame. The golden sword beam struck the flame like a wheel, splitting it apart. At the same time, it split the genie's body into two and continued slashing at Uncrying Knight. A look of surprise flashed across Uncrying Knight's eyes as he quickly dodged the golden sword beam slash. However, the sword wheel formed by the golden sword beam suddenly boomeranged and slashed at Uncrying Knight's back at an even faster speed. It was none other than the Boomerang Wind Essence energy skill. Just as the golden sword wheel was about to touch Uncrying Knight's back, he suddenly used a strange stance. As he leaned forward, he spun his left leg as he dodged the golden sword wheel in a contorted fashion. The Golden Overlord sword in Zhou's hand wasn't idle either. With Transcendent Flying Immortal activated, he fused with the sword beam as his body tore through the void and slashed at Uncrying Knight like golden lightning. Uncrying Knight wore a solemn expression as black matter condensed on his hands. It transformed into bracers that wrapped around his arms and palms as he stared intently at the Golden Overlord sword that flashed over. Clang! Uncrying Knight managed to sandwich the Golden Overlord sword's blade in the middle. However, the golden sword beam on the Golden Overlord sword was too intense. It pushed Uncrying Knight's body back, causing him to slam into the building behind him, collapsing it. Boom! Uncrying Knight crashed through several buildings and finally slammed into the stone wall. The stone walls behind him were in ruins before he stopped retreating. The Golden Overlord sword's blade was still firmly clamped between his hands. The black vortex produced by the bracers constantly absorbed the golden sword beam, but it was unable to completely absorb it. The sword beam sparks produced constantly exploded. Zhou pushed the blade with all his might, slowly pressing the blade towards Uncrying Knight. Just as the golden sword beam on the blade was about to touch his cheek, Uncrying Knight pushed with both hands and ducked to the side. The Golden Overlord sword left a deep mark on the mountain wall behind him. Zhou brandished his sword and was about to slash again when Uncrying Knight waved his hand. "Junior brother, I'm joking with you. There's no need to fight to the death." Seeing that Zhou was completely unfazed, the Golden Overlord sword in his hand slashed down again. Uncrying Knight waved his hand as he retreated. "I'm really your senior brother. My name is Lu Yun, and I'm teacher Wang Mingyuan's student. You should have heard of my name, right? I'm the same as you. I graduated from Guide High School. Speaking of which, we hail from the same hometown." Zhou was slightly taken aback when he heard that. He did remember that Wang Mingyuan had such a student, but he had long graduated. He was from a graduating class many years ago. He had even discussed the senior brother named Lu Yun with Zhong Zia. Furthermore, Lu Yun was rather famous in Guide City. He was publicly recognized as Guide City's genius. Zhou had heard of his name when he was there. Didn't you say that your name was Uncrying Knight? Why are you now Lu Yun? Zhou stared coldly at the youth. He didn't lower his sword as he locked onto him. Uncrying Knight is my nickname. My real name is Lu Yun. As the youth spoke, he took out something. You recognize this thing, right? I believe other than teachers, students, no one else will have it. Zhou saw that the youth was holding a pendant. It looked like it was carved from ivory, but it was a little green, instead of the yellow tinge that ivory had. Zhou couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw the pendant. He also had one. It was given to him by Wang Mingyuan and had once helped him tide through danger. Later, he heard from Wang Mingyuan that the pendant had been carved from the teeth of the white dragon in Dragon's Well. However, Wang Mingyuan said that he had carved 4 of them and gave them to Jiang Yan, Zhong Zia, Hui Haifeng, and Zhou Wen respectively. He didn't mention anything about Lu Yun. There's no need to doubt it. When teacher obtained the dragon teeth, I was the one who helped him steal them from beneath Dragon's Well. Back then, teacher carved a pendant for me and kept the rest. He said that he would give it to his favorite disciples in the future. I believe you must have one too, right? Said Lu Yun. How did you know I would be here? Although Zhou would already believe that he was Wang Mingyuan's student, he didn't relax his guard. Lu Yun spread out his hands and said, How would I know that you would come here? I was pursued by the Bureau and fled here to seek refuge. I didn't expect to meet you. If it weren't for the Bureau's constant hunting of the 4 of you, I wouldn't have known that you were teacher's student. Just as Zhou Wen was about to say something, he suddenly heard hurried hooves coming from the north of the town. It was as though thousands of troops were charging towards the town. Oh no, I was caught up with pulling your leg and forgot about this matter. Quickly hide. Don't reveal yourself or make a sound. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. As Lu Yun spoke, he unsummoned Genie and charged forward. With a bound, he jumped into a water well by the side. With a thought, Zhou Wen leaped down with Lu Yun with the golden overlord sword in hand. Splash. Splash. The duo fell into the well one after another. Lu Yun sank his body into the water, and Zhou Wen followed suit. They dived into the well together, but the golden overlord sword in his hand maintained an offensive stance, guarding against Lu Yun. As the hooves approached, Zhou Wen used his ears to listen to the situation outside. The projection outside immediately imprinted itself into his mind, allowing him to see a strange scene. The ones running outside weren't horses, but creatures that looked like deer. The deer were completely white, and there were crystal-like antlers on their heads. The herd of white deer numbered at least 100. Every one of them was abnormally majestic, and the crystal antlers on their heads were extremely large. On the back of the majestic white deer in front of the herd was a strange creature. It wore white clothes, white trousers, and a white hat. It looked like a human, but its face was also white. It had no mouth, nose, eyes, nor eyebrows, like a piece of white paper. The white deer carried the white-clothed man and ran through the streets, but they didn't leave the town. Instead, they circled the streets. Clang! 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 Every time the herd of white deer walked a distance, the white-clothed man would strike the metal disc in his other hand with a rod. They did not know what he was doing. After the white deer herd and the white-clothed faceless man circled the town, they sped away and left the town. Only then did Lu Yun rush out of the well and chase after the white deer herd. What are you doing? Zhou Wen jumped out of the well and asked Lu Yun. Flower picking. Lu Yun answered before chasing in the direction that the white deer herd had disappeared. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and followed him out of town. The white deer and the white-clothed man were dimensional creatures, but this town wasn't a dimensional zone. It was indeed strange for them to appear here. It was mainly because Zhou Wen was afraid that the fellow who claimed to be Lu Yun would escape. He still couldn't confirm who he really was. Even if he was Lu Yun, Zhou Wen couldn't let him spread the news of him coming here. Chapter 621 Treasure Snatching in the Lake. The town was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the direction the white deer herd came from was not the entrance, but the depths of the basin. When Zhou Wen caught up to Lu Yun outside the town, Lu Yun gestured for him to remain silent before stealthily approaching. Zhou Wen followed behind him to see what he was up to. Lu Yun seemed to be very familiar with the path here. He drilled through the forest and grasslands, and soon, he hid in a bush. Zhou Wen also entered the grassland and realized that there was a lake beyond it. The lake wasn't very big, and surrounding it was the large grassland and a small portion of a forest. The white deer herd was on the grass beside the lake. The bright moonlight shone on the grass and the lake, blanketing them with a layer of light. It looked exceptionally beautiful, like an immortal paradise in the mortal world. Most of the white deer had their heads lowered as they leisurely ate the grass. Only the leading white deer was standing straight on the bank. The white-clothed man was also staring at the lake. Although he didn't have eyes, he gave off the feeling that he was staring intently at the center of the lake. Clang! 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 After a while, the white-clothed man used the rod in his hand to strike the metal disc. With that, the grass-eating white deer raised their heads and approached the leading white deer. The leading white deer walked towards the lake. Magically, it slowly walked over the water. It didn't sink into the water. Ripples spread under its hooves. Under the moonlight, it was like a ring of light spreading across the water's surface. The white deer behind followed. They stepped on the water's surface and followed the leader to the center of the lake. When the white deer came to a halt, the white-clothed, faceless man's rod struck at an even higher frequency. He kept striking the metal disc, producing clanging noises. Amidst the rapid clanging, the white deer herd became uneasy. It was unknown what kind of power was driving the white deer. One of the white deer raised its head and used its antlers to slam into the white deer beside it. The crystal-like antlers immediately tore through the other white deer's stomach and blood gushed out like a fountain. It was as if the curtain had been drawn. The entire herd became irascible, constantly killing each other on the surface of the lake. The deer's blood dyed the lake red in a moment, and the dead white deer's corpses sank into the water. Joe was somewhat curious when he saw this strange scene. He wanted to know what the white-clothed man was doing. More and more white deer died and sank to the bottom of the lake. Soon, only the leading white deer from the original 100 remained standing on the surface of the lake. As for the originally crystal-clear lake, it had already been dyed purplish-red by the white deer's blood. It was like a huge blood-red gem that emitted a rich smell of blood. Bloop! Bloop! In the middle of the lake, tiny bubbles surfaced. It was as if the lake had been boiled, but the temperature of the lake didn't rise. After a while, Joe heard a splashing sound. Then, he saw a white flower tear out of the water and float to the surface. The flower had 6 petals, blooming in a hexagonal shape. They were as white as snow. There was a circular petal in the middle, but it was bright red like blood. It looked like a sacred lily, but its flower pistil's diameter exceeded a meter. As the flower appeared, the purplish-red color of the lake water gradually faded. As for the snow-white petals, they gradually turned red, as though the petals had absorbed the blood in the lake. In just 20 minutes, the lake water returned to its crystal-clear state. The huge flower had completely turned blood red, like a beautiful blood rose. The white-clothed, faceless man waved his hand, and used it like a blade, slicing off the white deer's head he was riding. Blood spewed out from the white deer's severed neck like a fountain. It splashed onto the flower, making it even more beautiful. The deer's corpse sank into the water, but the white-clothed figure didn't react at all. He stood on the surface of the water, with a face without any facial features. He continued facing the blood flower, as though he was staring at it. From the looks of it, the white-clothed man's target should be that flower. What's the use of that flower? Just as Joe was pondering over it, he saw a red glow shoot out from the flower. It was as though something was shimmering in the petal. The white-clothed man, who had been standing there motionless the entire time, finally moved. He extended a hand and grabbed the center petal. Lu Yun, who was lurking beside Joe, suddenly charged forward like a stream of light towards the flower. At the same time, he threw the oil lamp in his hand at the white-clothed, faceless man. The oil lamp spewed out flames in the air, turning into a deity like genie. It spewed out flames that resembled a tornado towards the white-clothed, faceless man. While the flames entangled the faceless man in white, Lu Yun reached out to grab the petal. The white-clothed, faceless man waved his sleeve and immediately extinguished all the flames that the genie spewed out. At the same time, the white wooden stick in his other hand struck at Lu Yun. Lu Yun blocked the wooden stick with one hand while his other hand continued its attempt at grabbing the flower. Unfortunately, it was blocked by a metal disc. In an instant, Lu Yun and the white-clothed, faceless man clashed several times. Lu Yun's hands were extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages when he attacked. It was as though he had transformed into a 1,000-hand Guanyin. His speed wasn't inferior to Zhou Wen's transcendent flying immortal. It was no wonder he could grab the Golden Overlord sword with both hands. However, the white-clothed man was even faster. As he blocked Lu Yun, he struck the metal disc with the wooden staff. Clang! Zhou Wen, who was by the riverbank, immediately felt his mind explode when he heard the sound. His soul seemed to waver from the tremors, as though it would fly out of his body at any moment. He couldn't help but be alarmed as he hurriedly switched to God's retreat. At the same time, he took out the substitute talisman and stuck it on his body. He summoned the 6-winged guardian dragon and had it appear in its 6-winged form behind him. He fully activated the Truth Listener earring's abilities, blanketing the entire lake to clearly observe everything that happened. Without a doubt, the white-clothed man was definitely a mythical dimensional creature. Judging by the loud sound, Lu Yun was also thrown into the lake. The situation didn't look good. However, when the white-clothed, faceless man looked at the flower, he was enraged. He slammed the metal disc again, causing the surrounding lake water to explode and spray. It rose up more than 10 meters. Zhou also realized the problem. The thing that twinkled in the middle of the flower had vanished. Clearly, it had been taken by Lu Yun, but he hadn't detected the moment when Lu Yun had taken it away. He was fast. Just as Zhou reeled in surprise, he saw Lu Yun rush out of the lake and climb ashore. He wanted to escape in the direction of the town. However, the white-clothed man's figure flashed. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Lu Yun, blocking his path. Chapter 622 Orange, California. The white-clothed, faceless man was like a ghost as he drifted over. His figure appeared and disappeared from time to time. Lu Yun was struggling to escape, but he couldn't. He couldn't beat him either, so he could only rely on the pair of black bracers and the protection of Genie to barely withstand the white-clothed, faceless man's attacks. "Junior brother, quickly help me!" Lu Yun shouted as he fought. Zhou hid in the distance and didn't move. He wasn't familiar with Lu Yun, so it was naturally impossible for him to risk his life. He could take the opportunity to observe what abilities the white-clothed, faceless man had, so he could reap the benefits of the mutually destructive struggle. The white-clothed, faceless man didn't seem to have any terrifying skills, but Zhou felt that he was somewhat odd. The clanging sound had actually shaken his soul. Even Truth Listener's evil nullification was useless. It was obvious how terrifying he was. Although he didn't strike the metal disc again, Zhou had to be wary. Seeing Zhou hiding in the distance without making a sound, Lu Yun used Genie to circle around the white-clothed, faceless man, but it didn't have much of an effect. Although Genie wasn't afraid of many kinds of destructive power, there was nothing he could do about the white-clothed, faceless man. Its flames were extinguished by the white-clothed, faceless man with a wave of his sleeve. It wasn't of much use. "Junior brother, help me. I'll share the benefits with you," shouted Lu Yun. "What benefits? What's inside the flower?" Zhou asked. "I can't explain it in such a short period of time. Let's work together to kill this monster first," shouted Lu Yun. Zhou didn't say a word as he continued hiding in the shadows. "Half. I'll give you half the benefits," Lu Yun shouted again. Zhou remained unmoved. He had been observing the white-clothed, faceless man the entire time. The wooden staff in his hand didn't seem to be anything special. Even so, Lu Yun didn't dare let it hit him. All he dared to do was defend with his bracers. His pair of bracers were definitely transformed from a mythical companion beast. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to fend off the Golden Overlord's sword, nor could he block the attacks of the white-clothed, faceless man. The Genie and the mythical bracer could barely withstand the white-clothed, faceless man's attacks. From this, it could be seen that although the white-clothed, faceless man looked ordinary, he was actually rather terrifying. Genie's ranking was still rather high. Yet, despite fighting the white-clothed, faceless man, he didn't show any special performance. Clearly, he was restrained. "Junior brother, at the very least, we studied under the same teacher. You can't just leave me in the lurch." Seeing Zhou ignore him, Lu Yun sighed and said, "Fellow disciples should share weal and woe together. Don't blame me for being heartless. Be careful of the staff in his hand. Don't let it hit your body. Otherwise, your soul will immediately dissipate. It doesn't matter how strong your body is." As Lu Yun spoke, he retreated while in combat. He ran towards Zhou, clearly hoping to drag him into the fight. How could Zhou let him have his wish? Although he had many mythical companion beasts, and wasn't necessarily afraid of the white-clothed, faceless man, there was no need for him to be Lu Yun's shield. Zhou gradually retreated. As Lu Yun was fighting while retreating, he naturally couldn't keep up with his speed. "Junior brother, I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you when we meet again." As Lu Yun spoke, he summoned an orange cat. The orange cat was like a ball, but after appearing, it was extremely agile. It pounced at Zhou like lightning. It was strange. The white-clothed, faceless man had been chasing Lu Yun relentlessly, determined to take back the item from the flower. However, the moment the orange cat appeared, the white-clothed, faceless man seemed to be attracted by a magnet. He gave up attacking Lu Yun and instead chased after the orange cat. Zhou immediately figured out what the problem was. A mysterious wave emitted from the orange cat's body, as though it was a taunting skill. It attracted the white-clothed, faceless man to chase after it. Orange cat was extremely fast as it led the white-clothed, faceless man towards Zhou. Its body was as fat as a ball, but the way it positioned was extremely coquettish. It dodged the white-clothed, faceless man's pursuit time and time again. Zhou pulled out the Golden Overlord's sword and slashed out a few sword beams at Orange Cat, but it dodged them all. It seemed to know a teleportation skill as it got closer and closer to Zhou. There was only one way out with mountains surrounding the area. Zhou had no choice but to fly up and escape using the sky. However, just as he charged into midair, Orange Cat burrowed into the grass, and the mysterious waves from its body vanished. The white-clothed, faceless man regained his clarity of mind, and happened to see Zhou Wen fly up into the air like a ghost. He instantly caught up to Zhou Wen in midair. "Junior brother Zhou, I'll thank you now. See you again if fate allows for it. I'll treat you to a drink." Lu Yun waved at Zhou Wen from afar. It was unknown when Orange Cat had returned to his embrace. "Junior brother, you have to be careful. That fellow is the legendary mountain god. The wooden staff in his hand can directly attack the soul. Using present-day parlance, it can attack one's mind. Once you are hit, you will become an idiot. You have to be careful." Lu Yun's voice sounded from afar. It softened until it was almost inaudible. Zhou Wen guessed what the white-clothed, faceless man was after hearing Lu Yun's words. The mountain god mentioned in ancient times wasn't an embodiment of a mountain, but a powerful demon spirit in the mountain. There were many types. One of them was extremely terrifying. It was called Ba. Legend had it that it was the ancestor of hopping zombies. Wherever it went, it could devour clouds and dragons. It was an extremely terrifying existence. Zhou Wen estimated that the white-clothed, faceless man was probably something similar. It wasn't as terrifying as the legendary Ba, but it wasn't a character to be trifled with. The wooden staff in the white-robed, faceless man's hand was powerful. It was probably a manifestation of a plant-type mythical creature. No one knew how the white-clothed, faceless man obtained it. The metal disc in his other hand wasn't an ordinary object either. Faced with such a strange thing, Zhou Wen didn't give it any chance. He directly summoned Truth Listener. Truth Listener was a divine beast that kept hell in check. It definitely had the ability to restrain all kinds of demons and ghosts. It was the perfect time to use it. The moment Truth Listener appeared, the white-clothed, faceless man's body trembled. His legs seemed to go limp as he turned and ran. The awe-inspiring aura and baneful aura from before had completely vanished. He looked nervous like a lost dog. Truth Listener transformed into a stream of light that flashed and caught up to the white-clothed, faceless man. It smashed his head with its claw. With a clang, the white-clothed, faceless man fell to the ground and died. The wooden staff and metal disc in his hand dropped. Before Zhou Wen could walk over, Truth Listener had already dug out a crystal from his chest and swallowed it. Although Zhou Wen thought that Truth Listener could restrain these things, he had not expected it to be so powerful. Truth Listener didn't even use the Wheel of Destiny to kill the white-clothed, faceless man with a swipe. Without any delay, Zhou Wen picked up the wooden staff and metal disc and stored them in the chaos space. He got Truth Listener to return to his ear before rushing back to the town. Chapter 623 Pearl. Lu Yun escaped back to the town, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he returned to the mini-mart at the corner of the street and took some things before walking out. "Junior brother should be fine, right? He won't be killed, right?" Lu Yun looked in the direction of the lake and muttered to himself. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Yun muttered to himself as though he was comforting himself. "The people that teacher tutored shouldn't die so easily. He even has the guts to target Chimera. The companion beasts on him are definitely no trifling matter. They aren't inferior to Genie. Furthermore, with the Golden Great Sword and the six-winged Guardian Dragon, he should be able to escape even if he can't defeat Mountain God." After some thought, Lu Yun took a bottle of alcohol from his bag and placed it on the table by the door. He used his finger like a sword and etched a sentence on the wall beside him. "Junior brother, thank you for your help. This bottle of vintage wine was stolen from the family clan of gods with great difficulty. It's been aged over 100 years. Take it as my thanks. Don't miss me. Let's meet again if fate allows. What a pity. I wonder if this junior brother of mine is a wine connoisseur. If he doesn't, wouldn't it be a waste?" Lu Yun looked at the bottle and muttered reluctantly. With that said, Lu Yun prepared to leave. "You should keep the wine for yourself. Leave the thing you took from the flower to redeem your sins." A voice sounded from the roof not far away. Lu Yun's expression changed drastically as he looked up and saw Zhou Wen standing on the rooftop opposite him. He immediately smiled. "Junior brother, you sure are outstanding. You killed that mountain god so quickly. You're much stronger than me. It's no wonder teacher thinks so highly of the four of you. He even called you to his side before he left. You are indeed the cream of the crop," Lu Yun said as he retreated to the side. It looked like he was about to escape. "If I were you, I would stay still," Zhou Wen said indifferently without stopping him. "I also wish to have a good chat with you, junior brother. Unfortunately, the Bureau is hounding me. If I were to stay here, I'm afraid I would implicate you. That wouldn't be nice. I'll take my leave now." As Lu Yun spoke, he directed strength into his feet and attempted to rush out. However, just as he exerted strength, the ground beneath his feet exploded. It was as though he had stepped on a landmine. Lu Yun's reaction was fast enough as he tumbled away, reducing most of the explosive force. However, wherever his body rolled on the ground exploded. "Ah!" Screams and explosions rang out. By the time Lu Yun stopped, his body was already charred black. His hair was standing up and still smoking. Junior brother, I never expected you to be proficient in Life Blast. That's not right. You didn't use a life form for the blast, so it shouldn't be Life Blast. What skill is this? Lu Yun stood rooted to the ground and didn't dare move. He forced a smile and asked Zhou Wen. I don't know what skill it is either. If you are interested, why don't you try taking another step? Zhou Wen said indifferently. When Lu Yun was packing up, Zhou Wen had already directed Explosive Fiend Man to set up many time blasts nearby to prevent him from escaping. Junior brother, we are fellow disciples. Why do you have to do this? Why don't we do this? We'll split this treasure equally. Lu Yun took out something from his pocket. Zhou Wen carefully sized up the item in Lu Yun's hand. It was a blood-colored bead that was the size of a billiard ball. It was completely blood-red and crystalline, like an alluring red pearl. It flashed with a red glimmer, as though something was flowing inside. Leave your life or leave that pearl behind. You can choose either one, Zhou Wen said. There's no need to be so ruthless, right? Lu Yun smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for teacher, you would have died the moment you lured Mountain God to me, Zhou Wen said. In fact, it wasn't entirely because of this that Zhou Wen didn't kill Lu Yun. Firstly, Lu Yun's abilities and companion beasts were rather odd. He didn't know what other means he had, so Zhou Wen wasn't completely confident that he could ensure retaining him while not having the red bee destroyed. Zhou Wen's interest in treasures was far greater than killing someone. Secondly, Lu Yun had also told him about Mountain God when he left. Furthermore, there was a high chance that he was Wang Mingyuan's student. There was no need for him to fight him to the death. Forget it. You are my junior brother after all? I'll give you this treasure. As Lu Yun spoke, he threw the red pearl at Zhou Wen. He summoned Genie at the same time and made it open up a path for him to escape in another direction. The direction he chose wasn't to leave the town, but to go towards the lake. Lu Yun thought that Zhou Wen had set up a trap to prevent him from escaping. He thought he would have set up a trap in the direction of the town's exit, so he would escape into the forest before scaling a mountain. Naturally, he would be able to escape. After all, there probably hadn't been enough time for Zhou Wen to set up traps all around him. Zhou Wen reached out to grab the red pearl, but he realized that it was only a bubble. It shattered with a touch. Junior brother, you're still too young to fight me. Lu Yun held the red pearl in his hand and quickly rushed towards the forest outside the town. Genie charged ahead, and there didn't seem to be any explosions. Things had developed according to Lu Yun's expectations. Zhou Wen hadn't set up a trap in this direction. Genie charged into the grasses, and was fine, but when Lu Yun rushed into the grass, the plants suddenly exploded like bombs. Immediately, a series of tragic cries and explosions sounded. When everything calmed down, Lu Yun was already lying on the ground covered in injuries. His handsome face had turned black, and most of his hair had been burnt. Try running again. Zhou Wen came to Lu Yun's side and took a deep breath. The red pearl was sucked out of Lu Yun's sleeve and landed in Zhou Wen's palm. You and your schemes. There's nothing impressive about using traps and harming others. If you really have the ability, remove the surrounding traps and fight me openly. Whoever wins the battle will have the treasure, said Lu Yun with a righteous tone. Zhou Wen curled his lips in disdain. This wasn't the first time he had been hoodwinked. Once bitten, twice shy. Wang Mingyuan's students looked young and handsome, but, including Wang Mingyuan, none of them were decent. Zhou Wen wouldn't fight him in an open match unless he was crazy. Why are you being pursued by the Bureau? Is it because of teacher? Zhou Wen asked. No. Lu Yun shook his head. This answer exceeded Zhou Wen's expectations, so he continued asking. Then what's the reason? Because I stole something from the 6 families and the Bureau's headquarters. Lu Yun puffed up his chest proudly. However, because he looked as though he had been struck by lightning, he didn't look that impressive. Chapter 624 signature in hand. What did you steal? Zhou Wen asked. Lu Yun opened his mouth, but he suddenly closed it again. He was regretting it now. He shouldn't have been greedy for the alcohol and food. After escaping, he should have left the town. Lu Yun originally imagined that Zhou Wen wouldn't return so quickly, and would definitely be entangled by Mountain God for a long time. Who knew that Zhou Wen would be able to catch up so quickly, and even have the time to set up so many time blasts? If he had known, he wouldn't have done all those things and would have long fled. I didn't steal anything valuable. They're all small things. Lu Yun changed the topic and said, Junior brother, you have taken the treasure too. It's time for me to leave. Can you remove your traps? Lu Yun had never seen an essence energy skill like Time Blast. He had seen Life Blast in the past, and he could also see the traces of Life Blast. However, it wasn't easy for him to see any flaws with the Explosive Fiend Man's Time Blast. Furthermore, it wasn't just used on living bodies. This made him stumble and suffer. Sure. Sign here, and you can leave. Zhou placed a piece of paper and a pen in front of Lu Yun. Junior brother, what are you doing? Lu Yun had been through a lot, so he knew that things weren't as simple as signing an autograph. You can leave after you sign your signature, Zhou said. Lu Yun forced out a smile. It wasn't easy for us fellow disciples to meet. As a senior brother, I should stay and accompany you more. Even if you don't want to leave, you have to sign it, Zhou continued. Lu Yun's expression immediately turned bitter. Junior brother, we share the same roots, so why torment each other? Can we negotiate this nicely? Don't you want to know what companion beast I will use to challenge Chimera? Then I'll let you experience it for yourself. Zhou looked at Lu Yun and was about to summon Tyrant Behemoth. I'll sign it. Before Zhou could summon Tyrant Behemoth, Lu Yun quickly picked up the paper and pen and signed his name before handing it to Zhou. Junior brother, what's the use of this signature? As long as you don't spout nonsense, this signature won't be of any use. Don't worry. Zhou folded and put it away when he saw the words. Lu Yun. In fact, the authenticity of the name didn't matter. As long as he signed it in person, Explosive Fiend Man's death list would take effect. Now, with just a thought from the Explosive Fiend Man, he could kill Lu Yun who had signed his name. Alright, you can leave now. Zhou turned around and walked towards the town square. Remove the traps first before you leave. Lu Yun had suffered terribly from the time blast. If it wasn't for the time blast, he would have fled long ago. After all, he was only at the epic stage, and his mythical pets couldn't protect his entire body. He really couldn't withstand the continuous explosions. There's no more left. I didn't have much time just now. I only had time to set up that many. You have already detonated them all, Zhou said without turning his head. Lu Yun's face looked livid when he heard that. If he had known this would happen, he would have been able to escape even if he was injured. He had been robbed of the Red Pearl for nothing, and had even signed his name for some unknown reason. Why aren't you leaving? Why are you following me? Zhou asked when he saw Lu Yun follow him from behind. Junior brother, I don't feel at ease until you explain what that signature is for. It's better I follow you. Lu Yun had seen many strange essence energy skills before, so he knew of some special essence energy skills that just needed a name to kill someone thousands of kilometers away. Lu Yun didn't know which type of essence energy skill Zhou had, nor did he know what use it had. How could he leave just like that? Up to you. Zhou continued walking towards the town square. Junior brother, why don't we do this? I'll tell you a secret of the Cape family. Why don't you return the paper to me? Lu Yun said as he walked. I hate hearing secrets the most, Zhou said. However, Lu Yun continued disapprovingly. The secret I'm talking about isn't an ordinary piece of news. A while back, I tried my best to sneak into the Special Inspector Bureau and a few large families and learned quite a lot of secrets. You know the Zhang family, right? The family of the hero king, the Zhang family's princess, Zhang Yuji. Do you know why the Zhang family dotes on her so much? Why? Zhou was intrigued. Because she's very special. In recent years, the Zhang family's strength has increased tremendously. It has something to do with the little princess of the Zhang family. I accidentally discovered this secret when I sneaked into the Zhang family residence to steal something. Other than the few upper echelons of the Zhang family, I'm afraid I'm the only one who knows this secret. Lu Yun deliberately kept him in suspense. Zhou didn't pursue the matter. He walked all the way to the square and saw the black cube. Seeing that Zhou didn't pursue the matter, Lu Yun continued. I'll treat this secret as a free gift to you. The little princess of the Zhang family has a special life providence. With such a life providence, she can easily gain the favor of any dimensional creature, allowing them to treat her as one of their own. Think about it, this is such a terrifying ability. With Zhang Yuji, the Zhang family can easily grasp the habits and abilities of those mythical creatures. Then, killing those mythical creatures will be much easier. Such a person will be doted on like a princess no matter where they are. They definitely won't let anything happen to her. Zhang Yuji really has such a life providence? Zhou asked in surprise. Don't doubt me. I heard it myself. It's definitely not fake news. Lu Yun swore. In fact, Zhou was already convinced. This was because he had seen Zhang Yuji use her weak body to stop the six-winged guardian dragon in its rage. The six-winged guardian dragon actually didn't injure her. Back then, he felt that there was something odd about Zhang Yuji, but he didn't think too deeply about it. Now that he thought about it, Zhang Yuji really must have that ability, or something even stronger. However, Zhou felt that there was still a problem with Zhang Yuji's life providence. Back when the six-winged guardian dragon was killed, Zhang Yuji's sorrow was definitely not faked. With this in mind, Zhou's heart suddenly stirred. Could Zhang Yuji's life providence be two-way? If she can make dimensional creatures treat her, As a friend or relative, she might have the same feelings. That might be more reasonable. Zhou thought for a moment and felt that it was best if his guess didn't come true. Otherwise, Zhang Yuji would be too pitiful. If his guess was true, Zhang Yuji had already treated the dimensional creatures as family and friends. Yet, her family wanted to use her to kill them. That was a tragedy in itself. As he pondered, Zhou walked to the black cube and summoned Tyrant Behemoth. Chapter 625 Behemoth's First Battle. Boom! Tyrant Behemoth's body, that seemed to be made of obsidian, landed, causing the ground around it to tremble. This can't be Behemoth, right? Lu Yun was knowledgeable. He had once traveled across the world, so he quickly guessed Behemoth's identity. He was even more alarmed. Behemoth was a dimensional creature in the West District. Furthermore, it enjoyed a very high status in West District mythology. Many people in the West District guessed that Behemoth existed, but no one had seen it before. Lu Yun never expected to see a behemoth companion beast in Zhou Wen's possession. Although he didn't know if it was a pure behemoth, it definitely had a behemoth bloodline. Zhou Wen didn't say a word as he controlled Behemoth to mount the black cube. Then, it walked to the middle and injected essence energy into the circle. The black cube immediately lit up. On the cube's 4 screens, the top 100 companion beasts appeared. Zhou Wen found the 13th ranked Chimera and struck its name with essence energy. It was like a touch-screen interface. Chimera's name on the cube's screen lit up. Then, a 72-hour countdown appeared behind the name. If Chimera didn't accept the challenge within 72 hours, Tyrant Behemoth would replace Chimera's ranking and squeeze it out of the rankings. Tyrant Behemoth was pulled into a dimensional combat field by a beam of light from the cube. The images of Tyrant Behemoth appeared on the cubes around the world, as well as the name and countdown of the Chimera. It's really Behemoth. Lu Yun saw the name on the cube and knew that his previous guess had been correct. Tyrant Behemoth's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the media around the world, especially the West District's media. They were extremely enthusiastic about its appearance, as they guessed who Tyrant Behemoth belonged to. The people who had the most guesses were either from the family clan of gods or the Cape family, but now, the people from the Cape family were alarmed. It was fine that Behemoth had appeared, but it had actually challenged their Cape family's companion beast. This made them suspect that the family clan of gods in the West District was up to no good. However, they didn't have any evidence. Chimera's owner didn't immediately accept the challenge. The Cape family used all sorts of channels and means to begin investigating if Tyrant Behemoth was the doing of the family clan of gods, or if others in the West District were secretly enemies with them. Another family that paid attention to Tyrant Behemoth was the Zhang family. Others didn't know of Tyrant Behemoth's origins, but the Zhang family knew very well that Tyrant Behemoth's companion egg had originally belonged to them. It was only because of a traitor that they had lost the Tyrant Behemoth companion egg. It has finally appeared. The Behemoth companion egg that our Zhang family lost. Zhang Xiao stared at Tyrant Behemoth in the video with a dark expression. There were many brothers and many geniuses in the Zhang family. Mythical companion eggs weren't enough for them all. If the Behemoth companion egg wasn't lost, Zhang Xiao had a great chance of becoming its master. Therefore, Zhang Xiao paid special attention to this matter. Zhang Chuanqiu patted Zhang Xiao on the shoulder and said, "Don't force yourself when it's destined. There will be stronger mythical companion beasts waiting for you in the future. I just want to know who stole the Behemoth companion egg and took what belongs to our Zhang family. They must pay the price," Zhang Xiao said. "According to our previous investigations, it's most likely done by the overseas faction. When I return, I'll accompany you to see," Zhang Chuanqiu said. Zhang Xiao shook his head slightly. "Brother Qiu, let me handle this matter myself. How are your preparations?" "Du Gugu and Xiao Luchuan are already on their way. I hope there will be a result. If the cocoon really has a guardian like the 6-winged seraphim, we will have a new path to continue progressing," Zhang Chuanqiu said. "Is this path really correct?" Zhang Xiao questioned. "Who knows? Even if it's the wrong path, you have to walk it before you know," Zhang Chuanqiu said calmly. Zhou Wen waited for quite some time, but he didn't see Chimera accept the challenge. All he could do was take out his tent and other items and set them up by the side. Then, he entered the tent and laid down to game while waiting for Chimera to accept the challenge. With a time limit of 72 hours, it was unknown when the Cape family would accept the challenge. Zhou Wen guessed that they wouldn't accept the challenge quickly, but they wouldn't give up either. The Cape family also wanted to know what kind of power Tyrant Behemoth had. Was it as terrifying as the mythical legends? Looking at his size, Tyrant Behemoth was only a few meters tall. It didn't look like a monster that could eat 1,000 mountains daily. They definitely had their doubts. In fact, Tyrant Behemoth still couldn't eat 1,000 mountains a day. However, eating a smaller mountain wasn't a problem. Its body could change in size freely. This was the most confusing part. Even if it was just a test, the Cape family wouldn't let Chimera surrender without a fight. However, they would definitely be very careful and wouldn't give Zhou too many chances. Therefore, Zhou had to deliver a death strike to prevent them from even having the chance to admit defeat. As Zhou expected, Chimera finally accepted the challenge after more than 20 hours and appeared on the Cube's arena. The media immediately perked up as they live-streamed the battle. Behemoth and Chimera were terrifying existences in legend, but from a mythical point of view, Chimera was definitely not as strong as Behemoth. However, Tyrant Behemoth was only a few meters tall. Although it looked very strong, it didn't seem to have the advantage when compared to Chimera, who was more than 10 meters tall. After Chimera appeared, it immediately ran quickly. However, it didn't rush towards Tyrant Behemoth. Instead, it quickly circled around the arena and went behind Tyrant Behemoth. It suddenly leaped up and spread its wings. At the same time, its 3 heads roared together, condensing 3 different powers. It was like 3 light spheres were constantly expanding in their mouths. After the red, yellow, and cyan beams reached an extreme point, they fused together like a volcanic eruption. They transformed into a terrifying white energy beam that struck Tyrant Behemoth in the arena. That terrifying power appeared to blast through the entire arena. The Cape family is really careful. They actually use Chimera's Wheel of Destiny, Gene Disintegration Ray. Are they thinking of surrendering the moment their single strike fails? Zhang Chuanqiu said with a smile. After all, it's Behemoth. It's only right for them to be careful, Zhang Xiao said. And Tianzhua was also watching the scene inside the Luoyang and family residence. Although Chimera isn't the strongest mythical pet, its Gene Disintegration Ray is indeed a very domineering Wheel of Destiny. If Tyrant Behemoth underestimates its enemy, I'm afraid it will suffer greatly, and Tianzhua said. Young Master Wen shouldn't be someone who underestimates his enemy, and Sheng said with a smile. How do you know that the Tyrant Behemoth must be his? Since when did you become so careless? And Tianzhua sneered. Yes, Overseer. I've learned my mistake, and Sheng said, but his eyes remained fixed on the projection. Chapter 626 Behemoth's Mai. Everyone looked at the terrifying beam descending from the sky, as though it was a divine punishment that could destroy the world. Their gazes were focused on the ebony figure beneath the divine punishment. Under such a terrifying beam of light, the somewhat muscular body seemed tiny and minuscule, as though it would be drowned in a terrifying stream of light at any moment. However, from beginning to end, Tyrant Behemoth didn't move at all. It didn't raise its head to look at the beam or at Chimera. It was as though its reaction was slow and had failed to notice the terrifying beam that descended from the sky. Boom! The beam directly struck Tyrant Behemoth's body. The streams of light constantly blasted the arena. The light exploded, drowning the entire arena in an explosion of light. Large amounts of dust rose up. How arrogant! And Tianzhua frowned. He's courting death by tanking the Gene Disintegration Ray. The Cape family was overjoyed. The characteristics of the Gene Disintegration Ray was appraised to be impossible to withstand head-on, even for mythical companion beasts. Otherwise, their bodies' genes would collapse. What a waste of a treasure! The person has such a powerful companion beast like Behemoth, but his usage of it is so crude. What a waste of such a powerful companion beast! No matter how powerful a companion beast is, it will still lose if one uses it recklessly, Zhang Xiao said coldly. That's not necessarily the case. Zhang Chuanqiu narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Right then, in the midst of the explosion of light, a huge black mountain suddenly rose from the ground. The light blast that enveloped the arena turned into a cloud that seemed to linger around the black mountain. Although the light remained blinding, it couldn't cause any substantial damage to the mountain. As for the beam that shot down, it was like a waterfall of light. The mountain peak went against the waterfall, and the waterfall immediately scattered, unable to stop the mountain's rise. Not good! Quickly admit defeat and take back Chimera. Senator Cape's expression changed drastically as he ordered loudly. However, it was already too late. The mountain-like Tyrant Behemoth opened its huge mouth and swallowed the stream of light along with Chimera. Instantly, the arena fell silent. The light vanished, leaving only a terrifying monster standing there. The name of Chimera on the ranking vanished, replacing it was Tyrant Behemoth. It ended just like that? Instantly, all the spectators fell silent. No one expected the battle to end like this. The extremely powerful Chimera, a ferocious beast that had once killed a dragon, was actually devoured in one mouthful. The terrifying explosion of light was like a volcanic eruption. It was as laughable as useless fireworks. Too powerful. It's really too powerful. As expected of our West District's divine beast, Behemoth. It's simply invincible. With such a powerful existence, what creature in the world can withstand it? It's way too invincible. That's Chimera. Yet, it was swallowed in one mouthful. How domineering. This is a truly invincible creature. What primordial sword immortal? What death of the underworld? They are all weak. True men have to take it all in one mouthful. God, that tyrant might really be able to destroy the world. I can't believe my eyes. Tyrant Behemoth is too powerful. If I were its master, I think I would sit at home watching television before destroying the world. That's the tyrant who rules the world. Instantly, the internet exploded with messages. Countless people were discussing Tyrant Behemoth. The faces of the Cape family members became uglier by the second. Mythical companion beasts were rare to begin with. Now that Chimera, one of the best companion beasts in the Cape family, was dead, they felt their hearts bleed as they were extremely furious. Investigate. I want a full investigation. We have to find out who the owner of Tyrant Behemoth is. Senator Cape was extremely furious as he wished he could smash the television with one punch. Zhang Jiao's expression was equally ugly. Seeing Tyrant Behemoth's strength made him feel even worse. This powerful companion beast might very well have belonged to him. Young Master Wen really has a good life. He already has a powerful companion beast like Torch Dragon, yet he has an existence like Tyrant Behemoth. Together with the six-winged Guardian Dragon and other companion beasts, I think his companion beasts alone can challenge a hero family. And Shun said, Aren't you underestimating the heritage of the six families? You're ignoring the fact that Tyrant Behemoth might not be his. Even if it is his, it's only the companion beast that's strong. With insufficient strength himself, if he really wants to challenge a hero family, it'd be useless no matter how powerful a companion beast is. And Tianzua said, Overseer is right. And Shun said respectfully, Junior brother, this behemoth of yours is pretty good. Where did you get it from? I'll get one later. Lu Yun's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhou Wen. I got it at an auction. Zhou Wen took back Tyrant Behemoth and replied in a good mood. An auction? Which auction would sell something like that? Lu Yun didn't believe Zhou Wen at all. It would be a miracle if someone was willing to sell such a powerful companion beast. Make a guess. Zhou Wen had unknowingly been influenced by people such as the Arch and Wang Mingyuan. Junior brother, are you interested in betting with me? Lu Yun wasn't interested in guessing. He didn't believe Tyrant Behemoth was bought from an auction. Not interested. Zhou Wen ignored Lu Yun and returned to his tent to game. Zhou Wen didn't plan on returning for the time being. He planned on getting Tyrant Behemoth to continue making challenges, but he still needed to study the target. It wasn't suitable for him to directly challenge Primordial Sword Immortal. However, the Federation and Overseas faction were researching Tyrant Behemoth. Many people believe that Tyrant Behemoth's strength wasn't as simple as being ranked 13th. It was very likely that it had the strength to reach first on the rankings. However, Tyrant Behemoth didn't show much. Their analysis didn't produce many results. Lu Yun went out alone. After leaving Zhou Wen, he secretly went to a small forest to summon his genie. Lu Yun reached out to rub the oil lamp. Soon, Genie appeared in front of him. However, the genie that appeared this time was different from before. Its entire body emitted a strange blue glow. Junior brother, as your senior brother, let me teach you a good lesson. As Lu Yun spoke, he made a wish to the genie. Genie, I wish for my life soul's power to be greatly enhanced. When the genie heard Lu Yun's wish, its body, which suffused a magical glow, drilled into Lu Yun's body. Soon, Lu Yun's entire body suffused a blue glow. With the help of Genie and a life soul, my Star Stealer can forcefully steal the companion beast that is already hatched. That punk will never expect me to have such an ability. Unfortunately, Star Stealer can't lock onto a target. I can only steal something randomly. However, it doesn't matter. That punk has so many mythical companion beasts. With the help of the Genie's wish and life soul's augmentation, I can attempt a theft 10 times. No matter how unlucky I am, I should be able to steal a mythical right. It's best if it's Tyrant Behemoth. If not, the Golden Greatsword would do. Lu Yun thought as he carefully took out something. Chapter 627 Star Stealer. Zhou Wen was grinding in the tent when he felt the jade-like tiny person suddenly open its eyes in a sea of consciousness. Its body emitted a strange treasure glow. The treasure glow turned corporeal, piercing through his consciousness, causing Zhou Wen's body to similarly emit a crystalline glow. What's going on? Why did God's Retreat suddenly activate? Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised, as he felt a vibration coming from somewhere on his body. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the spot which was vibrating was actually a musical note sprite tattoo. There was a musical note sprite that seemed to be affected by some unknown force as it struggled to spread its wings. However, due to the influence of the treasure glow generated by God's Retreat, it was unable to fly out. It was trapped by the treasure glow like a butterfly trapped in a cage. What's going on? Zhou Wen attempted to control the power that God's Retreat released, preventing the power from isolating the musical note sprite tattoo. With the power of God's Retreat, The musical note sprite tattoo immediately vanished under Zhou Wen's nose. It only took a blink of an eye. Furthermore, Zhou Wen had completely lost contact with the musical note sprite, as though he had never had such a companion beast. If Zhou Wen hadn't seen it disappear with his own eyes, he wouldn't have realized that he had lost a companion beast. What power took away the musical note sprite? Zhou Wen's first reaction was to expand the power of the Truth Listener earring to its limit. He could hear the surrounding areas clearly. Even the falling of a strand of hair to the ground couldn't escape his ears. Soon, Zhou Wen discovered Lu Yun, who was hiding outside the town. The fellow was squatting in the grass. At a glance, it looked like he was shitting, but upon careful inspection, the fellow hadn't even taken off his pants as he mumbled something. Zhou Wen listened carefully, and heard Lu Yun say, "What's wrong with my junior brother? Why does he have such trashy companion beasts? Junior brother, don't worry. I'm still a gentleman. I'll stop after stealing a mythical companion beast from you." Indeed, this fellow is up to no good. He's really not afraid of death. Zhou Wen took a careful look and indeed, he saw the tattoo of a musical note sprite on his body. It was identical to the one he had lost. Zhou Wen remained unperturbed. He wanted to see what Lu Yun was up to. Lu Yun didn't know that Truth Listener's range was that large. He was already so far away, yet Zhou Wen could still monitor him. Previously, the reason Lu Yun could make Truth Listener lose its effects was that he had already discovered Zhou Wen and determined that Zhou Wen was observing him. That was why he had allowed Genie to release its power to affect Truth Listener's abilities. Now, he didn't know that Zhou Wen could monitor him from such a distance. Furthermore, with his Star Stealer's ability, he could usually steal companion beasts without anyone noticing. It was impossible for the person he stole from to discover him. The companion beast that Lu Yun had set up to keep watch didn't notice anything from Zhou Wen. He imagined that Zhou Wen hadn't even discovered that his companion beast had been stolen. In fact, he wouldn't have discovered the disappearance of the musical note sprite if Zhou Wen didn't habitually have God's Retreat activated. Anyway, there are still 9 chances. I'm sure I can steal a mythical companion beast. Lu Yun gritted his teeth and reached out to grab at the void. His fingertips shimmered with strange starlight as though something was burning. The starlight tore through the void, causing Lu Yun's hand to vanish as though it was invisible. When the hand pulled back from the void, there was a lively musical note sprite in his hand. The musical note sprite circled around him and automatically landed on him, turning into a tattoo. Just like last time, Zhou Wen felt the tattoo of a musical note sprite vibrate. He removed the power of God's Retreat Life Soul, making the musical note sprite tattoo vanish. This fellow actually has such an ability. Doesn't that mean he's invincible? He can steal any mythical companion beast he likes. Zhou Wen was alarmed as he continued observing silently. It was better to encounter such a strange ability than to encounter it in the future. Now that he had figured out what was going on, he would have some experience for the future. He would know how to deal with it. This wasn't a bad thing for Zhou Wen. Holy sh*T, why is it still a musical note sprite? Why does that punk have so many trash companion beasts with him? Lu Yun felt depressed when he saw that it was another musical note sprite. Although they're stolen randomly, the chances of obtaining the same companion beast in a row shouldn't be high, right? Lu Yun didn't believe it as he reached out to steal again. So it turns out that the ability to steal companion beasts is random. Zhou Wen discovered some problems. On Lu Yun's fingertip, there was a short strand of hair. When Lu Yun used Star Stealer, the strand of hair would burn. Zhou Wen knew at a glance that it was his hair. When did this fellow steal my hair? Zhou Wen had to admit that Lu Yun was indeed top-notch when it came to stealing. He was actually able to steal his hair without him noticing. Knowing that Lu Yun stealing a companion beast was random, Zhou Wen felt relieved. He had been farming musical note sprites for so long. Almost every time he respawned, he would farm the dungeon. Now, the number of musical note sprites he possessed had reached more than 4,000. Altogether, Zhou Wen had more than 5,000 companion beasts. The chance of stealing his mythical companion beasts was about 1 in 1,000. This would be extremely difficult unless one had Wan Lu's luck. Zhou Wen realized that he could only discover that Lu Yun had stolen something from him when the God's Retreat Life Soul was activated. Even Truth Listener's hearing and evil nullification were useless. If God's Retreat wasn't activated, the companion beast tattoo on his body would vanish without a trace. Unless he happened to see the tattoo disappear, it would be very difficult to discover that he had lost his companion beast. What skill is this? Where can I obtain such a skill? Zhou Wen felt that he could learn similar skills. In the future, anytime he saw people from the Cape family and the Special Inspector Bureau, he could try stealing from them. Another musical note sprite? Lu Yun nearly jumped up in frustration when he saw the companion beast he had stolen. In his rage, Lu Yun quickly grabbed with both hands, constantly using the Star Stealer to grab companion beasts one after another. Musical note sprite. Musical note sprite. Musical note sprite. Another musical note sprite. Lu Yun stole with both hands, but in the end, they were all musical note sprites. He had already stolen 7 of them in a row. He only had 3 chances left out of his 10 attempts. What the hell? How many musical note sprites did that punk bring with him? How can I be only getting a musical note sprite each time? Lu Yun was so angry that he nearly vomited blood. Zhou Wen chuckled inwardly. More than 90% of the companion beasts on him were musical note sprites. He wouldn't find it strange if all Lu Yun's thefts were musical note sprites. However, Zhou Wen still carefully used God's retreat to confirm that Lu Yun didn't steal an important companion beast. Only then would he release it and let him steal it. No, I can't continue like this. That punk has countless musical note sprites on him. I have to think of a way. Lu Yun had no intention of giving up. The genie's wish had been used. Even if he didn't continue stealing, he wouldn't have his wish refunded. He could only continue stealing. Chapter 628 Life Reversing Spirit Talisman. Lu Yun hesitated for a moment. Finally, he made up his mind and took out something from his pocket. It was a strange jade talisman that was just the size of a palm. It was jade white in color, but there was a red symbol engraved on it. It looked strange. Its meaning was unknown. It wasn't easy for me to get this life-reversing spirit talisman from the Zhang family. This is the only one I have. I originally planned to try my luck after meeting the owner of Primordial Sword Immortal, but I can't be bothered with that now. As Lu Yun spoke, he held the jade talisman in his hand and used Star Stealer again. Crack! Before Lu Yun's palm reached into the void, the jade talisman shattered. The blood-colored rune seeped into his palm and shimmered. The Zhang family's life-reversing spirit talisman can flip yin and yang and turn the universe on its head. Although it can't really change fate, it can invert the probability of my Star Stealer. It will allow me to steal the companion beasts with the lowest probability, the ones that are almost impossible to steal. Although it doesn't mean that the chances of a mythical companion beast are the lowest, typically speaking, one only has one mythical companion beast. The chances are definitely not high. Therefore, the chances of stealing a mythical companion beast are definitely very high for me now. Lu Yun muttered to himself as he suddenly pulled out his hand. At the same time, he shouted, "Come, Tyrant Behemoth! I have a feeling that it's definitely you this time." Zhou Wen was given a fright when he heard Lu Yun's words. He was really afraid that Tyrant Behemoth would really be stolen. He focused his attention and circulated God's retreat. However, when Zhou Wen's companion beast tattoo trembled, his expression turned odd. The trembling tattoo was actually Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. Ever since he had obtained the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General, Zhou Wen had been very careful. He didn't dare release him easily, afraid that he would be affected by the Jinx's master skill. Previously, Zhou Wen still needed the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General to restrain Qiongqi. Now, with Tyrant Behemoth, there was no need for him. Zhou Wen had been in a dilemma on how to deal with it. He never expected Lu Yun to steal the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen released the restrictions, and got Lu Yun to steal the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. I can observe the effects of the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General's Jinx's master skill on others. Will the Jinx's master skill only take effect when released? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Come on, my Tyrant Behemoth! Lu Yun quickly pulled out his palm from the void. Lu Yun was overjoyed when he saw that it wasn't a musical note sprite that came out of his palm. However, upon careful inspection, it wasn't Tyrant Behemoth. Instead, it was a heavy armored warrior riding a tiger. He looked extremely ferocious and domineering, exuding an extraordinary aura. A humanoid companion beast? Its aura is so domineering and ferocious. Could it be a mythical companion beast? Lu Yun watched as the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General transformed into a stream of light that landed on him. At the same time, some information surged into his mind. Unfortunately, Lu Yun didn't have the mysterious phone. He couldn't check the information regarding the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. All he could do was obtain some information from the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General to gather some vague details. Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. Epic. Lu Yun learned the name and level of the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. He could also sense the life providence and life soul a little, but it was limited to their names. He didn't know much about it. All he could do was wait until he summoned it out to test its various abilities in combat. I never expected that punk to have such a good life. Lu Yun had no choice. After much difficulty, he had only managed to steal one life-reversing spirit talisman from the Zhang family. Even the Zhang family didn't have many. It would be impossible to steal one from them again. Furthermore, it was too late. He only had 2 thefts left. He had once again used Star Stealer, but it was still a musical note sprite. This is the last time. God, Mother Mary, bless me. Let me steal a big one. Lu Yun prayed before using Star Stealer again. When a companion beast appeared in his palm, Lu Yun was delighted when he saw that it wasn't a musical note sprite. However, when he pulled it out, he realized that it was only an epic poison bat. He couldn't help but be greatly disappointed. It's really a huge loss. I wasted a wish and even used the life-reversing spirit talisman. I only managed to steal these crappy things. Lu Yun was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He clearly knew that Zhou had many mythical companion beasts, but he had only managed to steal trash. It was unacceptable. There was nothing he could do even if he was indignant about it. He had expended a lot of energy this time, so it was impossible for him to use Star Stealer anytime soon. Forget it. Lu Yun got up and prepared to return. He had already made up his mind. He would pretend to lose his companion beast, and then accuse Zhou Wen of being a villain. It would be fine as long as Zhou Wen thought that the dimensional creatures nearby were fooling around. How unlucky! How can I only steal those crappy things? Lu Yun felt a little depressed. There was a small stone in front of him, so he kicked it. However, the stone remained motionless despite the kick. Lu Yun felt as though he had kicked a metal plate. He cried out in pain as he hugged his foot. With my foot's strength, even steel should be shattered. How can the stone remain motionless? Lu Yun felt that something was amiss. Before he could take a closer look at the stone, he saw the surrounding soil split open. The flowers and trees seemed to have been lifted up by something as they rose out of the soil. Lu Yun felt the ground beneath his feet rise as he hurriedly retreated. As he retreated, he saw a huge gray object burrow out of the ground. From its appearance, it looked like a huge horned beetle. Its body was the size of a truck. The small stone that Lu Yun had kicked was the tip of the horned beetle's horn. What's this? Lu Yun had seen many dimensional creatures that resembled horned beetles, but this was the first time he had seen such a huge one. Not only was this horned beetle huge, but its body was also like a gray stone. It looked odd, and there were many ancient and mysterious patterns on its back. The instant the horned beetle tore out of the ground, it charged at Lu Yun. Its speed was much faster than a real truck. It was like a fast-moving vehicle. Mythical creature. Lu Yun nearly cried out in surprise. Without any hesitation, he exerted his strength to leap up and dodge the attack of the horned beetle. However, when he exerted strength, he lost his footing. Not only did he fail to jump, but his legs sank in. Boom! The front end of the horned beetle had already slammed into Lu Yun. The powerful force blasted apart the surrounding soil and trees, forming a huge crater. It was like a meteorite hitting the ground. Holy sh*t, could this be the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General's Jinx's master skill? I didn't think it was that powerful when I had him with me. Zhou Wen wore a look of surprise when he saw this. He couldn't be certain that it was because of the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General, because Lu Yun hadn't summoned it. Chapter 629 Tears of Rigor. Lu Yun grabbed the horn of the horned beetle with both hands and pushed upwards with all his might, but his body continued sinking. His arm was wrapped in a black bracer, and surprisingly wasn't shattered by the horned beetle's terrifying slam. It was just that the other parts of his body couldn't withstand the powerful shockwave. His armor shattered and many parts of his body were injured. It didn't look like he was doing well. He actually managed to withstand such a terrifying collision. He only suffered some superficial injuries. This senior brother of mine does have some capabilities. He's not only good at stealing things. Zhou Wen watched Lu Yun and the horned beetle fight without any intention of helping. Lu Yun's muscles tensed up as he suffused a metallic luster. In the clash with the horned beetle, his body kept sinking. He didn't dare to release his grip and retreat. He was afraid that if he let go, the horned beetle's terrifying power would slam down like a crashing mountain, making it impossible for him to dodge. Genie had already flown up and spewed out flames to attack the horned beetle. However, the patterns on its back only shimmered as the flames failed to approach its body. Fat Orange! Lu Yun gritted his teeth and shouted. The orange cat darted out of Lu Yun's body and ran in another direction. At the same time, it emitted a mysterious wave that could lure dimensional creatures to chase after it. The horned beetle was affected by the mysterious waves, reducing its downward pressure significantly. At the same time, it turned to look at Orange Cat. Lu Yun thought that he finally had a chance to escape. Just as he was about to retreat, the horned beetle glanced at the Orange Cat before choosing not to chase after Orange Cat. In a surprise turn of events, it quickly turned around and slammed the horn at Lu Yun. Holy sh*t, what's going on? This dimensional creature isn't affected by Fat Orange? Lu Yun was alarmed as he raised his arms to meet the attack. Bam! 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 The horned beetle lashed out repeatedly as terrifying forces struck Lu Yun's arms. His body was like a wooden stake as he sank into the soil. Only his chest was exposed. Blood seeped out of Lu Yun's 7 orifices. Although the pair of bracers were magical and could withstand mythical strength, His body wasn't able to withstand such tremors. If this continued, all his bones and organs would be pulverized. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you really think I'm a sick cat? A terrifying power erupted from Lu Yun's hands. A pair of black bracers crossed together, forming a black hole that looked like it was about to swallow the horned beetle. The horned beetle crashed into the black hole, but before the black hole could suck it in, the patterns on its body emitted a strange force that turned into a net to seal the black hole. The horned beetle's horn was inside the black hole, but its body was outside. It formed a stalemate with Lu Yun, with both parties unable to do anything to each other. Lu Yun hid some of his abilities while fighting me. This black hole-like ability should be the Wheel of Destiny ability of those bracers, right? Zhou Wen watched with relish. Such battles were rare to see. He approached the battlefield, hoping to get a better view. Junior brother, quickly save me! Lu Yun hurriedly cried out when he saw Zhou Wen. Eldest senior brother, weren't you trying to steal my companion beasts? Zhou Wen found a spot to sit down and asked Lu Yun with a smile. Junior brother, how could I steal your companion beasts? You think too highly of me. How could I have that ability? My companion beast has also been lost. It must have been this horned beetle's doing. Quickly join forces with me and kill it. No matter what drops, it will belong to you, said Lu Yun. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I'll wait here for the two of you to decide the victor, Zhou Wen said calmly. Lu Yun found it increasingly difficult to persist. He gritted his teeth and said, Junior brother, it's all my fault. I just wanted to pull your leg. I didn't really want to steal your things. Otherwise, why would I only take a few of your musical note sprites? Zhou Wen didn't expose him as he continued asking. What's the name of the skill you used to steal my companion beasts? Where did you get it from? That's Star Stealer. It's an essence energy skill from an astral combat beast in the endless sea of stars, Lu Yun said gloomily. Junior brother, what's the matter? Can we wait until we finish this first? What do you want to know? As your senior brother, I'll definitely tell you everything I know. Where's the endless sea of stars? What stage is the astral combat beast? How can I find it? Zhou Wen ignored him and continued asking. The endless sea of stars is actually a dimensional zone in the former Taklamakan desert. I only saw it by accident, so I didn't dare venture deep into it. I don't know if there's anything else inside. The astral combat beast is a mythical creature, Lu Yun answered. Are you still lying to me? Zhou Wen said with a cold expression. Junior brother, I'm really not lying to you. The black hole in Lu Yun's hand was becoming weaker and weaker, as if it would collapse at any moment. You said that Astral Combat Beast is at the mythical stage, so Star Stealer is a mythical essence energy skill. How can an epic like you absorb a mythical essence energy skill crystal? Zhou Wen said coldly. Junior brother, you might not know, but the essence energy art I cultivate is called the Sky Stealing Sun Shifting Art. It's recorded on a stone monument in the endless sea of stars. It's because of the Sky Stealing Sun Shifting Art that I can absorb that mythical essence energy skill crystal. However, I can only absorb this type of mythical essence energy skill crystal. I've tried other types, but it's impossible. I'll die a terrible death if I've lied to you, Lu Yun swore. Junior brother, I really can't take it anymore. Quickly save me! Lu Yun really couldn't hold on any longer. The black hole in his hand disappeared, and the horned beetle regained its freedom. It angrily slammed forward again. Boom! Lu Yun's hands were knocked apart. He looked exhausted and couldn't hold on any longer. Seeing the horned beetle slam its head down again, with Genie's flames useless against it, it seemed unstoppable. Orange Cat couldn't help much in battle. Lu Yun believed that he was doomed. Boom! Tyrant Behemoth descended from the sky and stepped on the horned beetle's back, shattering the stone shell on its back. Its hands clenched into fists as it repeatedly pounded the horned beetle's head. After a few punches, the horned beetle's head cracked. The final punch smashed through the horned beetle's head, sending fragments flying everywhere. Exhausted, Lu Yun hurriedly turned around and crawled out of the hole. Just as he crawled out, the horned beetle's broken horn shot over at a speed faster than a bullet, hitting Lu Yun's buttocks. Ah! A shrill scream pierced through the night sky of the town. Zhou Wen looked at Lu Yun, who was sprawled on the ground with tears of regret flowing out of his eyes. The horn was raised over him like a flag. He couldn't help but shiver. I've had the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General for so long, but nothing major happened. I'm really lucky. I have to offer incense when I return. I have to thank all the deities for their blessings, Zhou Wen thought. Chapter 630 Unlucky Lu Yun. Eldest senior brother, are you dead? Zhou Wen walked to Lu Yun's side and asked. I have a cockroach's life. How can I die so easily? Ouch. Junior brother. Help me, pull that thing out. Lu Yun wanted to get up, but it immediately pulled his wound, causing him to cry out in pain. Typically, if one was injured by a weapon, one wouldn't randomly pull it out. One needed a professional doctor to carry out the procedure. However, an epic human's body and vitality far exceeded the average person, so they didn't worry too much. Zhou extended his hand and directed a suction force across space, pulling out the broken horn. It made Lu Yun cry out in pain. Can you still walk? If you can walk, let's return to the town. Zhou planned on asking Lu Yun about the endless sea of stars. No one would find a skill as useful as Star Stealer Excessive. He also planned on making a trip to the endless sea of stars to see if he could find the tiny palm symbol. However, Zhou had heard that many deserts were forbidden grounds for humans. The dimensional zones there were especially terrifying. If one wanted to enter the desert without a guide, one could easily be lost in one terrifying dimensional zone after another. Without Lu Yun leading the way, Zhou guessed that it would be difficult for him to find the endless sea of stars in the desert. Yes! Lu Yun got up and limped in, with an especially strange posture. After taking a few steps, he missed a step and vanished. All Zhou could hear was a loud cry coming from below before a loud thud. Zhou turned around and saw a hole in the spot where Lu Yun had been. He looked over and saw that it was originally a well. Due to the earlier battle, it had been covered by branches and soil. Lu Yun hadn't noticed it, and due to his injuries, he fell the moment he stepped on it. By the time Lu Yun climbed up, he was really in a sorry state. Coupled with his injuries, he looked even more miserable. Brother, help me up. I'm dying. Lu Yun stretched out his hand, looking exhausted. Walk by yourself. Zhou immediately dodged far away. Who knew if Lu Yun would implicate others around him when he was being jinxed? Are you still human? I'm already so injured, yet you aren't giving me a hand. Lu Yun limped towards the town. Zhou ignored him and walked towards the town square. Junior brother, be honest. Did you do something to me? I know I was wrong to steal your companion beast. I guarantee that there won't be a next time. Look at how miserable I am. Please spare me. Lu Yun said as he walked. He also felt that something was amiss with his situation. He had never been so unlucky. Don't spout nonsense. I definitely didn't do anything to you. Sometimes, it's a result of one's own doing. Even God can't sit idle, Zhou said. Junior brother. Lu Yun wanted to say something, but a bird flew across the sky and pooped on his head. When Zhou saw this scene, he immediately sped up and distanced himself from him to prevent himself from being implicated. From the looks of it, I can't randomly fuse the baby tiger. Otherwise, if I create another one that jinxes its master, I might harm myself, Zhou thought. After returning to the square, Zhou began studying the companion beasts ranked ahead of Tyrant Behemoth, and prepared for the next challenge. It wasn't suitable to directly challenge first place, Primordial Immortal Sword. Neither was Death of the Underworld, who came in second. Furthermore, Death of the Underworld was a spirit. Zhou didn't know if a pure strength type companion beast like Tyrant Behemoth could deal fatal damage to Death of the Underworld, so he didn't consider it for now. No matter how powerful Tyrant Behemoth was, he still had to consider the problem of something having an advantage over it. No matter how powerful a companion beast was, it couldn't defy common logic to fight a companion beast that had an advantage over it. Among the 12 companion beasts ranked ahead, some of them were from the 6 families, while the others were from overseas. Zhou wasn't too sure either. If possible, Zhou planned on challenging an overseas companion beast. Before Zhou could come to a conclusion, he saw Lu Yun walk back. However, from the looks of it, he was in a worse state than before. His nose was bruised and his face swollen. Zhou did not know what he had done. Junior brother, I really know my mistake. Save me. If this continues, I will definitely die, Lu Yun said tearfully. He had never been so unlucky ever since he was born. The unlucky things he had encountered today numbered more than everything he had encountered in life. Let me ask you, what's that life-reversing spirit talisman? Zhou asked Lu Yun. In the past, Zhou had fused many pets, but had failed to get rid of Jinx's master. He failed to get rid of the pet even with a fusion with single-digit probabilities. Back then, Zhou suspected that fusion wouldn't fail as long as it had Jinx's master. However, it was useless even if he didn't fail. As long as Jinx's master existed, he definitely wouldn't dare use it. Lu Yun's miserable state strengthened his resolve. To have Lu Yun successfully steal the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General was equivalent to the failure of Jinx's master. The life-reversing spirit talisman was indeed magical. That's a treasure I stole from the Zhang family. I heard that it was passed down from the Zhang family's ancestors. There aren't many of them in total. I was lucky to have stolen one, said Lu Yun. It was passed down by its ancestors? Isn't it something from a dimensional zone? Zhou was somewhat surprised. No, the Zhang family had a long history before the dimensional storms. Their family was already very famous in ancient times. They controlled a sect, and legend has it that they have the ability to predict the future. I'm not too sure about the details either. After all, this family is very mysterious. Otherwise, they wouldn't have produced a figure like the Hero King, explained Lu Yun. The Zhang family. Could it be that ancestral master? Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and really thought of one such person. However, that was history from long ago. Zhou Wen didn't study history, and he had only heard of such a person. He wasn't sure of the exact details. Junior brother, if you want the life-reversing spirit talisman, I'll go to the Zhang family later. I'll risk my life to steal another one for you. Help me dispel the bad luck on me first. Can you return the signed piece of paper to me? Lu Yun believed that the reason he was so unlucky was that Zhou Wen had used the signed paper to do something to him after discovering that he had stolen his companion beasts. He had no idea that Zhou Wen hadn't used the signed paper at all. It was purely because of Jinx's master. Return all the companion beasts you stole from me. Zhou Wen thought for a moment. He still wanted Lu Yun to take him to the endless sea of stars. If he were to continue being so unlucky, he probably wouldn't be able to reach the endless sea of stars before Lu Yun died. If you want a companion beast, I'll think of a way to get a mythical companion egg for you. There's no need for me to return them, right? Said Lu Yun with a bitter expression. Chapter 631 Being Challenged. The companion beasts that Lu Yun stole were equivalent to companion beasts that he had hatched. To transfer them to someone else required paying a huge price. I only want the things that belong to me. I don't want anything else. It's up to you. Zhou Wen wanted to take back the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul Essence and see if Lu Yun remained unlucky. If he wasn't unlucky anymore, then the previous mishaps were undoubtedly due to Jinx's master. Of course, Zhou Wen wouldn't let Lu Yun know where the problem stemmed from. It was fine as long as he mistakenly thought that it was due to his signature. This prevented him from doing anything rash in the future. I'll return them, all right? You're really my junior brother. You're going to kill me, Lu Yun said with a bitter expression. Those low-level musical note sprites are useless. Can't you give them up? No, not one less, Zhou Wen said. Lu Yun had no choice but to return the companion beasts he had stolen from Zhou Wen. Every time he transferred a companion beast, Lu Yun felt as though a chunk of meat had been ripped off his body. His expression turned uglier and paler. He was as white as a sheet. Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. He originally didn't expect Lu Yun to really return all 10 companion beasts. After all, others might die from transferring a single companion beast. A few lives weren't even enough to transfer 10 companion beasts. Even Zhou Wen himself didn't dare casually transfer his companion beasts. Lu Yun forcefully transferred the 10 companion beasts. Although he ended up vomiting blood and falling to the ground, almost half dead, he didn't hurt his foundation. It was obvious that there was something strange about him. Otherwise, he would have long died. Could it be an effect of cultivating the sky-stealing sun-shifting art? Zhou Wen was even more expectant of the endless sea of stars. Typical dungeons didn't attract Zhou Wen much anymore, but he really wanted to visit places like the endless sea of stars. It would be great if he could download it on his phone. Junior brother, I've returned the companion beast to you. Quickly return me the autograph, Lu Yun said weakly as he lay on the ground. He was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Senior brother, I'll keep your autograph. However, don't worry. As long as you don't have any more nasty thoughts, nothing will happen again. By the way, I want to go to the endless sea of stars to take a look. How long will it take for a return trip? Zhou Wen asked Lu Yun. It'll take at least a month or two. Lu Yun was depressed not to get the autograph back, but thankfully, he didn't continue to be unlucky. He felt much better. Zhou Wen observed Lu Yun the entire time. Seeing that nothing had happened to him, he was certain that the things he had encountered previously were the problems caused by Jinx's master. If it really doesn't work, I'll use the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul to Tyrant as food later. Zhou Wen wanted to wait and see if he would be affected by Jinx's master like Lu Yun. He felt that the possibility wasn't too high because he had always taken the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General around with him. He wasn't as unlucky as Lu Yun. Furthermore, Zhou Wen had the bamboo blades of the Four Gentlemen Blades. Legend had it that they jinxed their masters. Although his luck was lacking, he wasn't as unlucky as Lu Yun. If the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General really doesn't hinder me, can I use the advantage of never having a fusion fail to upgrade Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General? Zhou Wen placed his sights on his mythical companion beasts. Mythical companion beasts had a low chance of success when fusing with ordinary pets, but if it fused with the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General, then a low compatibility didn't seem to be a problem. Zhou Wen only had such a thought, but he hadn't decided if he should carry out the fusion. This was because he didn't know why he wasn't affected by Jinx's master. If the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General advanced to the mythical stage and Jinx's master became strong enough to affect him, it wouldn't be worth it. He chatted with Lu Yun for a while. With Lu Yun not showing any more problems, and Zhou Wen himself being fine, the two relaxed. According to Lu Yun, Zhou Wen knew that the endless sea of stars was deep in the Taklamakan desert. The area was chaotic, and there were many strange dimensional zones. Furthermore, the dimensional zones were mobile, meaning they weren't fixed. Finding the endless sea of stars was an extremely difficult task. Zhou Wen promised Lu Yun that as long as he could safely find the endless sea of stars, and safely bring Zhou Wen out, he would return the autograph to him. The two of them reached an initial agreement. Just as they were discussing how to head to the endless sea of stars, the black cube suddenly lit up. A companion beast issued a challenge. A terrifying companion beast projection appeared on the cube's screen. At a glance, it looked like 8 dragons that were entangled together. On careful look, it was a terrifying snake with 8 heads and 8 tails. Its torso was connected together, but its heads looked like those of a dragon. However, its snake body didn't have any dragon claws. Orochi. Who is it challenging? Zhou Wen read out the monster's name when it appeared on the cube. Zhou Wen had heard of this mythical creature before. It was considered one of the more famous mythical creatures. It appeared in many myths. Soon, Zhou Wen realized that Tyrant Behemoth's name had lit up on the rankings. Orochi was challenging his Tyrant Behemoth. Instantly, the entire Federation boiled over. After Tyrant Behemoth killed Chimera with a decisive victory, to have another companion beast challenge it was unexpected. After all, Tyrant Behemoth was only ranked 13th, but according to analysis and speculation, its strength was ranked at least in the top 5. It was clearly not worth it to challenge Tyrant Behemoth. Now that someone was challenging it, it meant that it wasn't just for the ranking. They had either found Tyrant Behemoth's weakness or wanted to probe its true strength. No matter what the outcome was, this battle would undoubtedly be a spectacle. Furthermore, people were guessing whether Orochi, which had never been listed on the ranking, was from the Federation or overseas. The intelligence network of the 8 factions began their full machinery. They investigated the origins of Orochi, hoping to find its owner. However, the final conclusion was that the chances of it being an overseas companion beast were higher. On an island overseas, a youth was standing in front of a cube, staring intently at the screen. Why are you taking the risk to challenge Tyrant Behemoth? Your target should be Primordial Sword Immortal. Challenging Tyrant Behemoth will only expose the strength of Orochi ahead of time. A middle-aged man walked over and said with a frown. Chapter 632 Orochi. The youth stared at the screen and said, with the characteristics and skills of Orochi, it's still unknown if it can defeat Primordial Immortal Sword. After all, Primordial Immortal Sword can split apart death of the Underworld's domain. Such destructive power happens to be the characteristics of Orochi. When companion beasts with the same characteristics meet, the stronger one will have an overwhelming advantage. Do you think Orochi is no match for Primordial Immortal Sword? The middle-aged man said unhappily. At the very least, I haven't seen the possibility of it winning yet. Rather than leaving the final moment to chance, I might as well occupy a spot first. I can advance and defend. Even if I fail to challenge Primordial Sword Immortal in the end, I can still occupy one of the top spots. The youth said. In that case, you should also challenge a companion beast ranked closer to the top. Tyrant Behemoth is only 13th, but its actual combat strength can be ranked in the top 5. The youth said with a smile. The competition for the top 10 will definitely be very intense towards the end. Even if I get Orochi to use all its strength to ascend to the top 5, not only will I expose all my strength, but I will still be challenged by the Federation in the end. Although Tyrant Behemoth is strong, from what I can see, Orochi should be able to restrain it. It won't be that difficult to win. Furthermore, Tyrant Behemoth's name has shaken the world. If I kill it now, others will view Orochi in a different light. When the time comes, I'll rush into the top 5. Those who dare challenge Orochi will have to think it through. How does their companion beast compare to Chimera or Tyrant Behemoth? Do you have the confidence to easily defeat Tyrant Behemoth? The middle-aged man asked after some thought. How can there be anything in this world with absolute certainty? However, during this period of time, I've repeatedly analyzed Tyrant Behemoth's battle as well as the Tyrant Behemoth found in myths and legends. Without a doubt, it is a pure strength-type companion beast. You should know very well that Orochi has the absolute advantage over such companion beasts. The youth said. If that's the case, then go ahead and do it. It's also time for those fellows from the Federation to remember we exist. Let's just treat it as an early heads-up for them. With that, the middle-aged man stopped objecting. Zhou Wen didn't immediately accept the challenge. Instead, he went online to search for information related to Orochi. There was no available information regarding the dimensional creature, Orochi. There were only myths and legends. There were many legends regarding Orochi. The most famous legend was that Orochi was a monster from Outcloud Country. There were a few other legends, but they weren't as famous as this. Zhou felt that the Orochi in the arena was similar to this legendary monster. Lu Yun's injuries hadn't healed yet, so he said as he leaned there, looking at the screen. Junior brother, what are you hesitating for? Send your tyrant behemoth to kill that crappy snake. I don't plan on accepting the challenge. How's your injury? If there's nothing wrong with you, let's head to the endless sea of stars, Zhou said. You're giving up? Wouldn't that mean giving up your ranking? Lu Yun said in surprise. It doesn't matter. This ranking isn't my goal anyway. Zhou looked at Lu Yun and said, Can you walk or not? Yes. I have to walk even if it hurts. I have an uncomfortable feeling as long as that piece of paper is with you, said Lu Yun as he forced himself to get up. He summoned an epic companion beast that looked like a turtle, but it was bigger than an SUV. He sprawled on the turtle's back, which ran as though it had burning wheels at its feet. It was surprisingly fast and very stable. Zhou didn't have any companion beasts that were especially suitable for riding. It was uncomfortable sitting on six-winged, so he chose to sit on the turtle's back as well. Zhou didn't plan on letting Tyrant Behemoth participate in the battle, but the West District's media overwhelmingly supported Tyrant Behemoth, believing that it would definitely kill Orochi. How can an apocalyptic beast like Tyrant Behemoth be comparable to the likes of an overgrown snake? It won't take more than 3 minutes. Tyrant Behemoth will definitely defeat Orochi. I don't think Orochi can even last 3 minutes. The people in the West District believed that Tyrant Behemoth would win, but as the 72-hour countdown ticked by, they didn't see Tyrant Behemoth choosing to answer the call of battle. People began to sing to a different tune. There were even media reports that Tyrant Behemoth was no match for Orochi, which was why it didn't dare accept the challenge. Immediately, some media outlets objected. As a result, the major media outlets began arguing online. The West District citizens who supported Tyrant Behemoth began to split into two factions. In the end, after 72 hours, Tyrant Behemoth didn't choose to participate in the battle. This war of words ended with Tyrant Behemoth's supporters turning silent in dejection. Many people from the West District were very disappointed. They believed that Tyrant Behemoth shouldn't have been afraid of battle, and should fight to the death to defend the glory of the West District. There were even rumors that pointed at the family clan of gods and the Cape family, believing that Tyrant Behemoth was a companion beast of their two families. It was a disgrace to the West District to surrender without fighting. The Cape family was the most wronged. Their chimera had been swallowed by Tyrant Behemoth, so how could Tyrant Behemoth belong to their family? However, ordinary citizens didn't know of this situation, and included their family in their cussing. In the end, the Cape family couldn't withstand the pressure of public opinion. This greatly affected their reputation as a hero family. In the end, they took the initiative to meet the family clan of gods, and decided to take down Orochi. In the beginning, they first sent an unknown mythical companion beast to challenge Orochi, hoping to figure out its true strength. However, it was easily defeated. Following that, the two families sent 3 mythical companion beasts to challenge Orochi, but all of them failed. They were defeated by Orochi with overwhelming strength. One of the losers was Inferno Dragon. It may have been a covetous probe at the beginning, but at this stage, the entire Federation knew that the two families were aiming to defeat Orochi. However, the repeated failures only served to further infuriate the West District media. They blamed the two families for their inaction. They should have sent stronger companion beasts to fight and defeat Orochi to defend West District's honor. There were even some people from the West District who wanted Tyrant Behemoth to fight again to avenge their humiliation. Unfortunately, Tyrant Behemoth wasn't in the hands of the two West District families. Even if they wanted Tyrant Behemoth to fight, it was impossible. The two families had their own plans. It was impossible for them to engage in an all-out war with Orochi at the moment, but they couldn't ignore the reputation of the two families. Finally, the Cape family sent out an angel companion beast, hoping to defeat Orochi. Chapter 633 The Federation is incompetent. War Angel was a mythical companion beast with golden wings. He wore golden armor, and held a sword in one hand, and a shield in the other. He was a companion beast with extremely powerful offensive and defensive abilities. Orochi quickly accepted the challenge, and appeared in the arena. This battle attracted a large number of spectators. Because Orochi had won several consecutive battles, and made Tyrant Behemoth retreat without a fight, it was placed in the limelight. It was so great that it was almost comparable to top companion beasts like Primordial Immortal Sword and Death of the Underworld. However, its ranking remained at 13. It didn't continue challenging upwards. The moment Orochi appeared, its 8 snake heads spewed out different powers, poison, flames, and smoke. Together with its mountainous form, it looked extremely terrifying. War Angel raised the golden shield in his hand, and formed a barrier of light, blocking the many forces outside the barrier. The wings on his back flapped as he instantly came in front of Orochi. The golden sword in his hand slashed at one of the snake heads, with a resplendent and holy sword beam. Clang! A snake tail slammed into War Angel's sword beam like a phantom. It shattered the sword beam and sent War Angel flying. In terms of strength, War Angel was clearly no match for Orochi. War Angel wasn't injured. He raised his shield and sword and constantly circled Orochi while attacking, but it didn't serve much purpose. Although his shield could block Orochi's attack, its sword beam was similarly unable to injure Orochi. Every strike was blocked, causing the battle to enter a stalemate. The West District citizens naturally hoped for War Angel to win. As for the other districts, they were just watching the fun. This was because no one could confirm that Orochi was a companion beast from overseas. As the battle continued, the golden wings on War Angel's back suddenly turned into golden feathers that spread out and condensed towards the golden sword. The golden sword turned into a huge golden feather sword that slashed at Orochi with unparalleled light. This strike was War Angel's Wheel of Destiny, known as the End of War. It possessed unparalleled destructive power. The Cape family hoped to use the End of War to defeat Orochi. Many people in the West District knew of the existence of War Angel. When they saw End of War, they were excited, imagining that War Angel was finally about to unleash its maximum strength. Even people who didn't know the might of End of War felt that this strike was invincible when they saw the golden sword beam that resembled divine punishment. Even if Orochi wasn't killed, it would be severely injured. However, in the next second, the West District citizens' fantasy was shattered. Orochi's tail struck the terrifying golden sword beam with a cold beam. The golden sword beam was sliced apart along with the feather blade. Even the shield was split in half. Thankfully, War Angel retreated quickly, or his body might have been split in half. At this stage, War Angel's owner didn't dare continue. He chose to admit defeat and leave the battlefield. If he continued fighting, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to admit defeat. The people from West District fell silent, while the people from the other districts gloated. The angels in the West District are nothing much after all. They can't even defeat a snake. How embarrassing. The two hero families can't even deal with a snake. They were even beaten up so badly. Thankfully, Tyrant Behemoth was smart and didn't accept the challenge. Otherwise, it might have been sliced into two if it didn't escape as quickly as War Angel. As for the West District, they were in a frenzy. The internet was abuzz. There were people requesting Tyrant Behemoth to take the stage again, but there were also people who wanted the two families to send stronger companion beasts. Such a failure was intolerable. As for the pessimists of the West District, they believed that Orochi was invincible. The two families were in a difficult position, but to send a top-notch companion beast into battle now would only expose their strength and affect their plan to achieve first place. When Lu Yun and Zhou Wen arrived at a city closest to the desert, they saw the video of Orochi fighting War Angel. Lu Yun exclaimed, "What a powerful, destructive force. The tail of Orochi is like an invincible divine weapon. It can even shatter End of War. It's terrifying. It was right for you not to accept the challenge back then. This power is the nemesis of all pure strength-type companion beasts," Zhou Wen said. "In this, there's a divine sword in the tail of Orochi. It's an infallible weapon. That should be Orochi's most powerful trump card." After watching Orochi's battle, Zhou Wen felt more at ease. Orochi was indeed powerful, but it was impossible for it to defeat Tyrant Behemoth. The destructive power of Golden Overlord's sword was in no way inferior to Orochi. Its attack power was augmented by Golden Sword Aura, unstoppable and ever victorious. Yet, it could only injure Tyrant Behemoth when it didn't use absolute strength. Once it used absolute strength, the Golden Overlord sword's offensive power could only cause a faint sword mark on Tyrant Behemoth. Of course, that was under Zhou Wen's deliberate act. In fact, Tyrant Behemoth wouldn't even give Golden Overlord's sword a chance to hit it when it used absolute strength. Unfortunately, there were too many people in the city. Zhou Wen didn't wish to be too ostentatious or he would have gotten Tyrant Behemoth to finish Orochi. The two of them left the city and continued heading towards the desert. Now, all Zhou Wen wanted was to quickly reach the endless sea of stars and see if he could download a game dungeon. While the two families in the West District were hesitating, Orochi, which had not challenged anything of a higher rank, made a move. It challenged 4th place, Ice Elemental Sprite Queen. It was a mythical companion beast that belonged to the Ultimate Family Clan. It was currently in 4th place, only inferior to Primordial Sword Immortal, Death of the Underworld, and Fairy Immortal Gu. Legend had it that Fairy Immortal Gu was from the Dudu family, but up to now, no one had confirmed it. Ice Elemental Sprite Queen was proficient in ice power, and could freeze everything. As for the Wheel of Destiny, Extreme Cold, legend had it that it was the power closest to absolute zero. Unfortunately, Orochi seemed to have very high resistance to ice. When the entire combat arena was frozen, it actually shattered the ice and slashed out with its tail, almost killing Ice Elemental Sprite Queen. The owner of Ice Elemental Sprite Queen had no choice but to admit defeat. However, after that, Orochi did something unimaginable. Orochi's 8 heads spewed out 8 different powers including ice, fire, and smoke at the same time, condensing 8 words in the void. The Federation is incompetent. The heroes are shameless. Instantly, the entire Federation erupted with rage. To say such words made it very obvious. Orochi was undoubtedly an overseas companion beast. This time, it wasn't just the West District. The entire Federation's 4 districts were filled with indignation. Chapter 634 Sandstorm. Now well done! Since the Orochi has already revealed its strength, let's maximize its effects and expose the Federation more. The middle-aged man said to the young man standing beside Orochi. The youth turned around. She was wearing a samurai outfit, and her hair was tied up. She looked like an ordinary woman without a calm or heroic aura. You should call me by my full name, Yusuji now, Yusuji now said. The middle-aged man's expression stiffened slightly, as he continued with a cold expression. However, it's best you know your limits. It's fine to gather information, but Orochi must not be lost. I naturally know what to do, Yusuji now said indifferently, without looking at the middle-aged man. I hope you really know what should be done. The middle-aged man snorted and left. The entire Federation was discussing how to defeat Orochi and teach those demons overseas a lesson. They wanted them to know how powerful the Federation was. Now, the pressure wasn't only on the Cape family and the family clan of gods. The other families also felt the pressure. Xia Dongyu looked at the Xia family's analysis of Orochi and said, Orochi has multiple attributes and has a high resistance to ice. Its strength is extremely strong. The most terrifying thing is its tail's destructive power. It can slice through almost everything. The owner of this Orochi is very smart, choosing Ice Elemental Sprite Queen that Orochi has a restraining effect on. This won them 4th place. While enjoying this high ranking, they prevent death of the underworld that is best at restraining Orochi from challenging it because of its higher ranking. Xia Xin said. To deal with a companion beast like Orochi, Brother Chuan's companion beast is most suitable. However, he went to the southern wilderness with Dugugu and Zhang Chuinqiu. I'm afraid he won't be able to return anytime soon. No rush. Someone will be even more anxious than us. Xia Dongyu smiled. The person Xia Dongyu was referring to was naturally the Cape family, and the family clan of gods. It meant nothing if they were defeated by other hero families. However, no one was more anxious than them when they were humiliated by the overseas demons. Zhou Wen and Lu Yun had already entered the desert. This place was even more terrifying than Zhou Wen imagined. Due to the influence of the dimensional storms, the difference between day and night temperatures became even greater. The temperature in the day was nearly 80-90 degrees Celsius. It was almost enough to roast a human. Yet, it was literally freezing at night. Furthermore, terrifying sandstorms often appeared. According to Lu Yun, the desert's terrain would change with each sandstorm. Dimensional zones would even appear after the change. It was very likely that they would find themselves in a dimensional zone after a sandstorm. Don't worry. With me around, I can avoid danger in the desert. I won't lose my way, nor will I end up inside a dimensional zone because of the sandstorm. Lu Yun's injuries were almost healed. He sat on the turtle's back and introduced the desert to Zhou Wen. Although the desert temperature couldn't damage Zhou Wen's body, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Even with an umbrella shielding him, he still felt extremely hot. The weather in the desert changed without warning. It was burning under the scorching sun a moment ago, and in the next second, black clouds appeared in the sky. In just a moment, they covered half the sky. The sun was covered up, and the sky darkened. Oh no, it's a sandstorm. Why are we encountering a sandstorm here? Lu Yun's expression changed. Didn't you say that you wouldn't enter a dimensional zone even if you encountered a sandstorm? Zhou Wen asked Lu Yun. After the dimensional storms, sandstorms became especially terrifying. However, the power of the sandstorm wasn't enough to threaten the safety of epic experts. What they were most afraid of was the sandstorm sweeping up dimensional zones and causing them to find themselves inside one. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any problems. Lu Yun clearly didn't sound confident. Although Zhou Wen could tell that Lu Yun lacked confidence, there was nothing he could do since he had already come so far. The black sandstorm arrived in the blink of an eye. The terrifying storm had caught up to them and swept them into a swath of black sand that blotted out the sky. Lu Yun summoned a wind elemental companion beast and transformed into a windmill. It stood on the turtle's head. Strangely, the terrifying sandstorm blew at the windmill, causing it to spin faster and faster. However, the sand around them seemed to be absorbed by the windmill, preventing it from affecting the 2 people on the turtle's back. In the sandstorm, nothing could be seen. Even Truth Listener was affected, reducing its range. Did you hear anything? Zhou suddenly asked Lu Yun 1 hour into the turtle's journey in the sandstorm. No, did you hear anything? Lu Yun immediately became nervous. He pricked up his ears to listen, but he couldn't hear anything. I seem to hear a woman crying, but I can't hear it clearly, Zhou said to Lu Yun as he listened attentively. A woman crying? Listen carefully. Are you sure that's right? Lu Yun's expression turned ugly. Zhou focused his attention and continued listening, but he couldn't seem to hear the woman's cries. After listening for a while, he didn't hear the same sound again. I knew it. You must have heard wrongly. Lu Yun heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Zhou shake his head. The terrifying sandstorm blew for more than 10 hours. By the time the sandstorm passed, it was already the morning of the next day. The sun had just risen, and the temperature wasn't too high yet. The surrounding air seemed to have improved significantly, and there was a moist smell. See? I told you that with me around, you can freely enter the desert. It's impossible for you to enter a dimensional zone, said Lu Yun smugly. As Lu Yun spoke, he stood up and looked into the distance. His expression suddenly froze. Zhou knew that something was amiss and stood up. He traced Lu Yun's gaze, and saw an ancient city appear in the desert ahead. The ancient city was made of a yellow jade-like stone. It shimmered under the sunlight like the morning sun. The architectural style of the ancient city was very strange. It was different from the ancient cities in Zhou hometown. The city gates and roofs used large numbers of arches. Zhou narrowed his eyes and carefully sized it up. He saw that above the city gates were the words Netherworld City. This name didn't sound auspicious. Zhou turned to look at Lu Yun and asked, Do we need to pass by Netherworld City to reach the endless sea of stars? However, Lu Yun didn't answer Zhou. As though he had gone mad, he ordered the turtle to change directions and run at full speed. However, not long after running, they saw the ancient city that resembled yellow jade appear in front of them. On it were the words Netherworld City. It looked like the ancient city they had just seen. What's going on? Zhou sized up Netherworld City, but his eyes suddenly lit up. This was because he saw a tiny symbol beside the words, a tiny palm symbol. Chapter 635 Netherworld City. Death Valley, Netherworld City, the Endless Sea of Stars, and Paradise Mountain. These are the 4 most terrifying dimensional zones that appeared after the transformation of the Taklamakan Desert. If humans enter, it's highly likely that they won't be able to survive, said Lu Yun. Then why are you taking me to the Endless Sea of Stars? Zhou frowned. I've entered the Endless Sea of Stars before, and I know how to leave. As long as I don't venture too deep, there won't be any danger. However, I've only heard of Netherworld City, and have never seen it before. I heard from the people in the desert that Netherworld City can only be seen at certain times. Many people might not even see it once in their entire lives in the desert, but who knew that it would be such a coincidence for us to encounter it? Is the thing you planted on me still there? Lu Yun asked Zhou suspiciously. Do I look like an idiot? I wouldn't want to die with you, right? Zhou curled his lips. Lu Yun thought that it made sense. If they entered the desert together, Zhou wouldn't be able to escape the same fate if he died from encountering Netherworld City. What kind of place is Netherworld City? Zhou asked. I don't know. I've only heard that none of the people who have seen Netherworld City can return alive. I didn't believe it in the past, but this city is indeed strange. I've already changed directions, and it's impossible I backtracked. Yet, here we are, seeing it again. Lu Yun's expression didn't look too good. Since we can't shake it off, let's head over and take a look. As Zhou spoke, he jumped off the turtle's back. After adhering the substitute talisman to himself, he summoned 6-winged guardian dragon and allowed it to appear on his back in its companion form. He wore Truth Listener the entire time. He directly summoned Tyrant Behemoth and made it scout ahead. Lu Yun knew that they couldn't hide from Netherworld City after encountering it, so he decided to take a look first. He summoned Genie and Orange Cat. He wore the pair of bracers and summoned a few epic companion beasts. After summoning, he saw that Zhou was still summoning companion beasts. Not only did he summon the Golden Overlord sword, but he also had a Golden Battle God halberd floating beside him. Junior brother, don't tell me you're in the same industry as me? Lu Yun looked at Zhou's mythical companion beasts and felt like he had wasted all his years. He used to think that he was doing pretty well. Among his peers, even the geniuses of the 6 families might not have as many mythical companion beasts as he did. However, compared to Zhou, he immediately felt like he was a country bumpkin. Zhou ignored him and summoned some Vidramalis that served as cannon fodder. Due to the intense sunlight here, the poison bat's combat strength would be greatly weakened, so Zhou didn't use them. A few Vidramalis scouted ahead. Zhou and Lu Yun followed behind as they headed for Netherworld City. Netherworld City's huge doors were tightly shut. The doors were carved from yellow jade. On each of the 2 doors, There was a tiny ghost image which looked very sinister. When they arrived in front of the city gate, nothing happened. While Lu Yun sized up the city gate, Zhou Wen took out his phone and snapped a picture of the tiny palm symbol beside the words Netherworld City. The palm of the tiny palm symbol didn't hold the symbol of Netherworld City, but a ring. He did not know what it meant. After taking a picture on his phone, Zhou Wen immediately entered the download interface, making him feel a lot more at ease. As long as he could download the map, he could explore the secret of Netherworld City in-game. No matter how strange it was, there was no need to be afraid. With the combat strength of Zhou Wen's current companion beast lineup, he should be able to clear anything unless he encountered an unreasonable existence like the Varch. Before he could finish downloading the map, he suddenly heard a strange voice coming from the gates of Netherworld City. "Welcome to Netherworld City." Zhou Wen looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that it came from the two ghost faces on the door. The two ghost faces revealed a strange smile as they stared at Zhou Wen and Lu Yun. Lu Yun and Zhou Wen looked warily at the two ghost faces on the door, not daring to act rashly. "Before entering the city, there are 3 ironclad rules you must not violate. Take heed," the ghost face on the left said. "First, murderers in Netherworld City will die," the ghost face on the right said with a smile. "Second, anyone whose 2 feet leave the ground will die," the ghost face on the left said. "Third, kill 1 person for every day you are inside the city, or you will have to commit suicide," the ghost face on the right said. "Welcome to the city." The two ghost faces said the last sentence in unison as the door to Netherworld City opened. "What kind of bullish *T ironclad rules are those? The first rule clearly states that we are not allowed to kill. The third rule says that we have to kill 1 person a day. It's completely bullish *T, said Lu Yun. However, the two ghost faces had already closed their eyes as though they were asleep. They ignored Lu Yun. Zhou Wen looked at Netherworld City, but the city was blinding. He couldn't see anything. Truth Listener's ability couldn't hear any sound in Netherworld City. Zhou Wen did not know what force had affected it. "Let's not enter the city now." Zhou Wen planned on entering the city in-game after the map was downloaded. However, Zhou Wen soon realized that it wasn't up to them whether they entered the city. A raging fire burned outside the city, as though the entire desert had turned into burning hell. The Vidra Mollis beside them were immediately burned to ashes when they touched the flames. It was the same for one of Lu Yun's epic pets. When it touched a spark, it immediately burned and was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Seeing the flames rapidly reach the city gates, it was obvious that they were forced to enter the city. They didn't have any other choice. If they didn't wish to die in the sea of flames, they could only enter the city. "Let's enter the city now." Lu Yun saw that the fire was about to reach his feet. Genie, who was a fire elemental companion beast, was helpless against the flames. All he could do was shout and charge into the city gates. Zhou Wen could only follow by carefully charging into the city. At the instant they passed through the city gates, they realized that the companion beasts they summoned had automatically returned to their bodies, turning into tattoos. It was a little different from what they had imagined. The city wasn't hell, but a seemingly normal street. There were all sorts of strange buildings on both sides of the street. Strangely, there were humanoid creatures standing on the streets. There were only a few of them. As far as their eyes could see, there were about 20 to 30 people on the long street. However, those people were very strange. All of them stood motionless, as though their feet had been nailed to the ground. Chapter 636 Strange Street. Zhou Wen attempted to summon Six-Winged Guardian Dragon, but he couldn't. It was as though he was restrained by some kind of nomological force. The few companion beasts he had summoned previously had already automatically turned back into tattoos. He couldn't summon any of them. Only Truth Listener remained in its earring form, and wasn't sealed. "Can you summon your companion beasts?" Zhou Wen asked Lu Yun. "No, none of my companion beasts can be summoned." Lu Yun shook his head with a heavy expression. Without companion beasts, he and Zhou Wen were only at the epic stage. It would be difficult to resolve many matters. Lu Yun took 2 steps as he spoke, hoping to see if he could use any essence energy skills. However, after taking a step, he realized something strange happening beneath his feet. He immediately stopped. Zhou Wen also looked at the stone slab beneath Lu Yun's feet. At a glance, the entire street was filled with such stone slabs. Every stone slab was uniform, about 40 centimeters wide by 60 centimeters long. At the end of the stone path was a stone staircase. At the end of the stone steps was a strange building that looked similar to a memorial stele. Just now, when Lu Yun took a step, the stone slab he stepped on lit up immediately, emitting a faint light. It made the originally grayish-blue stone slab become crystalline like jade. And on the stone slab, a faint light condensed into a number, 364. "Do you feel anything wrong with your body?" Zhou Wen asked Lu Yun. Lu Yun shook his head. Apart from not being able to summon companion beasts, there aren't any other problems. I'll take another step. With that said, Lu Yun took another step. With that step, Lu Yun's foot stepped onto the stone slab beside him. After his foot lifted off the stone slab, the light immediately vanished. The stone slab he was stepping on now suffused a faint glow as numbers appeared on it. However, it wasn't 364 this time, but 363. From the looks of it, the number should decrease by 1 with every tile. But what does this number mean? Lu Yun frowned. I have a very bad feeling about this. Those people are standing motionless on the streets. The stone slabs beneath their feet are also glowing. I believe it's not that they don't want to move, but they don't dare to because of the numbers. Zhou Wen said as he took a step forward. He wanted to verify his guess. The city gates had already closed. Zhou Wen took a step and walked to the stone slab in front of him. Indeed, the stone slab lit up as numbers appeared. It was 365. That's not fair. Why was my number 364 when I took a step? Yet, you're 1 step ahead of me, said Lu Yun. Zhou Wen ignored him and took another step back. The stone slab beneath his feet lit up as the numbers turned into 364. I reckon that no matter where we go now, the number will decrease by 1. The ghost face said that both our feet can't leave the ground, or we will be killed. In other words, it's impossible for us to fly over. We can only walk across the stone path. Zhou Wen glanced at the people ahead and said, Do you think the numbers on the stone slab represent our remaining steps? If they're used up, maybe something very bad will happen. From the looks of it, it's indeed very possible. Lu Yun agreed with Zhou Wen's view. After some thought, he said, What will happen if we stay here forever? I don't know, but I believe the dimensional creatures in this city wouldn't make us stand here forever. Zhou Wen answered very quickly. Everything in Netherworld City was too strange, so he couldn't guess what would happen next. The two of them stood there, looking at each other. Neither of them dared to move. Just standing here won't do. Why don't we go over and ask the people in front of us and see what's going on here? Lu Yun said to Zhou Wen. All right, you can go over and ask them. Zhou Wen answered. Lu Yun wanted Zhou Wen to go, but he had made it clear that he wanted him to do it. Therefore, neither of them moved. Zhou Wen wasn't idle. He tried summoning his companion beasts one by one to see if there were any other companion beasts that responded to his summoning other than Truth Listener. In such a place, having an additional companion beast meant an additional chance of survival. Torch Dragon. No response. Golden Overlord Sword. No response. Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. No response. Demonic Neonate. Zhou Wen was delighted. Demonic Neonate had actually given him a response. He could sense Demonic Neonate's consciousness, and she was waiting for his summoning. Demonic Neonate can be summoned. Zhou Wen didn't summon her. He wanted to determine the situation first. He tried all the companion beasts, but only Truth Listener and Demonic Neonate responded to him. There was nothing from Tyrant Behemoth. After attempting to summon all his companion beasts, Zhou Wen began switching his essence energy arts, hoping to see if his life providences and life souls were useful here. Life providences and life souls were normal and weren't affected. Apart from not being able to summon companion beasts, everything else was the same as usual. When Zhou Wen switched to the Dao Sutra, the Jade Infant actually opened his eyes. A treasure glow emitted from his body, as a terrifying taboo power seeped into his body like a mighty river. In just a few seconds, the Jade Infant was nearly blasted apart by the terrifying taboo power. Zhou Wen was so frightened that he hurriedly deactivated God's Retreat. What a terrifying taboo power! For that split instant, Zhou Wen felt the connection with his companion beast again. Unfortunately, it was impossible for God's Retreat to last for a long period of time. It was basically impossible to use such a short period of time for combat. The taboo power of Netherworld City is even more terrifying than the taboo power on Jade Emperor Peak. It's no wonder no one from Netherworld City can return. I'm afraid it's a near-death situation this time. Zhou Wen pondered. However, there was too little useful information at the moment. He had no idea how he could leave Netherworld City. Lu Yun opened his mouth and shouted. He wanted to catch the attention of the people on the street. Lu Yun's voice was very loud. With his volume, even if he stood outside the city, one should be able to hear him. However, the people on the streets didn't seem to hear his voice at all. They ignored them and continued about their own business. Stop shouting. They probably can't hear you, Zhou Wen said. How do you know they can't hear? Lu Yun asked. Didn't you notice? We've been standing here for so long. Have you heard any sound on this street? Zhou Wen pointed at the long street. Lu Yun was slightly taken aback as he realized that the street was indeed a little strange. Apart from his and Zhou Wen's voices, there wasn't a single sound. Although most people on the streets didn't move, There were also some people moving around. They could even see them opening their mouths to speak, but they couldn't hear a single sound. The entire street seemed to have been set to silent mode. Chapter 637 Reason of Death. That's not right. If Netherworld City is really muted, why are we able to hear each other's voices? Could it be that it's not forbidden for sound to spread, but that sound can only be transmitted within a certain range? Lu Yun thought for a moment before saying, from the looks of it, the possibility is very high. In other words, we have to walk over to communicate with those people, Zhou Wen said as he looked at the people on the street. That's crazy. The person closest to us is 163 stone slabs away from us. Even if sound can be transmitted within a certain range, meaning that we don't have to walk right up to him, we still have to take at least 100 steps. Lu Yun counted the stone slabs on the street. Let's try walking. Even if we stand here without moving, the third rule might still kill us, Zhou Wen said. What a bullish *T ironclad rule. If the ironclad rule is really effective, wouldn't we die without a doubt? Killing people means death. Even if we don't kill people, we will die. I think there must be something wrong with the 3 rules, said Lu Yun. Murderers will die. If people aren't killed in a day, one can only commit suicide. What method is there to satisfy these 2 conditions at the same time without having to die? Zhou Wen frowned in thought. Lu Yun looked at Zhou Wen and said, I have an idea. If I push you out now, and your number drops to 0, you might die because of me. It can be said that I killed you, but I didn't personally kill you. Does this count as fulfilling 2 conditions at the same time? That's one way to look at it. Zhou Wen nodded slightly. However, Lu Yun shook his head and said, this method is useless. Even if I kill you, I'll only live 1 more day. The cost is not proportional to the rewards. Now, our understanding of Netherworld City is limited. Let's head over and ask the people ahead. Perhaps we can obtain some useful information, Zhou Wen said as he prepared to walk forward. Don't walk yet. Let's think of a way. Perhaps we can come up with a way to resolve the problem. For example, you can carry me on your back. That way, we might only need to expend 1 person's steps, shouted Lu Yun. If I carry you, won't your feet leave the ground? Zhou Wen asked. I'm just giving an example. There might be other methods, said Lu Yun. Then take your time to think about it. Tell me when you think of it. Zhou Wen probed as he walked forward. On the same stone slab, no matter how he moved, the number wouldn't change. However, as long as he moved to the stone slab beside him, the number would change. If he crossed 2 stone slabs with 1 step, the number would decrease by 2. You are already walking. What's the point of me telling you? Lu Yun gritted his teeth and followed. The 2 of them watched as the number on the stone slabs kept decreasing. They were also extremely nervous. No one knew what would happen after the number dropped to 0. As Zhou Wen walked, he looked at his phone. Netherworld City was still downloading, but it hadn't finished. This was because he didn't know when the game could be downloaded. If the download took more than a day, Zhou Wen might just be waiting for death if he didn't do anything. Therefore, Zhou Wen decided to do his best with what he had. If his phone didn't work, he might still have a chance of survival. After walking on about 7 or 8 stone slabs, Zhou Wen suddenly had a bad feeling the moment he stepped onto the next slab. It was as though something was different. This time, not only did the stone slab show a number, but there were also words. Cause of death, death by blades. Zhou Wen stood motionless as his body tensed up, ready to release his strength at any moment. Lu Yun also felt that something was amiss. He stopped in front of Zhou Wen and asked him, What happened? Before Zhou Wen could answer, he heard a bang. Not far in front of him, a warrior wrapped in armor appeared with a blade in hand. After appearing, he slashed at Zhou Wen without a word. The black saber beam instantly appeared in front of him, as fast as an illusion. Clang! Zhou Wen drew his bamboo blade and slashed at the black armored warrior. The black armored warrior's strength was much weaker than Zhou Wen's. He was sent flying, but he wasn't injured. Zhou Wen could tell that he was an epic dimensional creature, not a human. Zhou Wen couldn't move, but the black armored warrior didn't have such restrictions. He rapidly moved and slashed from all directions, hoping to slay Zhou Wen by his blade. Zhou Wen brandished his saber in response to the battle, but he could only stand where he was. All this while, Zhou Wen had focused on practicing his movement techniques. But now, he couldn't move at all. He was a little unused to it. However, his realm, reaction, consciousness, and technique remained ever present. It wasn't difficult for him to block the black armored warrior's attacks. Lu Yun was too close to Zhou Wen, and was also affected by the black armored warrior. The black armored warrior even slashed at him. Lu Yun could only take 2 steps back to prevent himself from being injured in the battle. However, with his retreat, his number also decreased. He couldn't help but feel depressed. It's clearly a stone slab that I've already reached, but the number still gets reduced when I return to it. Damn it. Lu Yun cursed inwardly. However, when he saw Zhou Wen being constantly attacked by the black armored warrior, he gloated in delight. Junior brother, your saber techniques aren't bad. If you could move, 10 black armored warriors wouldn't even make you break a sweat. What a pity. Even if I can't move, killing him isn't difficult. However, if I kill him, it's impossible to predict what will happen next, Zhou Wen said. Lu Yun nodded when he heard that. This black armored warrior should be considered one of the top existences at the epic stage. His movement techniques and saber techniques are very powerful. His strength is slightly lacking, but he's first rate. The first appearance might be at the epic stage, but if the second one is at the mythical stage, we would definitely die considering how we can't use our companion beasts or move as we please. That's not what I'm referring to. I'm thinking if this black armored warrior is considered a human. If I kill him, wouldn't that breach the first rule? Zhou Wen added. After Lu Yun heard that, his expression turned serious. If he's considered a human, then we really don't have a way out. Killing him means death. If we don't kill him, we'll be constantly attacked. Once our stamina is exhausted, we'll die. After a moment of silence, Lu Yun continued. I don't think that he comes under the ironclad rules. Otherwise, there's no way for us to live. From the looks of it, Netherworld City doesn't plan on giving us a way out, Zhou Wen said coldly. Zhou Wen's mind raced. The black armored warrior definitely had to be killed. It was impossible for him to continue fighting him like this. However, he couldn't kill him casually. He needed to be prepared. The black armored warrior appeared behind Zhou Wen like a ghost. He was already very close to him, but Zhou Wen suddenly turned around and slashed out with his bamboo blade. Before the black armored warrior's saber could land, his saber had already sliced the black armored warrior in half. Chapter 638 Horror. Are you alright? Lu Yun looked at Zhou Wen nervously. He was really worried that Zhou Wen would die. If Zhou Wen were to die just like that, he would likely suffer the same fate. He naturally didn't wish for Zhou Wen to die. I'm fine. Zhou Wen sheathed his bamboo blade and shook his head. At the instant he struck out to kill the black armored warrior, Zhou Wen switched to God's retreat before killing it. The Jade Infant absorbed a large amount of taboo power and nearly exploded. However, it was about the same as before. There were no abnormal fluctuations. From the looks of it, killing the black armored warrior wasn't considered murder. Of course, this was only Zhou Wen's guess. Perhaps the taboo power fluctuations from murder wasn't obvious. Zhou Wen looked down at the black armored warrior's corpse. His corpse was rapidly disintegrating as a crystal dropped. It was an essence energy skill crystal. Zhou Wen extended his palm and sucked it over. The crystal reached Zhou Wen's hand, and he used his phone to snap a picture. It was indeed an epic essence energy skill crystal. Blade Executioner Crystal, epic. With the Blade Executioner dead, the words on the stone slab beneath Zhou Wen's feet vanished. Do you still want to continue walking? If we encounter a mythical creature, we will probably be doomed, said Lu Yun with a heavy expression. Zhou Wen knew that it was a viable possibility. He wouldn't believe that there were no mythical creatures in such a strange dimensional zone. He looked at his phone. The game was still downloading, and there wasn't any indication of the progress. He didn't know when it would finish downloading. Let's continue, Zhou Wen said as he bit his lip. A day was very short. If they couldn't untie the dead knot caused by the 3 ironclad rules, they would probably die. Thankfully, Zhou Wen still had Truth Listener and Demonic Neonate to use. Even if he encountered mythical creatures, he wasn't powerless against them. However, Zhou Wen was still somewhat worried. He didn't know if companion beasts would be affected by the ironclad rules of Netherworld City. If they were affected as well, they would die if they weren't summoned with their feet touching the ground. That would be tragic. But now that things had come to this, he had to fight for his survival. All he could do was walk forward. Junior brother, go ahead. I'll follow behind you. Since you wish to scout the way, I can help you from behind if you encounter danger, said Lu Yun. There was nothing wrong with what Lu Yun said. Furthermore, Zhou Wen hadn't pinned his hopes on him at all, so he continued walking forward. However, this time, Zhou Wen walked even slower and was even more careful. Lu Yun waited for Zhou Wen to take a few steps before stepping on the same stone slabs he took to prevent any accidents from happening. The only thing that worried Lu Yun was if the black armored warrior that Zhou Wen had killed would appear when he stepped onto the same stone slab. Although he was worried, Lu Yun was still prepared to take the same path. He wanted to see if the black armored warrior would appear again. That would give him a better idea for the remaining journey. However, before Lu Yun reached the black armored warrior's stone slab, something went wrong. He stepped on a stone slab that Zhou Wen had stepped on before. The stone slab lit up as a few words appeared. Cause of death, horror. F***CK, what the hell is this? You clearly stepped on it just now. Wasn't it fine? Lu Yun tightened his nerves and looked around. He didn't know what horror was. The slab that Zhou Wen had stepped on previously clearly wrote death by blades. Zhou Wen turned his head and saw the words beneath Lu Yun's feet. He said with a heavy expression, "From the looks of it, the problematic stone slabs aren't in fixed spots. They randomly appear or someone is controlling them. Even if there's a pattern, we don't know what it is. Junior brother, I think it's best if we don't meet again in the future. Before meeting you, I lived a happy life. However, ever since I met you, I haven't had a good day. I might even lose my life here. Promise me, if we can survive this time, we won't meet again, alright?" Lu Yun said with a bitter face. "When you take me to the endless sea of stars, we won't meet again," Zhou Wen said. "You still want to go to the endless sea of stars when we are already in this situation." As Lu Yun spoke, he suddenly felt a chill run down his neck. A dagger seemed to have appeared out of thin air and stuck to his neck. The blade had already touched his skin. Lu Yun turned pale with fright, but his reaction was really fast. Almost at the same time the blade appeared, he quickly leaned back, but his feet seemed to be nailed to the ground. He remained motionless. The dagger slashed across Lu Yun's face, slicing off a portion of his hair. Lu Yun broke out into a cold sweat. However, the dagger vanished after the slash. If not for the fact that half of Lu Yun's hair had been cut off, and there was a faint bloody mark on his neck, he would have thought that it was just an illusion. Lu Yun listened attentively, but he couldn't hear the sound of the dagger at all. There was no wind in the air. This is indeed horrifying. I would rather meet the black armored warrior. Lu Yun felt depressed, but he focused his mind and didn't dare relax. Suddenly, the dagger appeared at Lu Yun's waist and stabbed at his waist. Lu Yun immediately dodged to the side. His clothes were pierced, but he still managed to dodge. Zhou Wen watched from the side as the dagger constantly appeared. It was like a ghost whose trajectory he couldn't figure out. Every time it appeared, it was as though it had teleported. When it vanished, Truth Listener couldn't hear its location. Lu Yun's skills were extraordinary. He managed to dodge the various attacks of the dagger time and time again. His body made all sorts of unimaginable poses. At most, he would lift one foot from the ground, never two at the same time. There were certain poses that even a professional acrobat might not be able to do. "Senior brother, your movement technique is pretty good. Where did you learn it?" Zhou Wen asked with a smile. "You're still gloating at me despite the situation. Hurry up and help me think of a way to deal with this fellow," Lu Yun said gloomily. "Since you have the ability to dodge, find an opportunity to slash it. Perhaps you can slice it apart with one strike," Zhou Wen said. "You make it sound simple. How would I know that I would enter such a crappy place? I usually use companion beasts, so I don't have any ordinary weapons," said Lu Yun. "You should have said so earlier. I have a weapon. I can rent it out to you," Zhou Wen said with a smile. "Cut the crap. Give it to me quickly." Lu Yun dodged the dagger's attack and shouted at Zhou Wen. "How much will you be paying for rent?" Zhou Wen said in a relaxed manner when he saw that he wasn't in much danger. "You can charge however much you want. Junior brother, can't you be a little more humane in times like this?" Lu Yun felt like crying. "Tell me first, what movement technique is that?" Zhou Wen was especially interested in movement techniques. Lu Yun's movement technique wasn't as fast as Zhou Wen's, but his body could make all sorts of strange poses. It was something that ordinary humans couldn't accomplish. It was definitely a special essence energy skill. Chapter 639 Fire Burning. Chapter 639 Fire Burning. This is a combination of contortion, movement technique, and bone contraction. It's not a simple essence energy skill. If you want to learn it, I'll teach you slowly later," said Lu Yun anxiously. "Give me the blade quickly." "Take it." Zhou Wen took out his orchid blade and threw it at Lu Yun. Lu Yun caught the orchid blade. As he waited for the dagger to appear again with full concentration, he said, "What kind of blade is this? Can it be used?" "Don't worry. It's very sharp. It's not inferior to the one in my hand." Zhou Wen didn't tell him that it was the Four Gentlemen Blade's orchid blade, lest he scare him. He didn't dare to lend him the bamboo blade either. He was afraid that he would end up with even more bad luck and attract more trouble. Clang! The dagger appeared behind Lu Yun. He leaned forward and twisted his body at the same time. With a back swing of his hand, he slashed at the dagger. The dagger was sliced open by the orchid blade and disappeared as it flew out. The dagger clearly didn't give up on killing Lu Yun. It continued to appear, but it was struck by the orchid blade in Lu Yun's hand. After slashing more than 10 times in a row, he forcefully snapped the dagger. Zhou Wen saw that he had managed to slash at the same spot every time. His technique was excellent, and he wasn't someone to be underestimated. The dagger landed on the ground and quickly disintegrated, leaving behind a dimensional crystal. It looked like it had added stats. This blade isn't bad. In any case, you still have a big one. Let me borrow the small one for a while. I'll return it to you when we get out. You can name any conditions you want. Lu Yun didn't have any weapons on hand, which made him uneasy. He wanted to use Zhou Wen's orchid blade for the time being. Take it if you want to use it. Just follow the conditions we agreed on. There's no need for any additional conditions, Zhou Wen said. Seeing how straightforward Zhou Wen was, Lu Yun suddenly felt that something was amiss. From the way he knew Zhou Wen, he definitely wasn't someone who was easy to negotiate with. There must be a problem. Lu Yun carefully sized up the orchid blade in his hand. After looking at it for a while, his expression suddenly changed. This can't be the orchid blade of the 4 baneful blades, right? As expected of my senior brother. You are knowledgeable, Zhou Wen said with a thumbs up. It's no wonder we are so unlucky when you're carrying such a thing on you. I was fine coming to the desert so many times in the past, but something happened the moment you came. So it's because of this evil thing. You really aren't afraid of death. Wait, Lu Yun said in an extremely foul manner, as though he had suddenly thought of something. He looked at the bamboo blade at Zhou Wen's waist, and said with widened eyes, That's not the bamboo blade of the 4 baneful blades, right? Are the things you have genuine? What do you think? Zhou Wen asked with a smile. Lu Yun nearly jumped up, but when he thought about how he would die if his feet left the ground, he stopped himself. He pointed at Zhou Wen and said with a trembling voice, You really have no concept of death. Just having any one of the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum blades will lead to a terrible death. F***CKU. To think you have 2. Do you really have a death wish? It's fine if you're tired of living, but don't drag me with you. With that said, Lu Yun was about to throw the orchid blade at Zhou Wen. He didn't want to hold such an item for even a minute. He had already deeply experienced how terrifying it was to be unlucky. Senior brother, you have to consider carefully. Without this orchid blade, you would be dead right now, Zhou Wen said. Lu Yun was taken aback as his expression turned complicated. Although orchid blade was infamous, if he didn't have any weapons now, the chances of survival were too low. Junior brother, I really have to take my hat off to you. Couldn't you have brought some normal weapons? Why have you brought such deadly things? Do you really have a death wish? Lu Yun said gloomily, but he still held the orchid blade and didn't throw it at Zhou Wen. Cut the crap. Tell me how you mastered that movement technique, Zhou Wen said. Lu Yun told Zhou Wen the various essence energy skills he needed for his movement technique before saying, This thing of mine is mainly used when stealing. In terms of speed and exquisiteness, it's inferior to your movement technique. Why are you learning it? Do you want to be a thief? I'm just interested. Zhou Wen didn't believe that Lu Yun's movement technique was as useless as he had said. His strange movement technique allowed him to adapt to various environments. In the future, when Zhou Wen entered dimensional zones to fight, it would be impossible for every dimensional zone to have enough space for him to use his full range of movement techniques. If he were in some narrow and rugged area, Lu Yun's movement techniques would be especially useful. After silently memorizing Lu Yun's movement technique methodology, Lu Yun said from behind, What do we do now? Do we still need to continue moving forward? There's no way out. All we can do is walk forward, Zhou Wen said as he continued. Lu Yun knew that scouting was useless, so he didn't plan on waiting for Zhou Wen to scout ahead. He walked over and leveled up with him. When Lu Yun passed the stone slab that the black armored warrior had appeared in, he didn't activate it. It looked like the problematic stone slabs were purely random. After taking a few steps, a stone slab lit up again and new words appeared. Cause of death, fire burning. How many ways of death are there in Netherworld City? Zhou Wen focused his attention on his surroundings as he pushed Truth Listener's ability to its limit. However, the range Truth Listener could hear only had a radius of 10 stone slabs. Everything beyond was silent as though it was muted. Zhou Wen could roughly tell that this was the maximum area they could hear sounds. Boom! With a loud thunderclap, a strange dimensional creature appeared by Zhou Wen's side. It looked like a crocodile, but it stood there with its hind legs on the ground. It raised its front claws, and its tail played a supporting role. However, due to its short limbs, its body was fat and short. It looked a little adorable, and wasn't very tall. It only reached Zhou Wen's waist. Just as Zhou Wen was sizing it up, it opened its mouth and spat out a flame that surged at him. The flames weren't ordinary red-yellow in color, nor were they blue in color. Instead, they were white flames that looked like burning ice mist. Zhou Wen didn't dare be careless. He drew his saber, and slashed out a demonic astral wheel. The blood-red wheel of light tore out like a saw as it slashed at the strange flames. The demonic astral wheel's destructive power was indeed very strong. It spun and sliced through the white flames, but the deeper it went, the slower the demonic astral wheel spun. It only managed to slice through less than a meter before completely stopping, as though it had been frozen. In the next second, the demonic astral wheel shattered amid the white flames, turning into countless fragments. The fragments rapidly burned, causing the white flames to become even more ferocious as they enveloped Zhou. Chapter 640 Death Knell. Chapter 640 Death Knell. At this moment, Zhou felt that the techniques he had been practicing recently were mainly movement techniques. Now that he couldn't move, he lacked the means to defeat his enemy. I've had too little time. I don't have the time to learn so many skills. Zhou time was indeed limited. Others only needed to advance one life soul, but he needed to advance 4. Furthermore, his training time would be about a year. To be able to train his movement technique to epitome standards, his progression speed was terrifying. However, at the critical moment, disasters didn't give Zhou the time to cultivate. Just as the white flames were about to shoot at him, Zhou didn't slash out again with bamboo blade. Instead, he used demonic astral wheel suction and struck out with his palm. Using the spinning power, he diverted the white flames to the side. Despite that, the rotation of the demonic astral wheel gradually slowed down in the white flames. A few seconds later, the spinning force wasn't enough to divert the white flames. All Zhou could do was deliver another demonic astral wheel. Zhou sheathed the bamboo blade and constantly struck out demonic astral wheel with both hands, diverting the white flames that spewed at him to the side. Therefore, a magical scene happened. The monster spewed out flames that resembled white fire snakes, but they were diverted to the side by Zhou's demonic astral wheel. It bloomed like flaming chrysanthemums that filled the sky. "Junior brother, duck!" At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly shouted. Without any hesitation, Zhou crouched down and lowered his head. He saw a needle-like cold beam fly over his head. The monster's attention was on Zhou, so it shifted its gaze downwards as he ducked. It wasn't prepared for the cold beam of light as it instantly nailed into its eyes. The monster immediately let out a tragic cry. Zhou took the opportunity to draw his saber and slash out. The demonic astral wheel spun and beheaded the screaming monster. On careful look, Orchid Blade had penetrated the monster's eyes. "Thanks!" Zhou extended his hand and sucked the Orchid Blade back before throwing it at Lu Yun again. "I won't be able to live for long if you're dead. 2 people are better than 1. I'm doing this for myself. Instead, I'm more concerned about you. You expended so much essence energy just now. It's best you recover your essence energy before continuing," said Lu Yun. Although Zhou didn't really need Lu Yun's help, he would provide him significant help in escaping Netherworld City, since Lu Yun had expressed his goodwill and was willing to work together with him to face the problem. "If you don't have essence energy crystals, I can sell them to you. How about 10 epic essence energy crystals for your movement technique?" Lu Yun had some ideas about Zhou's movement techniques. His movement technique was already fast enough. Few people at his level could catch up to him, but Zhou's movement technique was even faster than his. He also wanted to know how Zhou had mastered it. "Don't you think 10 crystals is a tad too little?" Zhou said with a smile. "You have to know that we are in a dire situation. No one knows when we will be able to leave, nor do we know how many battles we will have to go through. The present value of essence energy crystal is 10 times, or even 100 times what it usually is. It's very possible that an essence energy crystal might save us at the end. If you can use another skill, you might be able to survive. Do you still think it's expensive?" Lu Yun said seriously. "It's still expensive. Even if an essence energy crystal is worth 100 times more, do you think it can be exchanged for a divine movement technique?" Zhou asked. "What? Your movement technique is at the divine level?" Lu Yun was shocked. "As real as it gets. If you really want to know how it's done, it's best you show some sincerity and help me obtain Star Stealer," Zhou said. "Does the method need mythical skill crystals?" Lu Yun asked. "There's no need. All the skills are at the epic and legendary stage. There's no need for mythical skill crystals," Zhou answered. "You comprehended a divine skill yourself?" Lu Yun was even more surprised. Zhou's mythical companion, beasts, could be explained away by him being rich. There might be a faction or massive resources backing him. However, comprehending a divine skill wasn't something that could be accomplished with just resources. Although resources were one of the most important conditions, what really mattered was one's perceptivity. "Teacher's eyes are really sharp. A random student he takes in has such standards. Unfortunately, in such a place, your divine movement technique is useless," said Lu Yun with a sigh. "Let's continue walking. We don't know how long a Netherworld City day is. Perhaps we don't have as much time as we imagined," Zhou said as he continued walking forward. Lu Yun quickly chased after him, clearly wanting to cooperate with Zhou. After taking a few steps, Lu Yun also encountered dimensional creatures. This time, the dimensional creatures they encountered were the blade executioners they had previously seen. The cause of death was naturally death by blades. Lu Yun had seen Zhou Wen kill the blade executioner, so he already had some understanding of it. He didn't spend much effort to kill the blade executioner. The two of them walked forward together. There were 4 types of dimensional creatures they often encountered: blade executioners, who delivered death by blade; flaming evil spirits, who used fire burning; flash spirit flying blade, who inculcated horror; and water demon, who used drown. They were all epic dimensional creatures with their own characteristics. However, with Zhou Wen and Lu Yun's cooperation, they killed them one by one, allowing them to smoothly walk over the stone slabs. With every step the two of them took, Lu Yun would shout at the person ahead, hoping to see if he could hear him. Zhou Wen naturally knew that it was useless. Unless they came within 10 stone slabs of each other, the other party definitely couldn't hear their voices. Zhou Wen did some calculations. They needed 153 steps to reach a distance of 10 stone slabs from the person. That would leave them with slightly over 200 steps. This was only enough for them to speak to each other. It was unknown how many steps it would take to leave Netherworld City. The two of them took 120 steps, and could already see that the person closest to them was very close. Just as they were about to continue advancing, they suddenly heard a bell chime. Clang! The sudden ringing of the bell gave the two of them a fright. The sound was coming from a building at the end of the stone steps. There was a brass bell hanging on it that emitted the hard shuddering sound. Clang! 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 The bell constantly rang. Zhou Wen had never heard such a strange bell chime. He felt that it wasn't auspicious. What crappy bell is this? Why does it sound like a death knell? Lu Yun blurted out. Death knell? Zhou Wen was immediately taken aback. After Lu Yun said it, he thought about it carefully and was stunned. The two of them exchanged looks, and saw the unease in each other's eyes. The bell rang 7 times before it finally stopped. In front of the building, a throne made of yellow jade slowly rose. There was a person sitting on the throne. Chapter 641 Bone Die. The person was wearing armor carved from white bones. On his head was a skull-like mask. His eyes were shimmering with a strange red light as he casually sat on the yellow jade throne. His gaze was sizing up the people on the long street below. He didn't look like he was looking at humans, but more like beasts such as pigs or dogs. He supported his face with one hand and tilted his head to look at them. Meanwhile, the people on the street below were all ghastly pale. Their bodies involuntarily trembled, as though something extremely terrifying was about to happen. Who is that guy? Why is he so cocky? Lu Yun whispered. The person, far away above the stone steps, seemed to have heard Lu Yun's words. Looking at him from afar, Lu Yun's scalp immediately went numb, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Fortunately, that person only glanced at him, and didn't pay much attention to him. Zhou Wen noticed that in front of the person was a bowl made of a skull. Unfortunately, he didn't know what was inside. Truth Listener's ability had been restricted. He couldn't sense that far away. Just as Zhou Wen was pondering over it, the person extended a hand and took some things from the bowl, clamping them between his fingers. Only then did Zhou Wen see that they were dice. 6 of them. Each one was crystalline like jade, but they looked more like the bones of some creature. The dice didn't look too special. Just like ordinary dice, there were numbers from 1 to 6 engraved on each of the 6 sides. The colors were red, like blood. When the person picked up the dice, Zhou Wen and Lu Yun were alarmed because the stone slab beneath their feet lit up. However, the stone slabs were extremely bright this time. A blood-colored number actually appeared on it. The number under Zhou Wen's feet was 19, and the number under Lu Yun's feet was 18. Neither of them knew what this number represented. However, Zhou Wen soon realized what the numbers meant. This was because blood-colored numbers lit up beneath the feet of the people in front of him. Everyone's numbers were different. From 1 to 33, this meant that there were a total of 33 people on the long street. These numbers were their serial numbers. Zhou Wen had already figured out what would happen next. That high and mighty fellow would definitely throw the dice. If the number he threw was the same as the number under someone's feet, that person would definitely be in for a rough time. From the reactions of the people in front of him, he knew that they must have experienced the same thing, which was why they appeared to be so afraid. I wonder what will happen if the points under our feet match the points he throws out. Lu Yun also noticed something and swallowed his saliva. I don't know, but I'm certain that nothing good can come out of it. As Zhou Wen spoke, the person waved his hand and threw the dice out. Zhou Wen originally imagined that he would throw the dice into the bowl, but to his surprise, the person threw the dice down. 6 dice landed on the stone steps and rolled along. Amazingly, the 6 dice grew in size as they rolled. When they landed on the long street, they were more than a meter long. 6 huge rolling dice rumbled down the long street at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, the people in front would dodge to the side, not daring to come into contact with the die. They looked extremely afraid. What should we do? Lu Yun looked at the dice that were rolling. 2 of the huge dice were likely to pass through the spot they were standing. If they wanted to dodge, they needed to move at least 3 stone slabs. Let's dodge it first. Zhou didn't know what the dice were, so he decided to avoid them. He would wait until he figured out the situation when he went further forward. 6 dice rolled past them amidst rumbling, and their step counter was reduced by 4 steps. Clang! The dice rolled all the way to the entrance and slammed into it. Then, they bounced back and landed in the open space inside the door. After rolling for a while, they stopped. 1 2, 3 3s, 1 6, and 1 5, a total score of 22. Zhou and Lu Yun's eyes immediately looked at the street in front of them. The person with the red number 22 at his feet was around the middle of the long street. He looked like an extremely muscular middle-aged man. He was tall and mighty, and his muscles looked like steel. Everyone on the long street looked at him, and his face instantly turned pale. He looked extremely horrified as he shouted crazily, but unfortunately, his voice couldn't be heard. All they could see was his mouth open, but no one knew what he was shouting. As he shouted, he ran crazily. However, no matter which stone slab he ran to, the stone slab would light up with a blood-red 22. Boom! Without any warning, the middle-aged man's body exploded like a split watermelon. Blood flowed everywhere. However, the blood very quickly seeped into the cracks on the stone slabs, leaving not a single drop. It was as though the stone slab ground could suck blood. The man on the throne spread his fingers, and the 6 huge dice flew back into the air, shrinking amidst their flight. By the time they reached his hand, they had returned to their original size. Holding the dice in his hand, the person looked coldly at the people on the long street. The throne slowly descended and eventually disappeared. That bastard! What does he treat us as? His toys? Lu Yun gritted his teeth. From the looks of it, there's nothing wrong with that. Zhou stared at the building on the stone steps. There was no longer a throne or man there. After watching for a while, Zhou said, That fellow should be the most terrifying dimensional creature in Netherworld City. If we can kill him, we might have a chance of escaping. How do we kill him? The rules of Netherworld City are set by him. We are just chess pieces on the board. How can we play chess with the chess player? Lu Yun said with a bitter expression. That depends on whether he abides by the rules or not. If he abides by the rules, we still have a chance of defeating him even if he's a chess player. Zhou said. What if he doesn't follow the rules? Lu Yun asked. Then we will have to think of a way to avoid the rules. Zhou looked at the person closest to them. There was still a look of horror on the person's face. From the looks of it, he had been frightened by the scene. Let's go and ask them what's going on here, Zhou said as he continued walking forward. They weren't too far from that person. After killing a few epic dimensional creatures, they finally arrived within 10 steps of that person. Chapter 642 Chuhi. The person's hair was already gray, and he looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He was thin. Although there were many wrinkles on his face, his chiseled edges were still there. It was obvious that he had been a handsome man when he was young. When the old man was looking at the dice, he saw Zhou and Lu Yun. He also knew that they were walking over, but he didn't seem to have the desire to communicate with them. All he did was stand there dejectedly. How should I address you? Lu Yun asked. When the old man heard the voice, it was as if he had just woken up. He subconsciously answered, My name is Chu He. I'm a professor at Imperial Capital College's History Department. Peasant? Is your wife called Noon One? Lu Yun joked. It's not that. It's Chu He as in the Chu River. The old man didn't have any sense of humor. In such an environment, there was nothing that could make him laugh. Therefore, the old man explained seriously. Zhou eyes widened when he heard the elder's words. He asked in disbelief. Chu He? How many professors in the Imperial Capital College's History Department are named Chu He? I'm the only one. Chu He seemed somewhat numb. He didn't care why Zhou would ask such a strange question. Zhou looked at Chu He excitedly. In the entire Imperial Capital College, Zhou only knew of one person named Chu He. The reason Zhou could remember this name wasn't because Chu He was famous. No matter how famous Chu He was in his field, Zhou couldn't care less, much less remember his name. However, this Chu He was different. This was because there was a history professor at Imperial Capital College. He was a member of the former principal's expedition team. Zhou had seen Chu He's name and information on the list, and he had also seen the picture of the expedition team. However, Zhou had only had a general look back then. Chu He wasn't his target, so he didn't pay much attention to him. Now that he thought about it, This Chu He was indeed somewhat similar to the Chu He in the photo. However, the Chu He in the photo was slightly plumper. He wasn't this thin, and he looked better. He had a ruddy face and black hair. He wasn't as pale as he was now. Back then, Chu He was in high spirits. Is he really Professor Chu He from the expedition team? Shouldn't he have entered the Zhuolu battlefield with the former principal and company? They went missing together, so how could he be here? Zhou Wen believed that the former principal had been killed, but for a person who had likely been killed with the former principal to appear in Netherworld City made him feel alarmed again. Could it be that Netherworld City is really the place where humans come to after death? Could it be that the people in this city aren't living humans, but dead ghosts? Then what about Lu Yun and me? Could it be that we are already dead without even realizing it? Did our souls enter Netherworld City? Zhou Wen shook his head, and threw this ridiculous thought out of his mind. Professor Chu, have you been to the Zhuolu battlefield for research? Zhou Wen asked as he stared at Chu He. He hoped that Chu He was Professor Chu He from the expedition team. If they were really the same person, it was very likely that the former principal hadn't been killed if Professor Chu He was still alive. After all, he hadn't found the former principal's corpse in Zhuolu, nor had he discovered any other relics. Ever since he was young, there hadn't been many people who had treated Zhou Wen well. The former principal was one of them. Zhou Wen felt that a good person like the former principal shouldn't have died so early. At the very least, he didn't wish for the former principal to die so early. No! Chu He shook his head. How can that be? Think about it carefully. The Federation invited you to participate in the expedition team to Zhuolu. You, Professor Ouyang Ting, and a few other experts and professors went to Zhuolu together, Zhou Wen said. After speaking for a while, Chu He's thoughts seemed to become more active. After hearing Zhou Wen's words, he lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, I remember. There was such an incident. Back then, an organization under the Federation did invite me to Zhuolu to carry out research work. I remember that there was an old Professor Ouyang Ting on the list. If you went to Zhuolu with them, why are you here alone? Zhou Wen asked in excitement. He had already taken a look at the others on the street, but he hadn't discovered the former principal or the other members of the expedition team. To his surprise, Chu He shook his head and said, No. I didn't go to Zhuolu. I had a major discovery at that time and wanted to do research in the Taklamakan Desert, so I rejected the invitation and didn't go to Zhuolu. You rejected the invitation? Zhou Wen looked at Chu He with disbelief. He had read the information on the Zhuolu expedition team. Although there was no more information after they went missing, the records were still very detailed. There were even their punch card records when they were at the encampment. Many people in the encampment had seen Professor Chu He before. Some had even chatted with him. Now, Chu He had actually said that he hadn't gone to Zhuolu and had rejected the invitation from the beginning. This made many thoughts flash through Zhou Wen's mind. Is this Chu He lying? Or did he really not go to Zhuolu? If he really didn't go to Zhuolu, then who's the Chu He in Zhuolu? Is this Chu He fake? Or is the expedition team's Chu He fake? Or is it the same person? Did the soul enter Netherworld City after Chu He died, and he has already forgotten the past? That's not right. He still remembers his name and knows that he's a professor at Imperial Capital College. It doesn't look like his memories have been washed away. Zhou Wen's mind was in a mess. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Yes, I rejected it, Chu He said bitterly. I was in a dilemma back then. If I had chosen to go to Zhuolu, I wouldn't have been trapped in this place that's akin to hell. Zhou Wen thought to himself, if you had gone to Zhuolu back then, your outcome might not have been better than now. At the very least, you're still alive. I'm not even sure if the former principal and company are dead or not. Junior brother, let's chat about all of that later. We don't have much time left. Ask the important questions, said Lu Yun anxiously. Zhou Wen nodded and asked, Professor Chu, how did you enter Netherworld City? What's the situation here? Chu He said. Back then, I was studying the ruins of the Naya civilization in the desert. Who knew that I would encounter a sandstorm? After the sandstorm passed, I saw Netherworld City. Then, there was a huge fire around me. I had no choice but to escape into Netherworld City. The experience of Chu He and Zhou Wen's entering Netherworld City was similar. However, Zhou Wen thought of another important problem. Chapter 643 Torture Chambers. Professor Chu, when did you enter Netherworld City? Zhou Wen asked directly. If this Chu He was really Professor Chu He from Imperial Capital College, then the Professor Chu He who went to Zhuolu was likely a fake. However, since the imposter hadn't been discovered, this meant that Professor Chu He must have come to the desert a long time ago. That was why no one had seen him again. Otherwise, the imposter would have been discovered long ago. In that case, Professor Chu He should have entered Netherworld City a while ago. Otherwise, he would definitely have made contact with the outside world. Someone outside should know that he was in the desert and not Zhuolu. However, the truth was that no one knew of such a situation. Even Chu He's family believed that he was in Zhuolu. This was extremely odd. If someone hadn't deliberately cut off the connection between Professor Chu He and the outside world, it would have been because he had entered Netherworld City a long time ago. That was why no one knew he was here. However, with the 3 ironclad rules of Netherworld City, how did Professor Chu He survive? When? Professor Chu He looked at him strangely and said, "Just today. Didn't you come in today when you encountered a sandstorm? Today? Didn't you contact your family before you came in?" Zhou Wen asked in disbelief. "There's no signal in the desert. How can I contact my family? It was only about a couple of weeks ago. I went to the city outside the desert to contact my family once. At that time, I was very excited to tell them that I had made a huge discovery and that I would be back soon to reunite with them. I never expected." Chu He's face was filled with sorrow. This left Zhou Wen completely dumbfounded. Chu He had contacted his family a couple of weeks ago, so why hadn't his family mentioned this matter? His family had never mentioned that Chu He had gone to the Taklamakan. Now, Zhou Wen wished he could return immediately and ask Chu He's family what was going on. From Zhou Wen's point of view, this wasn't a coincidence. 2 Professor Chu He's had appeared in different places. There had to be someone pulling the strings from behind. Who's doing these things? If the Zhuolu expedition team's Chu He is fake, what did the fake Chu He want to do by joining the expedition team? Could the former principal's disappearance have something to do with him? With this in mind, Zhou Wen's mind became active. If someone really abducted the former principal away, the former principal might still be alive. Lu Yun was somewhat anxious. Zhou Wen kept asking questions that weren't pertinent. All he could do was ask himself, "Professor Chu, you came earlier than us. Do you know what's going on here? What exactly is that dimensional creature that appeared up there? That City Lord Netherworld. The bronze bell hanging there will ring every hour. It's the same as the wall clock at home. When the bell rings 7 times, he will appear and cast the dice to take a life." Chu He said with a trembling body. "Wait, you said that it rings 7 times a day. Doesn't that mean you have been here for more than a day?" Zhou Wen discovered the problem in Chu He's words. Chu He said with a bitter smile, "I heard it from others. As you saw, City Lord Netherworld really appeared and even took a life. Perhaps it will be my turn tomorrow. However, my worries are unnecessary. I don't even know if I can survive today. Why should I be worried about tomorrow?" Lu Yun was immediately disappointed. He originally imagined that he would find someone who knew what was happening and obtain some information about Netherworld City, but to his surprise, Chu He had entered Netherworld City the same day as them, albeit a little earlier than them. Taking a closer look at Chu He's feet, he realized that he still had 132 steps left. That was even fewer than Zhou Wen in company. "Professor Chu, have you learned anything about Netherworld City and City Lord Netherworld?" Lu Yun continued asking unwillingly. Lu Yun was surprised when he realized that Chu He knew much more than he had imagined. According to what Chu He had heard, the 3 ironclad rules of Netherworld City could not be violated. Otherwise, one would immediately die. Furthermore, the distance between the stone slabs was a number. Be it advancing or retreating, or moving left and right repeatedly, it was part of the count. Once the number dropped to 0, it meant death. Chu He saw a person self-destruct because of the number turning 0. It was identical to how the middle-aged man who had died just moments ago. It was said that there was only one way to leave Netherworld City alive. That was to walk to the end of the long street and step onto the stone steps to reach the Netherworld Divine Throne. Only by sounding the bronze bell on it can one leave Netherworld City. That's impossible. From here to the stone steps, there are at least 2,000 to 3,000 stone slabs. With just a few steps allocated to us, we can't even reach the stone steps, much less walk up the stone steps and strike the bell," Lu Yun said with a frown. "It's not impossible to increase the number of steps. Every new hour, the doors on both sides of the long street open. When the time comes, we have a chance to obtain more steps," Chu He said, as he pointed at the tightly shut doors. "Are the shops selling steps? What do we use to buy them? Is it money or dimensional crystals?" Lu Yun asked as he sized up the shops on both sides of the street. "No, those aren't shops, but torture chambers. You can be punished in the torture chamber in exchange for the number of steps. The punishment in each torture chamber is different. You can obtain different steps from different punishments." As Chu He spoke, his eyes revealed fear. Zhou Wen and Lu Yun were dumbfounded when they heard that. According to Chu He, there were various kinds of punishments in the torture chambers. Getting branded by a piece of red-hot metal on the chest until the flesh scorched could exchange for 5 steps. Having needles stabbed the 10 fingers could be exchanged for 10 steps. Having a piece of flesh taken with a blade could obtain 1 step. Although these sorts of punishments wouldn't kill, it left one shuddering in fear. In that case, as long as we can endure the pain, we can obtain enough steps to walk up the stone steps, said Lu Yun. That's not entirely the case. Every punishment only gives steps the first time, Chu He said. Zhou Wen immediately counted the number of torture chambers on both sides of the street. According to the information he had obtained from Chu He, one could obtain about 10 steps from each torture chamber. 239 torture chambers. If we can obtain 10 steps from each torture chamber, we can obtain more than 2,000 steps. With so many steps, can we walk up the stone steps? Zhou Wen estimated that it was about there, but this was only an estimate. It wasn't necessarily accurate. Junior brother, we seem to have made a mistake. Lu Yun's expression turned nasty, as he thought of the same problem as Zhou Wen. Steps were scarce. One had to visit all the torture chambers once before they could ascend and reach the Netherworld Divine Throne. However, as they walked all the way, they had already missed many torture chambers. If they walked back now, it would be a waste of many steps, making their already small number of steps even fewer. Chapter 644 Punishment. If we continue like this, I'm afraid we won't have enough steps to reach the Netherworld Divine Throne. If we backtrack, the number of steps we take will also decrease, said Lu Yun. Zhou Wen shook his head and said, even if we start with the first torture chamber, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the Netherworld Divine Throne. Why? Will there not be enough steps? Lu Yun was puzzled. I don't know if the number of steps is enough. However, I do know that in the short span of a day, suffering 239 types of punishments might be nothing to our bodies individually, but can we take a total of 239 punishments? I doubt I can. Among the people I know, I'm afraid only one person can complete this street and survive all the punishments. Unfortunately, he's not here, Zhou Wen said. Although it's very difficult, we still have to give it a try. We can't just sit back and wait for death, right? Lu Yun said. Then give it a try later, Zhou Wen said as he pointed at the shop beside him. As you wish. Lu Yun also knew that at this stage, he had to try his best. Otherwise, there was no way out. Do you want to go back first? Lu Yun looked at the path they had taken, but he quickly rejected it. I'll first try entering the torture chamber beside me. There was still some time before the next hourly bell. The two of them could only stand there and wait. Zhou Wen took out his phone to take a look, but he still hadn't finished downloading it. The dungeon map was clearly very big. Zhou Wen took the opportunity to cultivate God's retreat. Every time he summoned it, he would switch it away when it was about to explode. After repeated cultivation, the Jade Infant's body became more transparent. Soon, it became as transparent as crystal. Zhou Wen vaguely felt that the Jade Infant was about to break through. I wonder what a life soul's perfect body would be like. Zhou Wen placed all his hopes on the Jade Infant. God's retreat wasn't enough to resist the taboo power here. If it could advance to a perfect body, they might still have a chance of survival. As for entering the punishment chamber to receive punishment, Zhou Wen didn't pin much hope on it. His physique was already very strong, but he might not be able to withstand so many punishments in such a short period of time. Unless Li Xian was here, Zhou Wen didn't even wish to give it a try. An hour quickly passed. While the Jade Infant rested, Zhou Wen chatted with Chu He and deliberately asked about his past. Chu He was already reeling in horror after being trapped here. Being able to chat with others was also a way to relieve stress. He said a lot. Chu He remembered everything that had happened in the past very clearly. It didn't look like there was a problem with him, nor was there any memory loss. Clang! 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 The bell rang again. This time, the bell rang 8 times. After the bell stopped, the torture chambers that had been closed on both sides of the street opened their doors. Zhou Wen looked at the torture chamber beside him, and saw that there was a strange torture device inside. It looked like a wooden horse, and on its back was a long spike that resembled a unicorn's horn. However, it wasn't growing on its head, but on its back. Beside the torture equipment was a sign with the words, Wooden Horse Punishment 20 Steps, written on it. Eldest senior brother, you get 20 steps each punishment. The rewards are very high. Do you want to give it a try? Zhou Wen asked Lu Yun. Lu Yun's face turned green when he saw the torture equipment. He immediately shook his head and said, No way. I'll try this instead. Punishment by 1,000 cuts. Every slice of meat is 1 step. More slices, more steps. This is a punishment that can be repeatedly undertaken. Perhaps it's a better opportunity to get more steps. Can you take it? Zhou Wen looked at the torture chamber and saw that there was an iron chain hanging on the beam. Beside it was a dagger. With one look, he roughly understood that one was going to be cuffed by the hands and hoisted up before having the dagger slice off pieces of meat. As a man, anything can be done to live. I'll do it. Lu Yun knew that if he wanted to live, he had to risk it. Without any hesitation, Lu Yun followed Chu He's earlier instructions and shouted at the punishment by 1,000 cuts chamber. I want to undertake punishment by 1,000 cuts. The moment he finished his sentence, his body vanished as though he had teleported. Zhou Wen looked over and saw that his hands had been cuffed, and he was hanging in the torture chamber. The tiny blade was picked up by a white ghost-like creature before it slashed at Lu Yun's thigh. The small blade was like a saw as it sliced back and forth, bit by bit. A piece of flesh fell from Lu Yun's thigh. It had to be said that the white ghost's blade techniques were first-rate. The flesh that was sliced off was as thin as a cicada's wing, and was almost transparent. It was comparable to a top chef. Zhou Wen roughly understood why the flesh sliced off was so thin. It wasn't because they were afraid of the victim dying, but because if it was too thick, he wouldn't have enough flesh to cut 1,000 slices. It naturally couldn't be considered a punishment by 1,000 cuts. It was only one slice, but Lu Yun's face was pale from the pain. Not much flesh had been sliced off, but the wound was nothing in comparison to the pain. Lu Yun gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. The small blade continued to slice off another piece of flesh. When Zhou Wen looked at Lu Yun again, his forehead was breaking out in cold sweat. Chu He's heart trembled as he watched from the side. Such a bloody and cruel punishment made one's hair stand on end. Lu Yun didn't even grunt as the blade sliced through his flesh. He was like a classic example of a true man. Even Zhou Wen couldn't help but be impressed. Lu Yun was truly unyielding. To Zhou Wen's surprise, Lu Yun's wounds didn't bleed much. Every time the tiny blade sliced off a piece of flesh, the wound would automatically contract without much bleeding. Eldest senior brother, I couldn't tell. You've also practiced such a powerful self-recovery technique, Zhou Wen exclaimed. Self-recovery my ass. It's the power of the torture chamber that prevents me from bleeding. It's afraid I'll die before I complete the 1,000 cuts, cursed Lu Yun. He wasn't really such a hot-tempered person. All he wanted to do was to vent his pain through his cursing. After 23 slices, the unyielding Lu Yun finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He shouted, I give up on continuing the torture. With a clang, the metal cuff released and Lu Yun's body fell. However, when he landed, he returned to the stone slab he was on before the punishment. Indeed, the number on his stone slab increased by 23. See, isn't it simple? I got it to increase by 23 in no time at all. Try a few more torture chambers, and it won't be a problem for us to reach the Netherworld Divine Throne, Lu Yun said with a pale face. Ignoring Zhou Wen, even Chu he could tell that Lu Yun was merely comforting himself. Chapter 645 Scream loudly if you are in pain. If we have to continue being tortured like this, I'm afraid we will be dead long before we can finish all the punishments. Zhou Wen looked at Chu He and asked, Professor Chu, other than being punished, is there any other way to obtain steps? Previously, when we came, we encountered some dimensional creatures. Would they leave anything special after they die? Chu He shook his head firmly and said, There's no other way. Only by being tortured in the torture chamber can one obtain more steps. Zhou Wen turned his head and looked at the long street. Apart from them, the others had entered the torture chambers to be punished. It was a pity that he couldn't hear anything beyond 10 steps. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to hear the undulating screams. Junior brother, do you want to give punishment by 1,000 cuts a try as well? Perhaps you can last longer than me? Lu Yun encouraged him. He wanted to see how long Zhou Wen could last under such torture. I think I'll forget about it. Zhou Wen shook his head and looked around. He planned on attempting a less severe punishment. Although they could enter the torture chamber directly without needing to walk over, they needed to be within 10 steps of one. If the torture chamber was too far from them, they wouldn't be able to undergo the punishment. Now, there was only one torture chamber to their left and right that were within 10 steps away. On the left was the punishment by 1,000 cuts, which Lu Yun had attempted. On the right was punishment by whipping. On it stated a step per lash. It was similar to punishment by 1,000 cuts. One was hoisted up for the punishment. However, it wasn't the slicing of flesh but lashing with a whip. Lu Yun was also looking at the whip. Seeing that it was a vine whip, he said, Then let me try the punishment. My body is quite tough. I should be able to withstand it a few more times. With that said, Lu Yun shouted at the whipping torture chamber. I want to undertake punishment by whipping. Just like the last time, Lu Yun's body vanished. He was hung in the whipping torture chamber. Then, a white ghost-like figure appeared and picked up the vine whip. The vine whip was lashed out by the white figure. Sharp spikes appeared on the originally smooth whip, making it appear like a thorny vine. Paw! With a crisp sound, a bloody whip mark appeared on Lu Yun's body. After a few whips, Lu Yun's body was reduced to a bloody mess. It was even more terrifying than punishment by 1,000 cuts. This time, Lu Yun only held on for about 10 whips before giving up. After being released, He looked a little shriveled. F***CK, this isn't giving us a way out. How can humans withstand such punishment? Death by punishment, death also by not undergoing punishment. Why should we be punished? Lu Yun cursed. I'll give it a try too. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and shouted at the whipping torture chamber. I want to undertake punishment by whipping. The moment he finished his sentence, Zhou Wen felt his vision blur. His body seemed to be teleported by some force. By the time he reacted, he was already hung up in the whipping chamber. A white ghost appeared in front of him. It had already gripped the vine whip. Junior brother, scream loudly if you are in pain. Don't endure it. The more you endure, the more painful it will be. It will be much better if you shout out loud. The louder you shout, the better, Lu Yun said gloatingly. He was actually just trying to find pleasure amidst the suffering, hoping to reduce his stress. He didn't really want to hear Zhou Wen scream. Alright, Zhou Wen replied as he switched his essence energy art to Dao body, and God's retreat before closing his eyes. However, the God's retreat life providence didn't affect the white ghost. Clearly, the punishment in the torture chamber wasn't a taboo power. Seeing that God's retreat was useless, Zhou Wen hurriedly switched to small perfection of wisdom. At the same time, he activated the Hell King Life Soul. Under the effects of the Hell King Life Soul, Zhou Wen's control over his body was extremely strong. Not only did his physique strengthen, but he could also eliminate the pain. No matter how serious his injuries were, Zhou Wen wouldn't feel any pain. It was as though his pain nerves had been removed. Zhou Wen didn't plan on constantly being punished. All he wanted to do was try out the force of the whipping punishment. However, just as Zhou Wen used the Hell King Life Soul, the white specter that had already lashed out suddenly retracted its whip without striking. Junior brother, what's going on? Don't tell me you can't even withstand a whip and are giving up? Lu Yun said when he saw the scene before him, imagining that Zhou Wen had given up. However, what happened next left Lu Yun's mouth agape. The white ghost with the whip actually plopped to the ground and kowtowed. It lay prone, trembling. Crack! The shackles that bound Zhou Wen's hands automatically opened, allowing him to land. However, Zhou Wen hadn't given up on being tortured, so he didn't return to the long street. Instead, he landed in the whipping chamber. His feet landed on the ground, but there were no numbers on the floor. Perhaps it was because the steps didn't count in the torture chambers. Junior brother, what's going on? Lu Yun stared at Zhou Wen with his mouth agape as he looked at the trembling white ghost in front of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen never expected his Hell King Life Soul to have such an effect. Looking at the white ghost sprawled on the ground, Zhou Wen pondered for a moment before saying to it, Stand up. The white ghost was very obedient. It obediently stood up, but its body was still trembling. It looked extremely frightened. Don't be afraid. Come, whip me, Zhou Wen said gently to the white ghost. The white ghost trembled again as it collapsed to the ground and kowtowed to Zhou Wen. Stand up. I order you to whip me, Zhou Wen said coldly to the white ghost. The white ghost crawled up trembling as it held the whip in its hand, but it didn't dare to whip Zhou Wen. It's fine. I'm giving you permission to whip me, but you have to whip me gently. Just gently touch me, Zhou Wen instructed the white ghost. The white ghost held the whip, but it didn't dare attack. Zhou Wen glared at it before it finally flung the whip and struck Zhou Wen's body. The whip whistled through the air, but it only touched Zhou Wen's clothes and immediately retracted. Zhou Wen felt his skin being touched by his clothes. There was no pain at all. The white ghost was terrified. It sprawled on the ground and kowtowed again. You did well. That's right. Do it again. Lash me a few more times, Zhou Wen encouraged. Only then did the white ghost stand up shakily and lashed at Zhou Wen's body again. Just like before, it retracted once the whip touched his clothes. Zhou Wen found a spot to sit down. As he took out his phone, he got the white ghost to torture him. This spot. A little heavier here. My shoulders are a little sore. Strike this side. Use more strength. Zhou Wen kept directing the white ghost to attack the various parts of his body. Seriously? Lu Yun and Chu He were dumbfounded. The originally terrifying atmosphere was now gone. The white ghost held a vine whip and served Zhou Wen like it was a masseur at a massage parlor. Chapter 646 Dead Man. Only when the torture chambers along the entire street closed was Zhou Wen forcefully teleported out, returning him to the stone slab he was on. Zhou Wen, Lu Yun, and Chu He looked at the stone slab beneath Zhou Wen's feet and saw that the number on the stone slab had changed to 1369. In other words, Zhou Wen had obtained more than 1,000 steps during the torture chamber's opening. This was the same number Zhou Wen had secretly taken note of. So this can really increase the number of steps. Zhou Wen felt a lot more relaxed. With the Hell King's strength, the problem with insufficient steps was resolved. However, he couldn't completely relax. Although the Hell King's strength could intimidate the torture chamber, It was unable to withstand the rules of Netherworld City. Zhou took a step while maintaining the Hell King Life Soul state. The subsequent steps would still decrease, indicating that the rules of Netherworld City were still effective on him. Now, he had only resolved the problem of the number of steps. He had yet to resolve the 3 ironclad rules of Netherworld City. He had to think of a way to leave as soon as possible. You? How did you do it? Chu He looked at Zhou Wen in surprise. He had never seen someone undergo such torture like Zhou Wen. Lu Yun also wanted to know how Zhou Wen had done it. This fellow constantly surprised him. He originally thought that he was doing pretty well. Although he wasn't a member of the 6 families, he had the resources and skills that young geniuses of the 6 families didn't have. However, he never expected Zhou Wen to be even more equipped than him. He had all sorts of abilities, as though he could resolve anything he encountered. Perhaps my essence energy art is effective against the white ghosts in the torture chamber, Zhou Wen said half-truthfully. Junior brother, tell me you won't leave your adorable and kind eldest senior brother behind, right? Lu Yun was somewhat worried that Zhou Wen would leave after he had enough steps. How can that be? I'm still hoping that you will take me to the endless sea of stars, Zhou Wen said. Junior brother, you're right. After we leave, I'll definitely take you to the endless sea of stars and help you obtain Star Stealer. Lu Yun paused before saying, You can walk freely, but I don't have enough steps. What should I do? When the torture chamber opens again next time, you and I will choose the same punishment room. When the time comes, I'll get the white ghosts to take care of you. There you will naturally be given the needed steps, Zhou Wen said. Teacher really has good taste. Junior brother, you're really an amazing genius. I think that no one can be as glorious as you even if the 6 heroes were revived, Lu Yun said obsequiously. Zhou Wen didn't believe a word he said. Although he was someone who seemed truthful, no one knew which sentences were true. If he hadn't wanted to go to the endless sea of stars, Zhou Wen really didn't wish to be with Lu Yun. Although he was also Fang Mingyuan's student, perhaps because Lu Yun had entered society a few years earlier than them, he felt that he wasn't trustworthy like Jiang Yan, Zhong Zia, and Hui Haifeng. Of course, it was also possible that this was because Zhou Wen had never interacted with Lu Yun. The 3 of them waited for another hour. After the bell rang again, the torture chambers opened again. Zhou Wen chose to enter the torture chamber. Lu Yun and Chu He also chose punishment by whipping. The 3 of them hung side by side in the whipping chamber. Immediately, 3 white ghosts appeared. Each of them had a vine whip, and was about to whip them. The moment Zhou Wen's Hell King Life Soul appeared, the 3 white ghosts immediately knelt down and trembled as though Zhou Wen was about to eat them. Hence, the 3 of them sat side by side in the whipping chamber to be punished. This was the first time Lu Yun experienced the feeling of being raised on a pedestal. He grunted comfortably and said, Junior brother, if I had known that you had this ability, I wouldn't have suffered the pain of punishment by 1,000 cuts so much. I only realized it after entering the torture chamber, Zhou Wen said casually. After the torture chamber closed, Zhou Wen had close to 3,000 steps. Chu He and Lu Yun had more than 1,000 steps. As long as we do it again, we should have enough steps to reach the Netherworld Divine Throne, Lu Yun said happily. Just as Zhou Wen was about to say something, he saw someone explode on the long street. Blood splattered everywhere, and was quickly absorbed by the ground. That person's step count was used up. He couldn't withstand the punishment and ended his life. Chu He sighed. Zhou Wen realized that there were fewer people on the long street. Now, there were only 24 people left. The few who had vanished probably died in the torture chambers. The 3 of them continued waiting. As for Zhou Wen, he used the taboo power of Netherworld City to constantly train his Jade Infant. The Jade Infant looked cold like a jade statue, but it later turned crystalline. However, with the baptism of the taboo power, the Jade Infant gradually softened. It was like a transparent jelly, as if its body had turned soft. Is it about to break through? Zhou Wen had a vague feeling that the Jade Infant was really about to break through. He was only half a step away. Another hour passed. The 3 of them were once again tortured. By the time they came out, Zhou Wen's steps had exceeded 4,000. The other 2 were almost nearing 3,000. This should be enough. Let's go! Lu Yun was in high spirits as he led the way. Chu He naturally followed them. Zhou Wen wanted to bring Chu He out of this place before investigating if he was the real Chu He. Soon, Zhou Wen discovered some problems. Chu He's combat standards were very poor. He hadn't advanced to the epic stage, and was only at the legendary stage. When he encountered dimensional creatures on the way, it was Zhou Wen and Lu Yun who helped him block them. Professor Chu, you don't seem to be good at combat. How did you walk so far before we came? Zhou Wen asked Chu He in puzzlement. Chu He thought for a moment and said, Before you came, I didn't step on a stone slab that generated any cause of death. Then, Professor Chu, your luck is really good. Although Zhou was somewhat suspicious, he couldn't think of any other possibility other than this explanation. Soon, Zhou and company caught up to the people in front of them. However, all of them seemed numb. Zhou and Lu Yun wanted to communicate with them, but all they did was grunt. It was as though they had fallen deep into despair. "Forget it. There's no way to communicate like this. Let's go," said Lu Yun. Zhou nodded and continued walking forward. Every time he encountered a person, Zhou would attempt to communicate with them, but the further he went, the number they became. The subsequent ones ignored them like wooden statues. These people seemed to have some problems. When I first met Professor Chu he had similar tendencies. However, he was the closest to the city gate and had the mildest symptoms. It's no wonder I felt that he was a little odd from the beginning. I thought it was a result of not having spoken to others for a long time, but from the looks of it, that's not the case, Zhou thought to himself. However, he didn't say anything because he was beside him. Soon, the three of them reached the end of the long street and stepped onto the stone steps. With every step they took, the consumption of their footsteps tripled. One step was equivalent to taking 3 steps on the stone slabs. The 365 stone steps consumed just over 1,000 steps. Only Zhou had enough steps. Chu He and Lu Yun didn't have enough. Zhou had no choice but to wait for the bell to ring again. He got them to find a torture chamber nearby and obtain enough steps before climbing the stone steps. Clang! After Zhou struck the bell, he saw the golden divine throne slowly open. Behind it was Netherworld City's exit, allowing him to see the desert outside. However, City Lord Netherworld stood in the middle of the Netherworld divine throne, blocking their path. He glanced at the trio before his gaze landed on Zhou. Zhou was already prepared for battle. He didn't believe that he could leave Netherworld City so easily. "The two of you can leave. He needs to stay." City Lord Netherworld didn't take action. He only extended his index finger and pointed at Chu He. "He can also ring the Netherworld bell. Why can't he leave?" Zhou asked with a frown. "Because he's already a dead person," said City Lord Netherworld indifferently. "What do you mean? He's clearly a living person. How can he be a dead person?" Lu Yun said. Zhou suddenly thought of something as he turned to look at Chu He and asked, "Professor Chu, what's the exact date of your entry to Netherworld City?" "It should be March 8th, 28. "Why?" Chu He asked in surprise. Zhou's expression changed immediately. This was because it was the year the old professor and company had gone to Zhuolu. In other words, Chu He had entered Netherworld City that year, but he had always believed that he had only entered Netherworld City today. There was only one possibility. With Chu He's ability, it was impossible for him to survive in Netherworld City. Therefore, he had died long ago. However, Chu He was standing in front of him, looking alive. It was hard to believe that he was a dead person. Chapter 647 The first day is also the last day. "No! I'm not a dead person. I'm still alive!" Chu He screamed in terror. His hand was still touching his body all over as though he was trying to confirm if he was really dead. Lu Yun was abnormally bold. He reached out and pulled Chu He's face. He said in disbelief, "He's clearly a normal person. How can he be a dead person?" Zhou couldn't tell in what way he was a dead person. His body, heart rate, and temperature were all normal. Apart from appearing a little slow in thought, he couldn't tell how he looked like a dead person. However, if Chu He hadn't died, it was difficult to explain how he entered Netherworld City so long ago, only to claim that he had only entered today. "If you aren't afraid that his soul will dissipate and vanish forever, take him out of the city," said City Lord Netherworld as he made way. "Can we really leave?" Lu Yun looked at City Lord Netherworld with distrust. In the years he had spent in society, he naturally understood the principle that human words couldn't be trusted. Also, it was a dimensional creature who said those words. Furthermore, it was the owner of the Netherworld. It sounded like true nonsense. "As long as he isn't afraid of his soul dissipating, just walk out of Netherworld City," City Lord Netherworld said indifferently. "Professor Chu, what do you think? Do you want to go out with us?" Lu Yun asked Chu He. "I want to go out. I'm not a dead person," Chu He hurriedly said. Zhou looked at City Lord Netherworld and asked, "We also entered Netherworld City. Why are we not dead, but Professor Chu He is?" City Lord Netherworld seemed to be very patient. He glanced at Zhou and answered, "Didn't the Ghost Gates make it clear when you entered the city? None of the 3 ironclad rules of Netherworld City can be violated. Since he didn't walk out the city alive on the day he entered, he's naturally dead. I'm not dead. I'm really not dead. Don't believe him. Take me away." Chu He's eyes were bloodshot, and his mental state was very unstable. It wasn't Chu He's fault. Anyone who suddenly heard, in such a straightforward manner, that they were dead would be as nervous as Chu-hee. Professor Chu, don't worry. I believe you. Leave the city with us, Lu-yun said as he patted Chu-hee's shoulder. Although Zhou-wen was suspicious, he couldn't confirm that Chu-hee was really a dead person. After some hesitation, he looked at Chu-hee and said, Professor Chu, you can choose whether you want to leave this place. I'll go with you. I'm really not a dead person, Chu-hee said immediately. Alright, let's go then. Zhou-wen stared at City Lord Netherworld and moved his feet towards the entrance formed by the Netherworld Divine Throne. Chu-hee and Lu-yun followed Zhou-wen as they walked out of the door. At the same time, they were wary of City Lord Netherworld and prepared for battle. However, City Lord Netherworld only watched from the side without any intention of stopping them. Outside, in the desert, the sun was high in the sky. Beyond the Netherworld Divine Throne, there was bright sunlight. However, inside the Netherworld Divine Throne, it appeared eerie and dark. Lu-yun walked in front and stepped out first, standing under the sun in the desert. Zhou-wen walked at the back, constantly wary of City Lord Netherworld, who didn't move at all. All he did was look at them coldly. Chu-hee stood in the shadows, one step away from the desert and the sun. However, Chu-hee was somewhat hesitant. Although he was certain he wasn't dead, City Lord Netherworld had said it with such certainty. Furthermore, Zhou-wen and Lu-yun had said that he had been in Netherworld City for a long time, making him somewhat afraid. I'm definitely not a dead person. I'm definitely not a dead person. Chu-hee gritted his teeth and extended his palm towards the sun. Just as his fingertip touched the sunlight, a blue light suddenly appeared. The tip of his finger that had extended out actually disintegrated and disappeared in the blue light. Ah! How is this happening? Chu-hee screamed as he retracted his palm. His face was filled with disbelief and despair. Zhou-wen's expression changed slightly as he extended his hand and extended it into the sunlight. There wasn't any problem. All he felt was that the temperature outside was very high and the sunlight was a little scorching, but it was still acceptable. Professor Chu, try extending your hand again, Zhou-wen said to Chu-hee as he stood in the shadow of the Netherworld Divine Throne, maintaining his hand in the sunlight. Chu-hee hurriedly extended his hand, but when his fingertip touched the sunlight, it immediately disintegrated. Impossible. I can't be a dead person. Impossible. I still have to return to see my family. My wife and daughter are waiting for me. Chu-hee slumped to the ground as his voice sounded disconsolate. Tears flowed down his face. Zhou-wen was momentarily at a loss as to what to do. He couldn't bear to see Chu-hee's present state as he looked at City Lord Netherworld and asked, If he doesn't leave, what will happen in the future? City Lord Netherworld calmly said, He will receive punishment day after day, dying day after day. In the future, every day will be his first day. It will also be his last day until his soul reaches absolute purity. Zhou-wen thought of the others on the long street. Those people were in much worse condition than Chu-hee. From the looks of it, what City Lord Netherworld said was true. What happens in the future? Zhou-wen asked again. Who knows? If you are interested, you can stay and give it a try, City Lord Netherworld said with a faint smile. Zhou-wen looked at Chu-hee, unsure of what to say. Zhou-wen, can you do me a favor? Chu-hee wiped his tears and asked Zhou-wen. Tell me. I'll do it if I can, Zhou-wen said. Help me pay my family a visit. If possible, help me take care of my wife and daughter. When they're in trouble, help them as much as you can. I don't have anything to repay you now. My research on the Naya civilization is all that I have. If you don't mind, treat it as payment. Chu-hee handed the documents in his backpack to Zhou-wen. Many of them were handwritten notes. Don't worry. I'll take care of them. Zhou-wen took the documents and nodded seriously. Even without Chu-hee's request, Zhou-wen would have made a trip to Chu-hee's place. He still needed to figure out the matter regarding Chu-hee. Don't tell them that I'm here. They've already been saddened once. Don't let them be sad again, Chu-hee said to Zhou-wen again. I know what to do. Zhou-wen nodded. Go. Don't look back, Chu-hee said, somewhat disheartened. Zhou-wen had no choice but to turn around and walk out of the Netherworld Divine Throne. If you have the chance to come again, next time you can try to withstand all the punishments. Then, you will see the real Netherworld City. The moment Zhou-wen walked out of the Netherworld Divine Throne, he heard the voice of City Lord Netherworld. However, he had already walked out. When he looked back, he saw endless yellow sand behind him. There was no sign of the Netherworld Divine Throne or Netherworld City. It was as though everything that had happened was just a dream. Chapter 648 Hat City. Zhou-wen suddenly felt something amiss in his hand. He looked down and saw the notebook seemingly burned with invisible flames, turning to ashes. Oh no! Zhou-wen immediately reacted. These notebooks should have long been destroyed with Chu-hee's death. What Chu-hee had given him couldn't be kept in the living world. Before the notebook was completely reduced to ashes, Joe flipped through a few pages, but he didn't see much content before the information was reduced to ashes. The desert wind blew, leaving no traces behind. It's really like a dream. I never expected that I, Lu Yun, would make a trip to the netherworld and come back alive. What great luck, Lu Yun said with lingering fear. Don't think about that for now. Just take a look and see if you can tell where we are. Can you still find the way to the endless sea of stars? Zhou perked up and sized up his surroundings. There was yellow sand all around them. All he could see was a boundless desert with no end in sight. Zhou couldn't even work out his bearings. No problem. Leave it to me. However, do you really want to go to the endless sea of stars? We seem to be a little unlucky. I'm afraid something will happen again. Lu Yun glanced at the bamboo blade on Zhou's waist before throwing the orchid blade back to him. He didn't want to carry this with him for even an additional moment. Does being unlucky mean that we should stay at home all day? What's the point of living like that? Zhou took the orchid blade and said, That's true. Alright, let's continue. Lu Yun didn't say anything else. He looked around and summoned his companion beast to dig a deep hole, as though he was observing the sand or something else. Zhou did not know how Lu Yun figured out his bearings. As he led the way, he observed the plants and sand in the desert before slowly adjusting his direction. The desert was already boundless. After the dimensional storms, it had become even wider. Even epic experts would probably be trapped to death if they got lost. Thankfully, Zhou had brought plenty of water and food. He didn't have to be afraid of being trapped in the desert. After repeatedly walking and stopping, on the fourth day, an oasis appeared in front of them. We're here! Lu Yun pointed at the oasis and shouted in joy. Is that oasis the endless sea of stars? Zhou asked in surprise. No, that oasis is where I usually replenish my water. However, we aren't far from the endless sea of stars once we reach here. It'll take another 2 days at most, said Lu Yun. Zhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had plenty of pure water in his chaos space, so he didn't need an oasis to replenish it. However, Zhou didn't tell Lu Yun about the chaos bead. He always retrieved water from his backpack. Lu Yun naturally didn't know about it, so he had been economical along the way and was very thirsty. All he did was take a tiny sip of water to quench his thirst. This oasis grew much vegetation that Zhou didn't recognize. There was a tree, but it looked like grass with thick roots. It looked very strange. What surprised Zhou was that there was actually a city in the oasis. However, the city was very simple. The city walls were made of clay and looked like crude concrete. This is Hat City. Legend has it that it was built by the residents of the desert in the past. Back then, there was plenty of water here, but as the water source decreased, many residents left Hat City, causing it to gradually become abandoned. According to the elders in the desert, Hat City could accommodate tens of thousands of people during its golden years. However, due to the depletion of the water source, the area around the oasis shrank. Most of the buildings have been buried under the yellow sand. Together with the arrival of the dimensional storms, there's no one here. Apart from some guides in the desert, who occasionally come here to replenish their water, you usually wouldn't even see a soul. As he spoke, Lu Yun had already led Zhou into Hat City. As Lu Yun had said, many of the buildings here were half buried in the sand. These buildings should have been used to extract materials from the ground. They used yellow sand to mix with something, creating materials that resemble concrete. Not long after entering the city, Zhou saw a pitch-black behemoth. On careful look, it was a black cube. There's a black cube in Hat City? Zhou was somewhat surprised. What's so strange about that? Many human ruins have black cubes, Lu Yun said disapprovingly, as he walked towards the well in the oasis. The desert well was more like an underground cellar. There were stairs that allowed one to walk down, and deep inside was a pool. However, the water in the pool wasn't very clean. Lu Yun excitedly poured it into the water bag, but Zhou stood still. He didn't want to drink the water. Why aren't you getting some water? In the desert, water is life. You can lack everything else, but you can't lack water, Lu Yun said to Zhou. It's okay, I already have some, Zhou said as he left the well. He wanted to take a spin in Hat City. However, just as he left the well, he saw the black cube light up. On the screen were two companion beasts fighting. One of them was a golden giant. The other companion beast was the Orochi that Zhou had seen before. The golden giant roared like a war god. Every punch emitted a dazzling light that resembled the sun. The Orochi's 8 heads spewed out all sorts of essence energy, but they failed to block the golden giant's attack. However, the lashing of its 8 tails made it tie with the golden giant. The fists collided with the snake's tails, producing the sound of metal clashing. Terrifying shock waves and sparks erupted, as though they were divine weapons clashing. The golden giant seemed to hold the advantage, but it was not enough to kill Orochi. Joen watched for a while, and found something strange. Orochi had 8 heads and 8 tails, but when it fought the Golden Giant, there was always a tail stuck to the ground. The other 7 snake tails fought the Golden Giant, but that tail never came into contact with it. Just as Joen was pondering over it, he saw the Golden Giant's fists suddenly slam into one another. Under the collision, a golden beam of light appeared. The Golden Giant grabbed the beam with one hand and transformed it into a gigantic blade of light. It slashed at the body of Orochi. Its might was so powerful that it was most likely the power of the Golden Giant's Wheel of Destiny. It wanted to end the battle. At that moment, Joen saw the snake's tail, which had never taken part in the battle, move. It was like the tail of a rattlesnake as it rapidly twitched and slashed out with an unparalleled sword beam. Clang! The Golden Giant's blade beam was sliced apart by the sword beam. Its body was also slashed open, leaving a long gash. It nearly tore through its chest and killed it. Thankfully, its physique was indeed powerful, so it wasn't halved. However, it didn't have much combat strength left. It was summoned back by its master, as a show of admitting defeat. Chapter 649 Behemoth Return. As the Golden Giant was defeated, Orochi's 8 heads rose up again and spat out 8 words. The Federation is incompetent. The heroes are shameless. This was not the first time the words had appeared. More accurately, it was the 3rd time. Apart from the time when Ice Elemental Sprite Queen was defeated, there was also a mythical dimensional creature that challenged Orochi, only to end in defeat. After that victory, Orochi similarly spat out the words. Now that the Golden Giant was defeated again, the entire Federation seemed to explode. Public opinion turned to question the abilities of the 6 hero families. If they couldn't even deal with a single Orochi, how could they uphold the Federation's peace? There were even some relatively biting media outlets that directly used headlines like, "Are the descendants of the heroes still heroes?" to criticize the 6 families in action. This was especially so for the West District's media. They bombarded the family clan of gods and Kate family with various opinions. As the Zhang, Xia, and Dugu families hadn't taken action to date, they weren't as miserable as the other 3 families, even though they were constantly questioned. After all, they hadn't been defeated. In theory, they still had the ability to win. They were different from the Kate family and the family clan of gods, who had been defeated one after another. The 6 families also knew that their various schemes and arrangements were made to win the final championship. Now, an Orochi had stirred up the situation, disrupting their plans. If they revealed their trump cards, it wouldn't be difficult to kill Orochi. However, if that happened, they would lose the chance to vie for first place with the other families. Therefore, they could only send inferior mythical companion beasts to fight, but the outcome was defeat. The Zhang, Xia, and Dugu families were even more depressed. Of all times, the core forces of their 3 families had gone to the southern wilderness's dimensional zones. Although there were others who could fight, the companion beasts were still in their plans. If they were exposed ahead of time, it would trigger a series of chain reactions and disrupt their plans. As such, the Federation's situation became very delicate. None of the 6 families were willing to expose their top mythical companion beasts, but they ended up being defeated by Orochi 3 times in a row. It left the entire Federation's citizens ashamed. From the looks of it, we can only expose some things ahead of time. Those few families are shameless, but our Xia family can't be shameless. Xia Dongyu was still hesitating as to which mythical companion beast his family was to assign. Not only was Orochi proficient in various attributes, but its physique was also powerful. With the indomitable sword beam, it could be said to be an extremely comprehensive mythical companion beast. It wasn't easy to defeat it cleanly and beautifully. Why did Luchuan have to go to the southern wilderness at such a time? Xia Dongyu thought gloomily. If Xiao Luchuan was here, his companion beast would be best at restraining a companion beast like Orochi. If the enemy wasn't prepared, it wouldn't be impossible to kill it in one strike. Unfortunately, Xiao Luchuan wasn't around, causing Xia Dongyu to have a headache. The Xia family wasn't the only one with a headache. The other 5 families were also having a headache. At this stage, if they didn't defeat Orochi, the reputation of the 6 families would probably be damaged. The few families had already planned on sending their top companion beasts to battle, but at that moment, the black cube lit up. The media had been bombarding the 6 families for their inaction. They hoped that they could step forward as soon as possible. Just as they were in a frenzy, they realized that the black cube had lit up. They thought that the 6 families had made a move. However, they soon discovered that the entity who appeared on the cube was Tyrant Behemoth, who had previously given up. Why is Tyrant Behemoth out again? Didn't it not dare to accept the battle previously? It should be challenging other companion beasts, right? Giving up without a fight means it already knew it was no match for its opponent. Now that it's back again, it's definitely not challenging Orochi. Anyone can tell that a companion beast like Orochi is the nemesis of Tyrant Behemoth. No matter how strong its physique and strength is, it can't withstand the indomitable tail of Orochi. Everyone believed that Tyrant Behemoth wanted to challenge the other companion beasts and board the rankings again, but to their surprise, when the name of the challenger lit up, it was Orochi. What's going on? Didn't it give up earlier? Why is it making the challenge now? What kind of show is this? Despite knowing that the companion beast's characteristics are restrained, they are still forcefully challenging Orochi. Could it be that our Federation really doesn't have any stronger companion beasts? We can only let the restrained Tyrant Behemoth fight? Instantly, voices of doubt and speculation arose. People were discussing why Tyrant Behemoth wanted to challenge Orochi at this moment. Zhou Wen didn't think too much about it. He was also a member of the Federation, so he felt uncomfortable being insulted like this. Of course, it was mainly because Zhou Wen had the intention to get high on the rankings. Furthermore, he could take down Orochi, who had gotten to its position by kicking Tyrant Behemoth out. After watching the battle between Orochi and the Golden Giant, Zhou Wen now knew the strength of Orochi. It wouldn't be difficult for Tyrant Behemoth to defeat Orochi. It was a piece of cake. Not only could he get a high ranking, but it could also frighten everyone. It could also attack the evil ones overseas. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Why not? Therefore, Zhou Wen summoned Tyrant Behemoth and allowed it to ascend the cube to challenge Orochi. Are you finally coming out? Yusuji now looked at Tyrant Behemoth on the cube's screen and chose to accept the challenge without any hesitation. She knew that Tyrant Behemoth's owner must have studied Orochi for a long time. However, she was confident that with Orochi's characteristics, it could definitely restrain Tyrant Behemoth. Under her command, it definitely wouldn't lose. The entire world's media saw that Orochi had accepted the challenge. Instantly, all the major channels and online platforms were live streaming the cube's screen. A little boy held his mother's hand and stood in front of the big screen on the street. He asked worriedly, "Can Tyrant Behemoth win?" "He will definitely win." His mother consoled him gently. "But we've already lost twice." The boy was still somewhat worried. "Don't worry. No matter how many times we lose, there will always be heroes in the Federation who can step forward to save the world. Perhaps that hero is Tyrant Behemoth," said his mother. The boy didn't say anything. He only clenched his fist and looked at the big screen nervously. Boom! Orochi landed in the arena. Its huge body was ferocious and terrifying. The 8 snakeheads raised together as its eerie snake eyes stared intently at Tyrant Behemoth. Tyrant Behemoth maintained a height of a few meters and didn't gigantify. Compared to the massive Orochi, it appeared somewhat weak. However, everyone knew that Tyrant Behemoth could still gigantify. Its body wouldn't be smaller than Orochi. To everyone's surprise, Tyrant Behemoth didn't transform. Instead, it leaped up and punched one of Orochi's heads. Chapter 650 What Others Think of a Tyrant. Orochi didn't underestimate its enemy. The 8 snakeheads spewed out essence energy projectiles of different attributes at the same time. The 7 tails also danced wildly as they lashed at Tyrant Behemoth. Roar! A roar shook the world. A crown appeared on Tyrant Behemoth's head. Although it didn't expand, its entire body was bathed in bloody red light as though it had been enhanced by some magical power. Boom! 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 Tyrant Behemoth constantly threw out its fists like a storm. The essence energy projectiles that Orochi spewed out were blasted apart by Tyrant Behemoth's fists akin to exploding fireworks. When the 7 snake tails touched its fist, they emitted a terrifying metallic clang as they were sent flying. The scales on its tail shattered. Bam! Tyrant Behemoth rushed in front of Orochi and punched its head, sending its entire body flying. Orochi tumbled far away before stopping. As for the snakehead, which had been hit, it was mostly crushed by the terrifying augmentation of the crown. Impressive, it's even stronger than the Golden Giant. As expected of Behemoth. Such strength is really amazing. I'm afraid no companion beast can match it in terms of strength. The boy pulled his mother's hand and exclaimed excitedly. Mommy, Tyrant Behemoth is amazing. It's really powerful. That's right. It's really very powerful. His mother smiled and nodded, but she was still somewhat worried. This was because she knew very well that Orochi's true trump card had yet to be used. And the snake tail with a terrifying sword beam was the nemesis of strength-type companion beasts like Tyrant Behemoth. Many people were equally worried. Orochi's tail sword beam was just too powerful. Up to now, no companion beast had been able to withstand a strike from that tail. Although Tyrant Behemoth displayed overwhelming strength, it was difficult to say if one could withstand the attack of the snake tail. Yusuji now didn't keep them hanging in suspense. At the instant Tyrant Behemoth charged over again, that snake tail suddenly raised. It tore through the void with a cold sword beam, slashing at Tyrant Behemoth's body. Everyone knew that the moment to decide victory was coming. If Tyrant Behemoth couldn't withstand the snake tail's slash, it would definitely lose. Everyone wanted to know if Tyrant Behemoth, who could swallow Chimera, could swallow the terrifying sword beam. When the boy saw the sword beam formed by the snake's tail, he nervously grabbed the corner of his mother's clothes. He had already seen the same scene once. The golden giant was defeated by the snake tail's sword beam despite holding the advantage. All it could do was escape with its tail in between its legs and admit defeat. However, to everyone's surprise, Tyrant Behemoth didn't use the mountain-consuming skill. Instead, it continued brandishing its fist once again to meet the shocking sword beam formed by the snake's tail. At that instant, Tyrant Behemoth's body seemed to shrink again. The strange red glow on its body also turned black-red. Tyrant Behemoth's entire body seemed to turn into a black hole. The light couldn't escape when it landed on its body. Clang! Tyrant Behemoth collided with the sword beam, and the sword beam immediately shattered. The fist directly collided with the snake's tail. The indestructible snake tail wasn't able to cleave apart Tyrant Behemoth's fist. It only left a sword mark. Heavens, ladies and gentlemen, did you see that? Orochi's killer blow wasn't able to cleave apart Tyrant Behemoth's fist. The terrifying killing technique that nearly killed the golden giant only left a sword mark on Tyrant Behemoth's fist. Such injuries can't affect Tyrant Behemoth's combat strength at all. Some of the more emotional commentators shouted, "Mommy, it blocked it. It blocked the huge snake's tail." The boy cried out excitedly. Before his mother could reply, Tyrant Behemoth had already grabbed the snake's tail and used all its strength to fling Orochi away. Bam! Orochi was slammed to the ground. Before Orochi could react, Tyrant Behemoth slammed it left and right using its tail, smashing Orochi's body to the ground like a sandbag. In a few moves, it shattered most of its bones, as though it had turned into a pool of soft flesh. The snake heads went limp. It's too violent and too bloody. Orochi isn't a match for Tyrant Behemoth at all. It's constantly being ravaged. Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes. Is that still the terrifying Orochi? In front of Tyrant Behemoth, it's nothing. Yes, that's right. Kill it, and let those overseas fellows know our Federation's true strength. It's too tragic. After this battle, I don't think those reptiles will be able to open their mouths and spit out words again. I can't tell how many heads it has left, or if they have all been smashed by Tyrant Behemoth. All the media's announcers began to cheer up. One by one, they began to tease each other. They no longer had the stern expression they had during their previous criticism. Their choice of words also began to become humorous, as all sorts of coquettish comments flew around. In comparison, there were more people in the audience. Many people who were watching online posted a large number of comments. Archie is considering which head to use to call for help. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that it has no hands. What should it do? Daddy, stop beating me. I know I'm wrong. Mommy, love me again. Please make way. I don't want to just watch the bullet comments. Give me some screen estate. I want to see if Orochi is dead. Everything happened too quickly. Yusuji now never expected that the power of Orochi's Wheel of Destiny could not even slice apart Tyrant Behemoth's fist. She wanted to admit defeat and retrieve Orochi, but she felt as though it was being sucked in by a terrifying force. She was unable to summon it back. Bam! Another heavy blow was delivered as Orochi's body slammed into the arena. Orochi already seemed completely boneless as it collapsed to the ground. Tyrant Behemoth roared as its body instantly expanded to the size of a small mountain. It was even taller and more majestic than Orochi. It raised Orochi's tail and threw it into its mouth. A strange spirit body appeared over Yusuji now. Her entire body emitted a demonic glow as she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face instantly turned pale, but she finally retracted Orochi. In the arena, Tyrant Behemoth's fangs bit into nothing. Orochi's body vanished, but this no longer affected the Federation's citizens' revelry. Dear viewers, thank you for witnessing this great moment with me. Tyrant Behemoth lives up to its name as a tyrant. It is deserving of its title as the king of companion beasts, the nightmare of all enemies. What others think of a tyrant, I think of as a king. Your Majesty, Tyrant Behemoth, thank you for bringing us such an exciting battle.